Stirbt er eigentlich, wenn ich den abschieße?
Was auf damit?
Ich glaube, ich hole mir gleich Chicken Nuggets.
Oh mein Gott, ist das Gesicht. Nein. ähm, äh. Mac.
Ich hab Hilfe.
Oh mein Gott! Ah! Hallo? Das Intro ist immer wieder lustig, oder? Stirbt er eigentlich, wenn ich den abschieße? Du. Das ist ja aber tot. Das muss ich auch noch auf TikTok hochladen. Leute, was geht? Hallo. Es fehlt Musik. Würde jetzt eine sagen. Was ist gerade geschrien? Musik. Mann, wir machen eine Runde. Wie oft räumst du deinen PC um? Der Hintergrund ist immer mal anders. Weiß ich nicht. Räumst du immer um hier hinten? Nee, eigentlich nicht. Also so oft bleibt. Aber es fehlt mein Creeper. Moment. Creeper hat sich hier oben. Der fehlt da jetzt hier vorne. Kann man den überhaupt so sehen? Ja. Also ist gut. Ach so, wow. Das ist aber ganz schön lange her, dass du dann das letzte Mal hier reingeschaut hast. Jetzt seit gewisser Zeit habe ich jetzt meinen Standplatz im Wohnzimmer gefunden. Davor war eine Balkontür, ja, dann saß ich da gegenüber. Aber jetzt haben wir uns weiterentwickelt, jetzt habe ich meine eigene Ecke. Machst du noch das Licht aus? Bitte. Dankeschön. So. Erst gestern, nee, das ist schon seit Ewigkeiten jetzt so. Wir machen eine Runde, danach schaue ich Smite Worlds. Also eine Runde haben wir Zeit. Ich habe morgen Frühdienst, deswegen kann der Stream heute nicht so lange gehen, leider. Oh, ich habe vergessen zu posten, das ist vielleicht. Worlds and Ranked. So, dann mache ich noch ein Event in meinem Discord-Channel. Moment, ich lese gerade nicht. Er ist gerade. Keine Lust auf einen Toff. Also Toff ist ja echt wild. $2880 ist nicht schlecht. Kann man machen. Ja. Ich muss picken, ne? Oh, wir haben einen Diamanten. Abwasch. Oh, das geht bergauf. Aber habe ich denn heute jetzt für diese eine Runde Lust auf den, ist die Frage. Eigentlich nicht, ne? Schon gerne Ra spielen. Wir spielen Ra. Moment. Wer ist da? Amali. Al-Mali. Und hallo Lara. 7 Streams hintereinander. Lara? Hä, was? Als ob du seit 7 Tagen jetzt durchguckst. Ja, ich habe sie auch am Anfang Nevercroft genannt und da hat sie mir gesagt, Bruder, das sagt jeder so oft zu mir, das ist nicht mal lustig. Was geht denn bei dir? Wir schauen jetzt gleich nach der Runde ein bisschen Smite Worlds, bis ich schlafen gehen muss und dann morgen zur Arbeit muss. Also wir haben noch Zeit für eine Runde Rank, bevor das um 18 Uhr, glaube ich, losgeht, oder 18:30 Uhr. Ich muss noch mal kurz anschauen. Hey, wir haben aber Diamantabwasch. Rahmen. Das ist lustig. Das wollte ich noch mal kurz flexen. Ja, 18:30 Uhr. Also wir haben vielleicht auch Zeit für 2 Games vielleicht. Mal gucken, ne? Oh, es wird gedodged. Ja, ich würde gegen meinen Ra auch jetzt nicht unbedingt spielen wollen. Dann mache ich mir noch mal Tee. Ich bin gleich wieder da. Oh, es ist ein bisschen dunkel, ne? Ja. Bin gleich wieder da. Ich mache mir Tee. Ich brauche. Leute, ich liebe es, wenn draußen Schnee liegt. Okay. Ist alles okay da drüben? Ah, nein, ist alles gut. Ray tobt mal wieder in der Küche rum. Was wollte ich sagen? Ich liebe es, wenn draußen Schnee liegt und man zu Hause in der Wärme sitzt. Und dann Tee trinkt. Beste Jahreszeit. Das ist dann immer so gemütlich, irgendwie so. Assoziiere immer das mit Gemütlichkeit. Leute, ich habe ein neues TikTok-Video hochgeladen. Das wäre cool, wenn ihr mir da ein bisschen unter die Arme greifen würdet. Ich versuche mich jetzt wieder ein bisschen in Social Media. Erst in einer Stunde das erste Spiel. Deswegen, wir haben Zeit für eine Runde. Die erste Runde fängt in einer Stunde an. Du hast keinen Ton, bei mir müsst. Ja, aber viele vermuten, wie auch schon im Chat, Smite 2. Diamant Apouage, aber ich habe keine Lust auf den, also von daher bin mir wieder rar. Ich glaube auch Smite 2 wird kommen. Wenn ihr auf TikTok kurz mal ein Like geben würdet, das wäre so cool. Das hat so viele Aufrufe schon, aber keine Likes. Scheiß TikTok. 800 Klicks, wow. Leute, mach mal ein bisschen Algorithmus. Ja, ich glaube, es wird Smite 2. Ich habe sogar ein Bild auf Reddit gesehen. Moment, ich sag euch das mal. Reddit, Smite, hier. Das wurde sogar auf Steam. Moment mal. Oh, die Seite ist jetzt raus. Scheiße, die Seite haben die weggenommen. Ah nein, hier. Boah, Smite 2 wird so krank, wenn es so kommt. Da werde ich so heftigen Content dafür machen. Moment. Hier. Direkt. Hier schaut. Irgendwie. Hier soll man das sehen. Auf Steam. Ist zwar auf Russisch, aber da steht Smite 2. Aber die Seite ist wieder runtergenommen worden. Ja, Smite 2 auf jeden Fall. Mal gucken. Smite 2, das war damals so ein Meme. Und jetzt einfach wird das so die Realität. Oh. Ich will morgen keinen Frühdienst haben. Ich will eigentlich durchgucken, aber werde ich nicht schaffen. Let's go.
Your skills are as weak as your taste buds. Oh, you like to slurp, do you? Good for you.
Ja, wir haben wahrscheinlich Zeit für eine Runde, glaube ich. Je nachdem, wie lange die Runde hier geht. Und dann switchen wir rüber zu Smite. SWCs. Wäre cool, wenn ihr da bei meinem neuesten Video mal ein Like da lässt, um den Algorithmus zu kicken. Wäre echt cool. Da kommen jetzt auf jeden Fall Smite-Videos hoch. Das eine ist jetzt ein bisschen langweilig, aber trotzdem. Ich habe so viele lustige Smite-Clips, die kommen da hoch. Dass man mal auf Top 1 sieht, ist schon echt lustig. Ja, Mali. Die Losing Streak hat, glaube ich, aufgehört.
Don't burn your mouth now, or do. See if I care. Taste this. Coming in.
Oh, schade. Hätten sie noch einen Thomas-Shot bekommen, wäre echt gut. Schade, schade.
Hits the spot.
Wir lassen uns eh nicht.
Your right tower coming in hot. Taste this. Noodle whip.
Nice. Keine Ahnung, was die Abilix sich da gedacht hat. Die ist nicht unsterblich oder so. Ganz komische Aktion von der.
No issue we can't fix. Taste this.
Ja, aber du kannst ruhig jetzt ein bisschen mal die Backgames machen gehen, oder? Oh, ich krieg Tee. Dankeschön.
Enemy spotted. Okay.
Oh, danke, dass ihr da seid. Nach der Runde wird schön geglutscht. Geh weg. Diese Smurfs mit diesen japanischen Namen, ne, das ist so. Also okay. Macht was ihr wollt, aber ich würde es nie machen.
No issue we can't fix. I'll give you a bowl of noodles if you can actually hit. Taste this. Your right tower is under attack. Don't burn your mouth now, or do. See if I care. Hits the spot. Coming in hot. You call that fighting? I've seen tougher fights in my kitchen. Oh, you like to slurp, do you? Good for you.
Wir heilen unseren Jungler ein bisschen, bevor er wieder in die weite gefährliche Welt geht. Wobei.
Enemy missing middle. Ultimate is ready. Hits the spot.
Oh, die Avelix ist in der Mitte noch, ne? Scheiße, ich dachte, ich kann den mit Camp hier machen. Oh, doch, das glaube ich.
Enemies in the left jungle. Enemies in the left jungle. Be careful.
Mach mal die Ult. So, wir haben gut gefarmt für unseren Warlock-Stuff. Aber warum auch immer als Poseidon auch Level 7? Obwohl ich so viel gefarmt habe mit den Camps und mit den Mid-Camps. Oh, Mali. Warum mach... Oh, jo.
Your right tower is under attack.
Was passiert denn da drüben?
Be careful.
Das ist wieder, glaube ich, so ein Arena-Match. Habe ich so das Gefühl. Wir haben sind schon mehr als 10 Kills gefallen in nicht mal... hallo Malia. Hallo, hallo. Was geht?
Your skills were as weak as your taste buds. Taste this. You call that fighting? I've seen tougher fights in my game.
Schön, so viel Sanity zu haben. Ja, und nur für diesen Monat. Danach muss man sich das wieder hocharbeiten. Ich weiß nicht, was ich von der Runde bis jetzt halten soll. Malia, sollen wir heute Teil 2 machen mit stirbt er eigentlich, wenn ich den abschieße? Teil 2 heute mit Ra.
Don't burn your mouth now, or do. See if I care. Your right tower is under attack. Taste this. Looks like my spicy ramen is clean. Delicious, isn't it? Oh, you like to slurp, do you?
Gucken, wie oft ich das versuchen muss.
Don't burn your mouth now, or do. See if I care. May the best chef win.
Oh, Mann.
Call that fighting? I've seen tougher fights in my kitchen. As weak as your taste buds.
Ich weiß nicht wohin. Mit Camp kommt. Darf ich mal... Ja, ich werde wahrscheinlich schon Jungs für Solo-Farmen kriegen.
Careful right. Attack. Enemies incoming. Be careful. Delicious, isn't it? Attack.
Ich schwöre, ich habe nie die Gelegenheit, alleine zu farmen.
Ready. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate hits the spot. Delicious, isn't it? I'll give you a bowl of noodles if you can actually hit me. Enemy missing left. Oh, you like to slurp, do you? Taste this.
So, gleich können wir unsere Münze holen.
Don't burn your mouth now, or do. See if I care. A bottle of sake for courage, isn't it?
Und sonst so, Leute, was geht bei euch? Alles easy. Freut ihr euch auf Smite 2, falls es kommen sollte.
Enemy missing, middle.
Wo ist Poseidon?
On my way. Hits the spot. Under attack.
Ach man.
Time for me to leave.
Ja, ich glaube, Wort ist nicht schlecht.
I can make anything taste good.
Wieder back in Katakomben.
Under attack. Delicious, isn't it? You call that fighting? I've seen tougher fights in my kitchen.
Ach man. Ich brauche einen schönen kleinen Gang auf dem Poseidon, damit ich wieder back bin.
Taste this. Noodle whip.
Okay, Mali.
Enemy missing. Delicious, isn't it? Hits the spot. Taste this. Hits the spot.
Komm schon.
Taste this. Your skills are as weak as your taste. Burn your mouth now. What do? See if I care.
Oh oh.
Hits the
Brauch gleich noch ein bisschen Lifestyle. Soul Gem.
Be careful, right? Enemies in the right jungle. Don't forget my headband. It's very coming in hot. Delicious, isn't it? You call that fighting?
Hätte ich Aborsch gepickt gegen solchen cringigen Leuten. Cringige Leute, nicht cringigen Leuten, was zur Hölle ist denn das? Hallo Mephisto. Hallo. Wie geht's dir, Mephisto?
Enemy missing.
Wir schauen nach der Runde schön
Coming in.
raus.
Bye. A bottle of sake for courage. I'll give you a bowl of noodles if you can actually hit me.
Oh Mann.
Oh, you like to slurp, do you? Good for you. Enemy missing middle. Taste this. He rides back. You call that fighting? I've seen tougher fights in my kitchen. Your right tower is under attack. Delicious, isn't it?
Enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
Taste this. Be careful, Ryan. No issue we can't fix.
Ultimate is ready.
Delicious, isn't it? Whip hits the spot.
Wir haben jetzt unseren unnötig mit Tower verloren.
Enemies in the left jungle. Taste this.
Aber mit Emir's Freeze kann ich im Late Game, glaube ich, was anfangen.
I'll attack left lane. Your left tower is under attack.
Delicious, isn't it? Hits the spot. I'm returning middle lane. Be careful.
Also die 1 macht schon gut Schaden. Von Ra.
Be careful left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate incoming. You're cooking up a storm.
Let's go.
Taste this. Delicious, isn't it?
He rides back.
Don't burn your mouth now, or do. See if I care.
Your team.
I give you a bowl of noodles if you can actually hit me.
Achso, dass immer geklärt ist da links.
Your skills are as weak as Yes. May the best chef win. Hits the spot. No.
Retreat middle lane. Middle lane.
No issue we can't fix. Bye.
Your right tower is under attack.
Delicious, isn't it? You call that fighting? I've seen tougher fights in my kitchen. Ultimate is ready.
Nein.
Next round.
No issue we can't fix. Taste this.
Oh, ich mache echt gut Schaden.
Enemies incoming.
Enemy missing left.
Delicious, isn't it? Hits the spot. Oh boy. Ultimate is down. Be careful.
Oh, Fury. Hit it.
Nein. Ich hab extra auch drauf gewartet. Nein. Nice. Die Runde sieht gut aus.
Tanking is wearing me down.
Follow me.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Taste this.
Sehr gut.
Enemies at the fire giant.
A bottle of sake for courage, please.
Alright, alright. Gut, dass ich nicht so im Fokus stehe von den Gegnern. Und dann hätte ich Schwierigkeiten.
You're cooking up a storm. That's good with archery and tactics. Ramen Hood hits the spot. Delicious, isn't it? Taste this.
Be careful left.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Ich weiß nicht, dieser Call gefällt mir nicht. Dieser Poseidon-Gegner-Team, der wegrücken kann. Nein.
Taste this.
Nein, ich dachte, Freeze hat getroffen.
Bye. Need healing. Hits the spot.
To base.
Yes. Be careful.
The fire giant.
Don't forget my headband. It's very delicious, isn't it?
Macht guten Schaden. Rar.
Gank right lane. Ultimate is already. Follow me.
Oh, you like to slurp, do you? Oh, boy. On my way. Soon. They'll be coming for more. Ultimate is ready.
Spotted. Enemy spotted.
My noodle empire will live on.
Was war die Mission von Hachiman? Was hat Hachiman da gemacht und wieso gehe ich überhaupt hinterher?
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh. Holtet einfach in keine Ahnung was rein. Hat da auch nicht mal getroffen.
Enemies in the right lane.
Delicious, isn't it? Your right don't burn your mouth now. Or do. See if I care.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Hallo?
I'll defend right lane. Delicious, isn't it? You call that fighting? I've seen tougher fights in my kitchen. Coming in hot. Delicious, isn't it? Hot bro. Taste this. Back here. Ultimate is ready.
No.
Enemy delicious, isn't it? Taste this.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Wieso fightet sie nicht weiter?
Hits the spot.
Auch denke ich die Scheiße.
Be careful.
Yes. Enemies incoming.
Retreat.
Hits the spot.
Ultimate is down.
Delicious.
Nee, immer dazwischen.
Out of mana.
I'm gonna take my sweet time with you.
Oh, you like to slurp, do you?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ja, okay.
Your skills are as weak as your taste buds. A bottle of sake for courage, please.
Wahrscheinlich ist mein Red Buff gemacht worden.
Fire giant.
Delicious, isn't it?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Schade.
I will warn. Here's the spot. Hits the spot.
Defeat the fire giant.
We need wards.
Das läuft ohne Wort, das ist nicht.
Delicious, isn't it?
Okay. Okay, Junge. Aber da ich jetzt tot bin,
Make anything taste good.
glaube ich, das ist die G.
Somewhere.
So. That's
Impressive
Your
dish.
team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
not too impressive dish, Alter. Okay, ist kein EFG.
Hits the spot. Delicious, isn't it? Coming in hot. Taste this. Defend right lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hits the spot.
Your middle tower is being destroyed.
Coming in hot. Be careful.
Ich weiß nicht. Man läuft gerade nicht so gut. Schicht das nur.
Attack middle lane. Your Titan is under attack.
Soon. They'll be coming for more. Why does the rhyme
Oh, why?
routine every time? Delicious, isn't it? Noodles if you can actually hit me. Coming in hot. Don't burn your mouth now, or do. See if I care. Noodle whip. You call that hitting the spot? Delicious, isn't it?
Ach Leute.
Noodle whip. Taste this. Delicious, isn't it? Hits the spot. Be careful. Your skills are as weak as your taste buds. Coming in hot.
Haben die das beide überlebt? Das ist keiner ist gestorben oder was?
My noodle empire will live on without me.
Coming through. Titan's under attack.
Also müsste Herkules noch platt machen, oder nicht? Egal.
Defend the fire giant.
Wir brauchen ein bisschen Wards.
Enemies behind us. Completed. Bye. Defend.
Hits the spot. Hey,
Was macht der Hachiman da?
defend the tight. Take this. Trying to steal my recipe. Hits the spot.
Eine letzte Ult, die richtig gut sitzen muss.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Right lane, right lane.
Hits the spot.
High enemies in the right lane.
Attack the tight. Delicious, isn't it? Face the enemy. Coming in hot.
Ich glaube, das ist GG. Ich habe leider keine Apwash-Ult, die ich jetzt gerne hätte. Oder ein Alumbis.
Be careful. Your turn.
Hits the spot. Oh boy.
Nein, lass mich in Ruhe. Nein. Hallo Prodalo, was hast du mein 2 Trailer gesehen? Und hallo Wayne. Ich dachte, bin ich zu spät für die ganzen Ankündigungen. Ich dachte doch morgen. Oh je. Scheiße, es ist Mai 2 Zeit. Nein. Aber Wayne, danke schön für den 7. Monat. Fuck, ich bin zu spät. Ich bin in einem Ranked Game. Oh mein Gott. Okay, okay. Scheiße, ich muss mir das gleich mal ordentlich angucken. Shit. Ich hoffe, dir geht's gut, Prodalo. Echt lange nichts mehr voneinander gehört. Oh, ich muss. Oh, was? 2. Okay. Fuck. Es tut mir leid, Mephisto. Wayne, wie geht's dir? Wo Cam? Hä? Ist die Cam nicht an? Wieso sagt mir keiner was? Hä? Aber hi, Wayne, vielen Dank für den Monat. Ich treffe meine Einsen. Den kriegt keiner! Fuck! Nee, ist nicht extra gewesen mit der Cam. Mir geht aber auch gut, jetzt geht's mir noch besser, nachdem ich gehört habe, Smite 2 wurde angekündigt. Scheiße, ich bin zu spät. Unreal Engine 5. Okay. Oh je. Register vor Alpha auf jeden Fall. Register, Alter. Nein, ist jetzt Ende. Ich guck mit euch jetzt das mal an. Cool. Krass. Smite 2 also, ja. Smite 2 Trailer. Okay. Ich schaue das mit euch jetzt mal an. Genau. Das sind noch Smite an. Wobei, ne, wir gucken jetzt eher Smite Worlds an. Gut, wo ist Microsoft Edge? Aber nochmal vielen Dank, dass es jetzt voll untergegangen wäre. Tut mir sehr leid. Vielen Dank für den 7. Monat, Mann. Wie geht's dir? Achso, habe ich schon gefragt. Warte, ich bin jetzt irgendwie voll durcheinander, weil Smite 2 angekündigt wurde. So, Moment. Okay, ich brauche noch einen kleinen Moment, ist jetzt gerade schwarzer Bildschirm. Ich muss nämlich so einstellen. Moment, Leute. So, damit ihr auch gleich was hört. Okay, seid ihr ready? Ich gucke dann mit euch jetzt das mal an. Cool. Okay.
Woke up this morning, feeling reborn, and it's like a new dawn. The misery's off, the energy's on, and I'm feeling strong. Yeah, something's evolving. If I'm being honest,
Okay.
nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly.
Oh mein Gott. Was? Oh mein Gott, was? Holy shit. Oh mein fucking Gott, wie gut sieht das denn aus? Oh mein fucking Gott, sieht das gut aus. Oh, das Schatz. Boah, wie sieht das aus? Oh mein Gott, nein, du kämst aus. Das ist Smite 2. Guck mal jetzt, wie das aussieht in Game. Boah. Warte. Guck. Nein, warte, du musst noch gucken. Oh mein Gott, sieht das gut aus. Junge, guck doch mal. Ey, das ist so unfassbar gut. Physical Damage, die mir? Was? Oh mein Gott, sieht das krank gut aus. Junge, wo meinst du denn Physical Damage? Ah, wie kommst du auf Physical Damage? Das sieht so gut aus. Wieso kackt man nicht so ab? Wieso kackt YouTube ab? Alles andere funktioniert. Nur YouTube hat ein bisschen Probleme. Ah, jetzt. Guck mal, wie gut das animiert ist. Unten links Pfeile. Stimmt. Oh ja, du hast recht. Wieso hat der Titans hier zwei Kopf? Alter, aber wie gut ist das animiert, Mann? Guck doch mal. Das ist so gut. Naja, der T2 Hammer. Oh mein Gott, das sieht so gut aus. Leute, dieses Jahr werde ich komplett durchziehen mit Stream wegen sowas. Das wird mein Hauptgame, seinen Vater, seine Urgroßtante und die Generation danach. Wir müssen uns registrieren. Ich hoffe, ich als Smite-Partner kann irgendwie da so Sneak Peek kriegen für euch, um das zu zeigen. Wo war die Seite nochmal? Hier. Wishlist auf jeden Fall. Auf Steam. Das wird richtig wild. Holy shit. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob ich gerade ein bisschen übertreibe, aber das sieht so gut aus. Was war mein Passwort? Hehe. Ich habe so viele Passwörter, ich weiß nicht. Welches davon? Ah, okay. So, ich mache mal kurz einmal aus, damit der kleine Schlingel nichts sieht. Alter, das sieht so unfassbar gut aus. Junge. So, Wunschliste ist drin. Register for Alpha auf jeden Fall. Setogi. Ja, umsenden wir Neuigkeiten. Ja, gib mir das volle Paket. Bitte. Hallo? Habe ich mich registriert? Junge, das sieht so fucking gut aus. Also, ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob ich mich registriert habe. Hallo, ich will mich registrieren. Ah, hier. Okay, gut, da kam jetzt die Meldung. Puh, ich schaue mir noch mal an.
Woke up this morning.
Ich will Ingame gehen. Also hier sieht man auch schon die Conquest Map. Also die Götter kriegen alle ein komplett neues Artwork. Die Items sind immer... Oh, okay. Boah, das sieht so fucking gut aus. Ich will gar nicht Smite 1 mehr spielen. Guck mal, dieser Effekt, wie sie landet. Krank. Da ist mein Main. Dangler. Oh, wie gut sieht auch Anhu aus. Aber wo sind die neuen Götter? Sagen bis jetzt nur die beim Release auch da waren. Kranker Trailer, wirklich. Krass. Crazy shit.
At the beginning of the year. I've left now, so I'm immune to the casters getting it wrong on the Oni Warriors, right? I'm officially beyond that. But the casters got it wrong about the Oni Warriors at the beginning of the year. Saw what they were capable of. What's the read on the Oni Warriors coming into this tournament?
Yeah, I think a lot of people were pretty upset about the roster change they chose to make. They were looking incredible, and then they decided to replace Jake with Genetics with their eye on this end of the season, right? They made that change to make sure that they can come into this tournament, and they've got all the tools to win Worlds. They wanted to be able to go later. They brought Genetics in for that, to have more playstyles available to them, and now's the time that they need to prove that that decision was right to the fans.
Miff, do you feel like this team has really refined their play style down? We wondered if it would be a bit Wild West at the beginning of the year. They did run it down a good bit. Do you think the essence of this team, though, has been figured out? Is it more clean than maybe it was earlier in the year? Though it was winning then, too.
It was, I mean, a historic win streak. The longest win streak a Smite Pro team has ever seen, but the version of this team that we have now with Genetics at the helm has been largely different. You can really see it a lot in maybe some of these late game scenarios where the looser players on the Oni Warriors get a bit crazy. Maybe SOT's at your Phoenix for some reason. Pagon's going to be there with them. I mean, it's the dynamic duo. So is it cleaner? I would say so, especially around those objectives. But it's just about whether or not Genetics can keep those guys reined in with all this energy in the arena.
Well, and when you're talking about historic runs, the Kings run at Worlds last year comes to mind. But inbound, it's been a different look of the Camelot Kings here as of late. What type of team is coming into the Smite World Championship on the Kings side of the stage?
I mean, I think that's absolutely right. This is a different team to last year. I think they still have some semblance of the same strengths as last year. I just think that they struggle at certain...
Oh, warte, ich glaube, ich muss nochmal den Trailer sehen.
Struggle to get through it when it goes late. They don't have that single shot caller kind of guiding them where they need to go, and they kind of struggle in that portion of it.
Well, that's our fourth quarterfinal of the day. Cannot wait to get to that one. Our third quarterfinal of the day.
Ich weiß nicht, warum YouTube so abkackt oder ob das nur dieses Video ist. Alles andere funktioniert, nur das hier nicht. Hier, guck, hier ist alles easy peasy, let's go. Aber Das Video kackt ab. Kacke. Was ist denn Keynote?
We've spent 10 years together in Smite, but now it's time for something new. Something more beautiful than ever before. Something with more impact, more strategy, and more creativity. Something we've all been dreaming about for a long, long time. Introducing
World premiere.
Woke up this morning, feeling reborn, and it's like a new dawn. The misery's off, the energy's on, and I'm feeling strong.
And some have an all-new look that stays true to their Smite 1 legacy while updating it for a new era. Here's an early look at Smite 2's Neith, who feels much more mythologically appropriate than before.
And of course, Smite 2 has all new gods. Introducing Hecate, whose flowing robes and otherworldly effects are only possible in UE5.
Warum kackt YouTube so ab?
Hecate, the Greek goddess of sorcery, has been the single most community-requested god for Smite. Players have felt her impact in Smite for years through the item Ring of Hecate, but now they will finally be able to play as the legendary witch herself. Hecate brings an elegant playstyle to Smite 2 with her ranged magical abilities. Her magic allows her to reach through dimensions and even travel within the liminal space itself. Hecate's flames light the way and bring gods to a halt.
Marc,
Hecate
dankeschön.
is the first of 5 all-new gods coming to Smite 2.
All of 5. Marc, Smite 2 wurde angekündigt. Aber vielen Dank für den 17. Monat, Mann. Dankeschön, Dankeschön. Wie geht's dir, Mann? Einfach Smite 2, dass ich das noch lesen darf. Dankeschön.
But we can't give everything away just yet.
Smite 2 is more than just Smite. Smite 2 is our
Wie geht's dir? Ich hoffe, dein Tag war bis jetzt ganz cool.
Making Smite into one of the most successful multiplayer games of all time. And do it all strictly better. Not just better in some ways and worse in others, but undeniably better.
There are improvements you'll see straight away. Smite 2 leverages things like dynamic lighting.
Mir geht's jetzt auch, nachdem ich das gesehen habe.
Simulation,
Boah.
higher polygon counts, and a whole slew of other features that we weren't able to take advantage of in Smite. Our goal has been to enhance the visuals in all areas while preserving the feel of Smite that our players love. We've made improvements to things like animation, effects, environment art, but we're just as proud of the hundreds of little touches. We focused on things that you'll appreciate even if you don't consciously notice them. Smite 2 should just feel better.
For example, something as simple as a jump animation has had a major overhaul, allowing for a smoother flow while adding context and impact. Ability effects are all new, taking full advantage of Niagara. Watch how Andre's pillars dissolve in the sand, how Chalk's rain wets the ground, and how you
Oh mein Gott. Guck doch mal, Mann. Das muss ich noch mal neu machen. Schaut euch das mal an.
Watch how Andre's pillars context and impact. Ability effects are all new, taking full advantage of Niagara. Watch how Andre's pillars dissolve into sand, how Chalk's rain wets the ground, and how Ymir's wall freezes the nearby environment. These effects will increase your immersion in the world and your sense of godly power. We looked at every god and made subtle changes to stay true to the god, whether it's a visual balance pass, an overall fresh coat of paint, or minor proportional changes so Chalk doesn't have a dab on anymore. No matter how big or small, we've been looking into everything and working hard to really push the boundaries of what Smite 2 can be. Every aspect of the presentation is being considered to be an improved experience.
Smite 2 is also strictly better technically than Smite, in pretty much every way imaginable.
Our new Rally Here backend supports millions of concurrent users. Smite 1 players know that our old monolithic matchmaking core had a tendency of dying long before we had that many players. Smite 2 will have an all-new custom matchmaking system, which is specifically designed to tackle the unique challenges of matchmaking for a MOBA. and Ranked will be reimagined with a brand new system that aims to bring the competition to more players than ever, while creating a true uncapped battle for the #1 spot in the world.
Smite 1's UI runs on Flash. Yes, that Flash, which has long kept us from creating a modern UI with polish and performance that's finally possible in Smite 2.
And Smite 2 is a next-gen native title, taking full advantage of modern hardware. Smite 2 will support
Ja, die Effekte sind unnormal, Marc.
Steam Deck, Xbox Series X and S, and PlayStation 5.
Smite 2 is a game where fighting feels strictly better than ever, so you can feel more like a
Also wirklich.
additional impact on every hit. Weapon movements leave trails,
Das,
making attacks
das Jahr wird richtig nice.
upper and lower body animations are
Ich bin nur
more
ein
in sync,
Stück, aber.
positioning your character within the action.
Okay.
Specific animations and effects have been
Warte,
retuned
warte.
to add more impact than before. CC status
Ich schon
and
weg.
are now clearly communicated on nameplates, so it's easier to read the flow of combat.
Boah, ey, nee, das müssen wir nochmal neu machen. Guck doch mal.
Have been retuned
Vor allem,
to add more impact than before.
bei mir ist die
CC
Grafik irgendwie
status
nicht so
and
gut.
are now clearly
Trotzdem.
communicated on nameplates,
Ich
so
gucke das
it's
nachher
easier
noch
to read the
schön
flow of
an.
combat. And work has been done on the UI and user experience to make sure you truly feel when you're hitting your enemies and being hit.
And perhaps most importantly, it's a game with strictly better tactical and strategic depth than Smite 1.
Boah.
We've completely overhauled the idea
Das wird
of
meins,
items and
das wird mein Game.
to open the doors for more creativity, expression, and experimentation in every game you play. First up, relics are gone, at least as you know them. Now every god has 2 buttons by default: purification beads to immune crowd control, and a warding slot used specifically for your choice of vision control options. What about the
Was?
former relic options and items? Well, now your entire 6-slot item inventory can potentially have an activated effect, triggered by a button press. If you want blink, buy a blinking amulet. And don't worry, if you don't want to think about using any extra buttons in combat, you can still build items that are focused on stats and passives instead. The choice is yours in this new system.
The item store
Okay.
is easier to navigate, with an entirely new way to build items. Want a cooldown item and don't want to scour 30 different trees? Don't want to have to decide now what finished item you'll need in 5 minutes? Don't worry, just build a bow, and every single item with attack speed can be built out of that bow. And you'll have more creative builds than ever before.
Okay.
Gods are no longer just magical or physical. Each god will now have 2 different sources of power: strength and intelligence.
Was?
Different abilities within each god's kit will scale differently, and all gods will be able to build all items.
Was?
Punch Ymir with crit is back. Hunters that used to do it all like Kurnanos now
Crit Ymir is back?
increase damage on certain abilities, like his polymorph. And new hybrid utility options let Chalk build int to buff his healing.
And there's even more new in Smite 2.
Oh, da ist Hyde auf Deutschen. Leute, da ist Hyde auf Deutschen.
And there's even more new.
And new hybrid utility options let Chalk build int to buff his
And there's even more new in Smite 2 to reward you for tactically and creatively playing the Conquest map. Ambush your enemies from new stealth zones, and make clutch rotations through portals connecting outer lanes. Battle against the Fire Giant, fully equipped with new abilities and new tactical approaches. Like the back door you can open to sneak in for a steal. Earn game-changing buffs as you defeat the Gold Fury, culminating in the Ancient Fury, a new game-ending objective. Gain every advantage through mastering new lane and jungle mechanics.
Oh mein Gott, das sieht so gut aus.
And siege minions will make laning more rewarding, while an evolving jungle introduces a new strategy to jungling. And there's an all-new way to intentionally interact with the map through a button press. Use this to fight over the Warhorn, which strengthens your minions, or to pick up a buff. That's right, there are no more accidental buff pickups in Smite.
Ja, eben, Marc.
As we've said before,
Also,
Smite 2
daran müsste ich mich noch gewöhnen, an das neue Kaufsystem.
and a new standalone game. So let's address the question on everyone's mind.
Ja.
Existing content from Smite 1 will not directly transfer to Smite 2. But don't
Okay.
worry, just because your content doesn't directly transfer doesn't mean we're not rewarding our loyal players in Smite 2 for their time, money, and accomplishments.
First, let's talk about why we are not directly transferring content. Smite 2 is a multi-generational leap from Smite 1, moving from Unreal
Boah.
3 to Unreal 5. That means we
Das
have
ist
to
Smite
either
1 noch.
or recreate
Das ist
every
Smite.
piece of content for it to function in Smite 2.
Currently, because we want to make sure all the
Junge.
content that goes into Smite 2 is strictly better, it takes about 2 months of work to get one skin from Smite to Smite 2. And that's if we just port it with effects, without making other meaningful improvements.
As of today, there are about 1,600 skins in Smite, excluding Mastery skins. To just port every skin to Smite 2, it would take about 246 person years of work, and we couldn't do that and make Smite 2 as amazing as we knew it could be if we started fresh.
When we started this project, we made this hard call. We believed that our players wanted a better version of Smite.
Aber was passiert dann mit den
So
Sachen?
what will you get in Smite 2?
Ah, ja.
Introducing Legacy Gems and Divine Legacy, two systems designed to make sure you get rewarded for your time, money, and achievements.
Whether you grinded out daily logins or went hard on your gem sales, your Legacy Gems will be waiting for you in Smite 2. You'll receive Legacy Gems in Smite 2 equal to every single gem you've ever spent in Smite 1
was?
or purchased. Your Legacy Gems can be used to pay for 50% of most in-game purchases in Smite 2. So things like events, skins, battle passes, and Smite 2 will all be half off until you spend all of your Legacy Gems.
Okay.
If you purchase any Smite 2 Founders Packs, we'll give you double your Legacy Gems, giving you the equivalent purchasing power to the gems you already spent in Smite 1. Stay tuned for more info on Smite 2's Founders Packs as we get closer to release.
And Year 11 of Smite 1 comes with an all-new feature, Divine Legacy, going live in the first update of Year 11. Through the Divine Legacy, you'll be rewarded for your progress for each year of Smite's history. We've tracked the gods you've mastered, the ranked matches you've lost, the skins you've unlocked, and the match hours you've played. You earn points for your progress in each year, and your points are tallied together to give you rewards. You'll get a number of Smite 2 badges to show off some of your amazing Smite 1 achievements, your rare skins, and your exact mastery level and star count on each god. Plus, you'll unlock up to 11 skins in Smite 2 free, one for each year of Smite. Even if you don't plan to move to Smite 2, the Divine Legacy has some amazing rewards for you. You'll get to choose any unlimited Tier 4 and any unlimited Tier 5 to unlock absolutely free in Smite 1.
And if you've started Smite more recently, don't worry. You can still make progress on your Divine Legacy throughout Year 11 and eventually unlock all the rewards. There's something else brand new coming to Smite in Year 11, cross-gen skins. With Smite 2 approaching, we built a whole new skin production pipeline to make content that you'll get both in Smite 1 and in Smite 2. You can unlock 2 cross-gen skins today with the Smite Legacy Pass DLC, available now in Smite. This pack includes the new cross-gen Untamed Corona skin, the new cross-gen Batty Bat Jingwei skin, a boosted Divine Legacy progress in Year 11, and more.
There's not just 1 or 2 cross-gen skins this year. Every new gem purchasable skin released in Smite in Year 11 will be a cross-gen skin, unlocked for you in Smite 2 as soon as that god is available to play. And as an added benefit, you'll get Legacy Gems in Smite 2 for every gem you spend on these cross-gen skins or any Smite 1 content.
We're so excited for the cross-gen content that we're kicking off Year 11 with 2 all-new events built around the concept. First, Battle Passes are now cross-gen passes. Second, the Immortal Honor event, where we'll reveal 2 new gods transitioning to Smite 2 every month.
And it's important to make clear once again, Smite 2 is a true sequel. Smite 1 and all of your Smite 1 content will remain live and available for you to play even after Smite 2 releases.
I know we threw a lot of information at you today about Smite 2 and the Divine Legacy process. We've put together a rundown at smite2.com/FAQ. We'll also continue to update you nonstop as more information about Smite 2 comes out, so follow @SmiteGame on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and Twitter. I mean X. You know what I mean.
We are committed to Smite 2 for years to come, and as a competitive game, that commitment starts with esports. 2024 will be a transition year for the esports scene, as the Titan Forge esports ecosystem moves from Smite to Smite 2, and evolves to answer a few of the community's most frequently heard concerns. More lands where you can join together in the audience and cheer on your favorite teams. A return of region-based rivalries with their unique metas. No more requirements for pros to live in Atlanta, allowing anyone to compete regardless of where they are from. An esports scene that is more open to anyone with the skill to win. And more freedom for players to sign sponsorship deals with whomever they want to. Introducing the Smite 2 Founders Series, a series of LAN majors that will build the foundation of Smite 2 esports scene.
Okay.
During Smite 2's Alpha,
Also gesehen, Mali, wie das aussieht?
a banner of their choice.
Der Trailer. So gut aus.
Teams will earn their spots to play live at a Smite 2 LAN major. These majors will be held in front of a live audience around the world.
Ja, zeig doch mal den Trailer an.
Confirmed today that in year 1 of Smite 2,
Warte.
there will be at least 1 major in the United States. And for the
Aber nicht vom Stuhl fallen.
feeling reborn, and it's like a new dawn. The misery's off, the energy's on, and I'm feeling strong. Yeah, something's
Warte, das YouTube kackt so ab.
nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling
Boah, Junge! Also ich mach mal noch höhere Qualität, aber gerade jetzt. Nur bessere Qualität. Guck mal! Oh. Unnormal, Alter. Junge, sieht das gut aus. Boah, diese Effekte sind unnormal krank. Dieses Jahr Abend. Das sieht so gut aus, ne? Boah.
We've spent 10 years together in Smite.
Ja,
But
Unreal
now,
Engine 5.
it's time for something.
Frequently heard concerns. More lands where you can join together in the audience and cheer on your favorite teams. These will be held in front of a live audience around the
Warte, wo
world.
zeigen die nochmal kurz
We
die
can confirm
Effekte?
today that in year one of Smite 2 Esports,
Niagara.
Nein, nicht nächste
How Honors
Woche.
villages off into sand. How Chalk's rain
Wir zeigen die mal kurz noch weitere Effekte.
and impact. Ability effects are all new, taking full advantage of Niagara. Watch how Anhur's pillages off into sand, how Chalk's rain wets the ground, and how Ymir's wall freezes the nearby environment. These effects will increase your immersion in the world and your sense of godly power. We looked at
Ich hab mich schon mal registriert.
subtle changes to stay true to the god, whether it's a visual balance pass, an overall fresh coat of paint, or minor proportional changes so Chalk doesn't have a dab on it anymore. No matter how big or small, we've been looking into everything
left to be done.
We're going to need your help to make Smite 2 as amazing as it can be, because we believe the best games are developed alongside their communities. We've already begun early testing with SPL pros, Olympians, and some of your favorite content creators. Their feedback has been shaping the direction of Smite 2 for months.
We expect you'll be able to get your hands on Smite 2 this spring in early alpha testing. Go to
Im Frühling,
smite2.com
Abel.
right now to register for an alpha code. Keep in mind, this will be a true alpha. The game will still be rough around the edges and even in the middle, but we want you in the game to get your feedback as soon as we can so that we're sure we're making the Smite 2 that you all want to play.
For a few of you here in attendance at Esports Stadium
Ja, wieder schlau.
you'll get a special chance to play a private test of Smite 2 this weekend.
There's so much more we can't wait to tell you about Smite 2. We didn't even have time to mention that voice packs in Smite 2 are now just unlocked automatically with each god. At 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, January 14th.
Jetzt hat jeder Voice Pack.
immediately following
Nice.
The Smite Year 11 show match. We'll be live on stage here at Esports Stadium Arlington and streaming everywhere online for our very first Smite 2 Dev Insight show. We'll talk more about our goals for Smite 2, showcase some development footage, and try to give a lot more detail about our vision for Smite 2.
And from now until alpha, we're going to be diving deep on a new feature every week. We'll cover some things we've touched on here today and some we just didn't have time to get to, like our improved audio system and how conquest roles are changing. If you want to be sure to get all the latest news, wishlist Smite 2 on Steam, Xbox,
Ja, schon ein Voice Pack ist weg.
and Epic Game Store today, and follow @SmiteGame everywhere.
To all those watching in Arlington or at home, thank you for making the Smite community strong. We can't wait to take this first step into the next chapter of Smite with all of you. And with that, it's time for the
Enemies
Smite
in right lane.
Championship.
So, gucken wir uns jetzt mal.
Finals. The question is, Myth, are we going to get a 3-game set, and does it start here?
I have so much faith in the Ferrymen, man.
I know you hate
what,
that
what,
question,
what
I'm
did
sorry.
Final K say? They just look unbeatable. JK 10 seconds later, but that JK didn't come from a place of confidence.
I know you hate that question. I'm sorry. The 2 or 3 game set question. That's never a whole lot of fun.
Okay, Mali.
The Scarabs to seem like an afterthought here, but Bobby, when they're going up against who is the #1 seed
Ja.
going into this event.
Und Smite 1 trotzdem Reset.
But does that pressure land itself on the other side of the stage with the Ferrymen?
Yeah, I think all that pressure is on the Ferrymen. The Scarabs are coming here with, we made it out of qualies, we made it to Worlds, we kind of did what we need to do. Now it's just icing on the cake. If they can do something here, if they can make some noise, as Hazer said, this is not going to be an explosive early game set. This is going to be a slow set, go for that late game. And all it takes when you get to that late game is that one fight.
We've heard some from us about these teams, from the players about these teams. Let's hear from the players themselves. We got Kelly standing by for the interview.
Thank you so much, Dolson. Joining me here are 2 of the best, most innovative solo laners that Smite has ever seen. Guys, give it up for Baskin and Deathwalker.
Okay.
Baskin, clearly your team is the fan favorite to come into the competition right now. The last set that you guys lost was all the way back in October. How is that affecting your team mentally?
I don't really think we think about it too much. I think people are saying
Eine japanische Stimme.
I don't really think that matters that much. Just because we played well like a random weekend 2 months ago, it doesn't mean we'll play well this weekend. So yeah, I mean, we're focusing on our drafts, and if we play clean, we'll win, not because we're the favorites. So, yep.
Deathwalker, during the group stages, you said that 2 of your players, that was the first time that they have ever competed in a LAN, and now they are here on the global stage. How are the vibes with everyone?
Everybody's feeling pretty good. For everyone, I think it's safe to say that we've got nothing to lose. We've proved enough just getting here. We already thought we were going to lose to the Kings, to be honest. So now just getting to play against the Styx Ferrymen, getting this rematch against Baskin, I'm actually quite excited to play, and I think everybody's feeling the same way.
Now, Baskin, your team being the first seed, you had the first opportunity to pick a team to go up against in the global stage. Why did you choose the Solar Scarabs?
We just thought, well, it was kind of a hard choice. The last seed of the tournament was the Kings, which they didn't look that great, but they are the defending world champions, so we didn't really want to pick them. And they were the next seed, the next low seed, so it was kind of an obvious choice for us. Yeah, it was between them or the Kings. It is weird picking a professional team because they have been scrimming the whole year, and the SEC teams haven't had as many scrims. So yeah, that factored into our choice a lot for sure.
So Deathwalker, you were on an absolute tear during the group stages in the solo lane, but now you're going up against Baskin. Will that domination continue?
Well, last year I was familiarized with his game, so I think for this year I expect no less, if not maybe even better than last year from him. But I've improved myself too, so I think it's going to be, I mean, I think it's going to be a challenge, but I'd probably dominate anyways.
Baskin, what
Okay.
do you
With
feel
flex.
going up against a player like Deathwalker?
I mean, from what I remember last year, he was very strong in lane. And then watching the tournament this year, he pretty much, I don't think he lost lane. He pretty much smashed everyone in lane. So yeah, that's what I expect. It's very rare.
Okay.
I've watched him for like 6 years. He very rarely puts himself in a bad spot in lane. So I expect to be a tough lane, but I think we'll pull out the win.
I know we're all excited. to watch,
Okay.
and I just have one
Beide
question
sagen,
for
sind
both
besser.
of you. Is there anything that you would like to say to your opponent?
Good luck, have fun, enjoy the 2-0.
Enjoy the 2-0. Oh!
I guess.
Oh!
Fun, I don't know.
All right, guys, go to your seats and let's head back to the
Oh! Er sagt, viel Spaß mit dem 2-0.
And Deathwalker
Wer ist der beste Solo-Laner?
after that for me here, fellas.
Deathwalker.
Which way is Deathwalker thinking the 2-0? Is he saying you're
Hard to
welcome?
know.
Is he saying
Death-
you're welcome? You're getting
ja.
here quickly because you're 2-0ing us?
Deathwalker einfach viel Spaß mit dem 2-0.
Gotta be thinking it's
Oh.
the other way, Myth.
No, Deathwalker always has a vote of confidence in himself and in his team. I got I'd win vibes from Deathwalker there. He looks good, but I'm a little better.
And it's interesting, and we sort of talked about how the Ferrymen are the ones that maybe have the pressure on them.
Ist das schon die erste Runde gegen? Oh mein Gott.
A Solar Scarabs team in the past, a Deathwalker team in the past that's playing without pressure, has been a very scary team to go up against. I've also noticed Deathwalker a bit more dressed down this year. It wasn't the full suit and tie get-up that we saw last year. Hazer, you touched on the solo a little bit here. We haven't seen the Styx Ferryman.
Der 12-Jährige.
Has the meta shifted in your mind as we move into picks and bans from what we saw last time? Has priority changed, or are the Styx Ferrymen going to be just fine?
Absolutely. The meta has really shifted, and it's been a while since we've seen Baskin play it. Last time we saw him, he was playing mid. We're seeing Osiris and Bologna as the only things we saw Deathwalker play at the play-in tournament. We've seen Achilles, we've seen Osiris, lots of lane-dominant warriors and solo front.
Was ist denn los? Picks and bans.
Picks and bans for game one between the Styx Ferrymen and the Solar Scarabs.
Oh, ein Power-Team. Oh mein Gott.
What does your mind immediately go to between these two teams as we enter the ban phase?
Well, even beyond the teams, I think we have to talk about the strongest gods at this tournament. That Athena that we've seen a ton of, a god that's been super high prioed, and the
Almalia, willkommen zurück.
god to smite, available in this tournament. Will she be played first off? Will she be banned? And where will we see her played? In that mid role or in that jungle role?
Couple junglers being banned away right off the bat, followed by the Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga ban.
Jungle matchup a bit, Mifflin. Expect to see some of those bans rolling through. Any surprises though in the first 6?
I'm surprised to see so many targeted bans immediately. Clearly the Ferrymen have done their homework here. Aprio on that Mercury has been dominant, so getting him off of it, a great first step there for the Ferrymen. But this has left a lot of priority on the table. With Thoth off the board, thought maybe we'd go towards Cuckoo instead. Support priority from the Ferrymen. And I know, Hazer, you were thinking we'd maybe see something like an Aphrodite or even a Yamoja in that slot.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Afro have so much priority in terms of bans at the last tournament. I thought we might see prio picks here from the SBL teams. Those bans must have come from somewhere. But the Sobek first pick, something that the EU teams have really valued. Ganesh gone for silence. Maybe this is a takeaway. Prevent him getting that. And Deathwalker looks
Osiris
his solo
für
lane pick straight away. The
Deathwalker.
Osiris for the solo lane.
Locked in Osiris. Bobby, does that tell you anything right off the rip here in Osiris?
Nein, Mali hat sich gut gemacht, oder? Nee, am Ende hat er doch verkackt.
Deathwalker wanted to get his god early. He wants to lock in this Osiris, which is a god we saw him dominate lanes with. Baskin said it in the interview that when he got this Osiris, he got that Bologna, he was not losing lane, and he rarely puts himself out of position.
Really good at dominating the lane on this character. Has high sustain, high DPS. One of the most recent changes to Osiris, allowing that first ability to go through minions and also hit enemy gods, just makes it really difficult to find any sort of footing up against him. And then also that Death's Embrace interaction we were talking about a little bit earlier really brings a lot of nuance to some of those late game Fire Giant dances.
Yeah, absolutely. This build for Deathwalker is something I want to touch on as well. He goes Death's Toll into the Phalanx, into Executioner normally. He goes an aggressive build and then picks up a cloak after that. And I'm interested because the Maman's open here and the Ferryman could opt to pick that up to disrupt that build in the solo lane. No Maman so far. It looks like it's going to be Chernobog locked in. And Vulcan...
Und Vulcan?
And with that Maman not
Paul mit Vulcan?
still being available, not picked. It seems like we're going for away from that god, and it's more so try to get these gods the Scarabs are comfortable with and that the Ferrymen are comfortable with. Maybe not as much on the Maman.
Vulcan picked up for the Styx Ferryman as well. Worlds Paul has arrived as well. Paul, one of the most storied players when it comes to the world stage. And Mifflin, they're going to give him a pick that we've seen plenty of plays on in the Vulcan. Is that counterable from the current standpoint in your mind with what the Solar Scarabs have left?
I'm actually concerned about this Vulcan pick, even just looking at Osiris.
Malia, hast du 2-2 schon gesehen?
To just stick to this god and make it miserable to exist, utilizing tether.
Willkommen zurück. Da, wo wir schon über dich geredet haben. Mali hat wieder auf dich geschossen.
Good luck doing that when Deathwalker's on you.
I think what's sticking out for them with this Vulcan pick is that possibility of building that Mirrodin. That's something that really stuck out in that last tournament, is we want to see Mirrodin mid lane mages. The Thoth is already gone. The weird, somewhat weird thing is no Cuckoo over the Vulcan, which is something that was super high prioed, but Vulcan's still a very good Mirrodin character, has a very good build path in the meta.
Oh!
For the Solar Scarabs.
Let's go! Zeros mit Abwasch.
For the SEC team.
I mean, we saw this a few times for Zeros.
Mashallah.
And I feel like it never looked particularly good, but he's gone back to it. He loves this god. He likes to play for the late game and kind of sit in the back line, and when he's dived, they drop that ult to kind of zone out the rest of the team and go on the frontliner. So that might be their plan here. They're going to have Deathwalker maybe solo zone and the Aplash there to kill enemy frontliners. They're going to target out the Sobek. He plucks in, misses the pluck, or the pluck is beads. You've got an Aplash, and that is a lot of damage to deal with for the Croc.
Anything obvious in your mind, Miff, to take away here for either team, or maybe now that we see them, are you agreeing with the movement that these teams have made in the second ban phase?
First off, astounded by how quickly these P's and B's are moving.
I know.
mean, at the world stage, usually use the entirety of the bank time. Ferryman finally starting to dip into theirs. I think continuing down the jungle target bans path is pretty decent. I'd probably Susano. Apriel's had a lot of success on that pick. Perhaps that's the direction the Ferryman go. Instead, take away a core of CC, Fear No Evil, the god of ultimates there, Hun Bots on the ban column. Makes a lot of sense to me.
And with a few of these junglers already gone, do the Scarabs kind of look for this jungle pick here, or do they give April that last pick, that counter pick? And there's still a few more junglers that are available. The Susano that you talked about, Rat's another one that we've seen a lot of success with, Thor is another one. But before then, Fafnir locked in, which is something we didn't even see last tournament like at all.
What's the value here in the Fafnir, Hazer?
Well, it's the only other god Silence has played, apart from Ganesh and Sobek, which are both gods. So he goes towards the Fafnir. Maybe this is the limit of his god pool. Maybe he's got 3. I'm interested to see if we could maybe see an auto-attack jungler here to take advantage of this Fafnir as well. Mercury off the table, so it'll be interesting to see if there's anything left for April to go down into. I do think we might see the Susano out here again, though. That is a god that he tends to go towards whenever this Mercury is taken away, which is pretty often.
And there's plenty of auto-attackers already on the side of the Solar Scarabs. Osiris, Hachiman, both going to benefit from Coerce. And then the Heavenly Banner on top of that really does boost the Solar Scarabs' ability to just absolutely run through neutral objectives. Secure advantage as it stands, perhaps maybe a little bit up to debate. Opwash, Corpse Explosion, of course, incredibly powerful, but Earthshaker on the other side from Vulcan means you probably got to deal with him before you look towards those objectives.
There's Worlds Paul. There's also Worlds God Pool Simon.
Erstmal Mikrofon in die Nase.
Took over Worlds on the run into the grand finals. Still
Na, das rechte Team sieht gut aus.
Bobby, what jumps out?
And it's impossible to pick what Sino's going to be going towards before you actually see him lock something in. We've seen E-sets from him. We've seen some Hunters. He will go for almost any single class in the game. He just needs to find that first god, the god that he starts finding.
Das erinnert mich an das Foto von Hussein Amjar, wo er auch das in die Nase gesteckt hat.
And it's one of those few gods with how such little early game the Styx Ferryman comp has. It gives them some semblance of that early game.
And with Thor, Rat, and Susano being
Susano
available, Rat, of course, recently, I believe putting up maybe a 10% win rate at the last land.
It wasn't good.
Probably not something these teams are considering right now. That Susano, solidly within the god pool of Apriel, brings a little bit more initiation, which is something you generally lack when you pick up a Fafnir on your team. It's not as consistent. Single target CC, of course, valuable, but you got to burn beads first. Having anyone else that can start up that fight would go a long way for the Scarabs.
Go ahead, Hazer.
Another really powerful thing about this Thor is it can punish the solo lane. We saw this a lot in the tournament coming in, the qualification tournament. Thor's looking for an early gank in solo. Deathwalker has been running it down, pressure non-stop. And with the Wukong, you can get that CC chain and kill him in a burst combo before he has too much prot online. And the Susano locked in for April. We all knew it was coming, and we'll have to see what he can do with it.
In a very selfish way, I'm happy to see the Thor. I've always said that one of the best gods as far as in-venue audio is Thor. When the Anvil of Dawn comes crashing down, there's not much like it. And so fans here in venue, get ready for some of that this game from the Styx Ferryman jungler. We now get the teams locked in here. Were there any surprises, or is this about expectation as far as, get the nerves off, get into the tournament, not revealing anything too soon?
I mean, the only thing that sticks out to me is, where is the Maman? Absolutely no Maman pick, no Maman ban, no prio at all. Is this a specific thing to these teams, or is it something that we're going to see extend through the entire tournament? I mean, outside of that, Osiris and Hachiman, high prioed. Deathwalker wants this Osiris, and Ikram really wants the Hachiman. Hazer said there's been 5 games on the 6 in the last qualifiers where he went towards his Hachiman. It's incredible that he's still able to get it.
What does the gameplay in your mind look like? The power curve here, Myth. I want to start with the Solar Scarabs though, because it's the underdog team in quarterfinal number 1 going up against the number 1 seed Styx Ferryman. What is this composition built to do?
It's late game, and that's been the Solar Scarabs' MO for as long as they've been a team. I look at this squad and I see maybe slight potential to get aggressive in the Soul lane if Susano and Osiris are stacked on top of each other. You've got really high 2v2 there. Otherwise, Aposh can be
Ich esse gerade.
controlling mid camps relatively well.
Aber ich bin gleich fertig.
It takes a whole lot of time before he's really finding the full value of his ultimate. And then even Hachi.
So, das war das letzte Brötchen.
Decent bully, but mostly locked in for his safety.
Hazer, what are you looking at?
I think the pressure situation here is really interesting, actually. I thought the Ferryman might opt to try and get pressure in one of the side lanes. It looks like they've forgone it in both. Maybe they're opting to use that to give this Thor a chance to gank side lanes and punish over aggression. But right now it feels like the Scarabs are in the position they want to be in, which is they're going to be comfortable in the early game. They're going to get to the late where they love to play. And the Ferrymen also love to play there, obviously. These comps both aimed towards Fire Giant fights. I feel like both aimed towards 5v5s over on that solo side of the map.
Maybe the answer is just always jungle. So I'm going to strike that. No one's allowed to answer jungle. Inbound, some players to watch here, given their god picks in game 1.
I mean, the one that instantly goes to me is that Chernobog. It's a god that has gotten a lot of nerfs recently, but Cyclone has always piloted better than anyone else that we've actually seen play it. And when it gets to those late game team fights, as Paul said, that's the point we're going towards. Who's going to be able to match this Chernobog? Where's Chernobog going to be going? Is he going to be grouping as much? What's kind of Cyclone's plan?
We can only ask questions for so long until we get some answers. Let's delay no further. The Smite World Championship starts right now.
Thanks so much, Dave, and the rest of the desk. It's Goran, it's Shelly, first off. Arlington, of course, to watch the Ferrymen and the Scarabs and see how this game 1 is going to break down. And I'm going to touch a little bit on what the desk was talking about there towards the very end. But looking towards this Chernobog, looking at maybe some of the pressure in these side lanes, I mean, that's going to be a really huge deal to try and keep some of that capability up if you're the Ferrymen to not fall behind, or if you're the Scarabs to fight some of what they were losing last year.
I mean, that's something I wanted to dive into previously, just because of the fact that we haven't seen the Styx Ferrymen play in such a long time, right? It's been essentially months. I was curious as to how they would pilot this meta. I was curious as to where they would go with picks and bans. Remember, this Chernobog back when they were top seed in the SPL was absolutely owning. Since then, hasn't been that high prio, but if you want anyone in the league on this Chernobog pick, I would not hate for Cyclone Spin to get it, right? He knows how to ult in early on. He's okay with missing a bit of farm to fly into Pyromancer fights early on.
Die
That
Kämpfe
can really help your team snowball elite.
Now, we have seen, I'm going to call it egregious. We've seen some pretty egregious polls throughout the year. 79-21 in Twitch chat, favoring the Ferrymen. And a lot of this conversation, when it comes to the Scarabs, what we saw last week, early game, honestly, first 25 minutes, don't even look at them for a lot of them. And then you get to that last team fight, and they turn things around, but that's what the Ferrymen like to play. That's where they like to get
gespannt.
But a lot of the conversation was around these junglers, and specifically around Sino here, who's someone I'm going to keep my eye on. Do you think that, this Thor, first off, agree with Dave, love him and Vinny.
Right.
But double down, is he going to have the pressure to help offset a little bit? As actually Echrome getting a little low over and left. They want the chase Aurora. You can see once the plug. Good body.
War Echrome nicht auch Controllerspieler?
Comes out. Delays first blood a little longer. They're not slowing down on the pressure.
No, I assume we're going to see sparks fly early on, whether that be through passive play or overextensions or just some early cringe ganks. Just pay attention to April and pay attention to Sino. They're going to head left, they're going to head right. Paul taking a lot of damage here. He's held on to it. Smart player, never one to waste a relic, but that was...
Hallo Egon! Alter Egon, was geht? Hast du Smite 2 gesehen?
This is the thing, so Vulcan, right? Third pick in, not something that's been on our minds for a little while. What is Paul gaining from having that pick in mid?
I think it's just something.
Wie geht's dir, Egon? Echt lange nichts mehr gehört. Schön, dass du meinen Kanal noch wieder zurückgefunden hast. Habe ich, ja. Ich bin so hyped.
Just spray away, free DPS. You don't exactly need an auto attacker to pull a Pyromancer early. And of course, the burst. Paul has been on point hitting those Earthshakers. So I just think it's a pick that he's comfortable on. And of course, it can match that burst that Zeros has on the Outwash.
Usually a
Oh,
little bit of
okay.
pressure around the side camps, and we see
Ja, die Mikroqualität ist da.
easily picked up by Sino. Shield buff easily secured by the Scarabs, trading out on those. But Charlie, and this maybe goes back to what the desk was asking. Are you maybe surprised to see this?
Yeah.
2 minutes in, I guess we're still level 3, right? Are we waiting for that level 5 mark for something big from a Thor?
I can tell you that's what Sino's waiting for. Yeah, you better be waiting for Anvil of Dawn. Thor's ganks are not the greatest unless you
Ehrenmann, dass du nach ab und zu den Lurk warst.
behind someone, wall them off. Then you have an opportunity. I think April could get aggressive here, and with blue buffs coming through, that could be the first fight we see. Sino's a little bit further behind just because April's farming quicker. That's the nature of Susano. So much movement, so much burst damage. But Anvil of Dawn, that could be the opener.
That's such an iconic goal. Aegis used, you had mentioned Paul holding onto it really well earlier, used instantly when April shows up in lane this time around. Maybe foregoing some of the pressure they would have had. Of course, you could tell who was here last year based on the totem chance, Trelly.
Oh, yeah.
And the Scarabs, you know, we had talked about it, and maybe we should touch on it, right? Deathwalker, Baskin, this is something that was mentioned in the interviews. This is something that has been going back and forth. It feels like this is a huge lane, but as the desk had mentioned, Osiris with the pressure win, at least in the early game.
And that's what I would expect as well, right? But, I mean, Baskin loves to get pressure if he can, but the Wukong is not usually play safe.
Soundeffekte, ne?
Very difficult to gank, but not that brawler, not that bruiser that Deathwalker can be on the Osiris. I'm glad that we are finally seeing the Osiris back in the meta because
Ich hoffe, in Smite 2 ändert sich das Socken wieder ein bisschen.
that you expect from most solo laners. Remember, when we last saw the Ferryman, it was Poseidon, it was Outwash, it was Raijin. Now we get to see Baskin on Wukong, Deathwalker on Osiris just absolutely scrapping. But with these plucks coming through, you got to pay attention to those beads as well. Remember, Paul just Aegis, but Sino's got Anvil of Dawn. He can delete someone from the map if they don't have that CC immunity.
Well, Priel's the one playing a little aggressive here. Ends up opting
Muss so, macht den 2 ins Nix.
there for the Susano. But Aurora, as you had mentioned, has been going for pluck after pluck, forcing the EI Jutsu from Ikrom. That dash has been nice, safe. With ult, Ikrom in theory is going to be just fine for a little while. But keeping your eyes, and specifically for me, watching over on Sino. I mean, Charlie, this is a team that we've gotten so used to seeing work just so effortlessly well.
They're a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want to do. They've mentioned to themselves that they don't really think they do anything that special, which is wild. They haven't lost a set since October.
Man, it was Halloween? Maybe even earlier.
It was earlier.
Yeah,
Tales of Oracle für Sun Wukong.
At this point, we heard those player interviews, right? Why are the Ferrymen so good? Well, let's break it down. Do they make many mistakes? Not really. Is their positioning bad? No. Sure, they don't do any one thing fantastic. I think it's just the fundamentals, the basics, that they just don't sweat on. And because of that, their team fight is deadly. They know how to play from behind. Remember, Aurora, if we do see them get a little bit down in gold, they'll go for a wraparound play, something like that. But something to consider. Remember, silence on the Fafnir. He's got chain CC. Paul, he left base without beads, right? He's got the Aegis. He's worried about burst damage. Same with Sino. If Silence hits a good hammer, that Draconic Transformation, you could keep this Vulcan in place for a solid 5 seconds if you chain everything together.
Der haben wir nicht getroffen.
Roar hits his pluck just a few seconds earlier. We're maybe having a different conversation for Silence. Baskin as well is rotated in, stun, beats, forced on zeros, and he's going for the chase. They're looking for a little
Nein, Abwasch!
chasing him down, but now you've got April, and April comes in to
Ja, der First war trotzdem verrot, okay. Abwasch lange genug überlebt, sehr gut. Punkt. Diese Teamfights, ne? Von wo kommen die alle? Als ob die so immer spüren können. Oh ja. Gleich gibt's da einen Teamfight. Die sind einfach gespawnt, ich schwöre, sie waren einfach alle da. Oh, lassen die alles liegen und sind auf Absprache. Nee, aber guck mal, in dem Moment, wo Abwasch angetigert wurde von Sun Wukong. Das waren 5 Sekunden und die waren alle da. Er hätte ja nicht vorher sagen können, yo, gleich kommt ein Sun Wukong und... Oh, das ist echt krank. Das ist der Unterschied zu Ranked und zu E-Sports, Mann. In Ranked hätte Abwasch jetzt gespammt. Okay.
of that
Enemy
confidence.
missing, right? Enemy
With
missing,
the
enemy
world
missing.
stage swagger on him, but he's just unkillable at this moment. Paul used his ultimate to confirm zeros, and beads are down for 80 seconds. Now Sino's got a target. Anvil of Dawn coming back
Yeah.
soon.
Enemy missing left, enemy missing, enemy.
Got to talk about Cyclone's man, right? I mean, we Anvil of Dawn, we see how fast the Susano can be, but Cyclone can change the numbers game pretty much instantly at any time. So Ikram's gonna have to be on point either with rotation.
1-1, Alter. Bei mir immer in dieser Minute sofort über 20 Kills.
That are down, not just in mid, but in duo. A little bit of a
Not im Chat F6, ja, get me out. Junge, was für get me out? Boah, ich hasse das so sehr. Get me out. Als ob das so der Hauptding ist, Hauptattraktion. Get me out. Es dreht sich alles nur um ihn. Unnormal. Er ist der Hauptcharakter.
Because they're willing to contest these neutral objectives.
I'll tell you where that gold lead is. Look at April versus Sino in the net worth charts. It'll tell you that's about 800. Susano versus
Auf Stufe 2.
First Blood goes into that a bit, but that's just superior farm. Sino has not been on point with, being able to
Raven.
presence. Of course, Thor is a little bit slower.
Auf Stufe 2. Ey, du hast jetzt... Warte mal, was ist denn Stufe 2 Emote? Dankeschön. Du bist so verrückt. Stimmt. Dieses Heul-Emote ist jetzt Stufe 2. Ja, Grimasse ist ja Stufe 3. Cool. Dankeschön, Raven. Oh, das sieht nicht gut aus. Er landet doch auf ihn. Okay. Hast du Smite 2 gesehen, Raven? Ich bin so gehypt, ne? Unnormal, also... Jetzt hast du deine Antwort, ich werde streamen. Das ganze Jahr lang über. Ich werde streamen, ich werde Content createn für das Spiel. Unnormal. Ich hab Bock. Vielen Dank für ein Jahr lang und dann noch auf Stufe 2. Du bist einfach Psycho.
What seemed like a pretty good gank attempt and a blue buff invade ends up netting not too much. You lose Somersault Cloud, you lose Lord of the Afterlife if you're the Scarabs, and of course that Typhoon from April. But we're back to the farm game.
2 levels in the jungle though, and you've been highlighting that pretty well. That's where a lot of the lead is. But Charlie, it's getting to the point where it's almost 2,000. We're approaching 10 minutes, so you're feeling pretty confident if you're the Solar Scarabs.
Ja, Mann, Egon. Krank. Nope war auf Arbeit. Zieh dir das mal rein, Raven. Ein Jahr Sub, jetzt hat der ein Jahr Gehirn.
At least for mid, specifically for Paul. You had mentioned wanting to see Cyclone spin, or originally thinking he would start rotating around 12. With a death on board, do you think he's as willing to just let it fly?
I'm going to be honest with you, Gore. When I see a Chernobog in my games, I say, don't even rotate. Just chill. Eventually, it's going to be late game. You're going to hit level 20 before anyone because you're just going to split push, and then you can just diff everyone because you have more items. The Styx Ferrymen don't really play like that. If Cyclone gets real far behind, yeah, he'll just AFK farm.
Oh, Junge, das sieht so gut aus. Raven, vielen Dank nochmal für ein Jahr.
So yeah, I would not be shocked at all if Cyclone flew in, like even right now. There's nothing going on.
Dankeschön,
Still flying,
wirklich.
it wouldn't shock me.
That would shock me.
Die Geschenke schicke ich morgen raus. Die sind verpackt. Morgen nach der Arbeit, nach dem Frühdienst.
But I also am willing to admit that the Ferrymen are the team that most acceptable of taking their own deaths if it favors their team. I think we've maybe seen Sino maybe at the top of that list, and right now taking a lot of damage. Good hammer gets him away from April, but Baskin's taken some. Has the Somersault Cloud, so he doesn't feel too much pressure, but both of them knocked back to base.
Dein Geschenk? Was meinst du?
Respawn. This is great pressure from the Scarabs.
Score, that was thin margins too. If that hammer gets knocked up, Sino's toast.
Ach so, mein Twitch-Benachrichtigung wahrscheinlich.
But that's just going to put Baskin even further behind. Now make no mistake, the Solar Scarabs played for pressure, right? That's why you grab the Osiris. Baskin is not picking the Wukong so he can win the 2v2. He's picking it so he can survive the 2v1 if Sino wants to go left. We haven't seen Sino go left because there's a Chernobog in that lane that got first blood. You're not going to fight over there. Aurora gets plucks, that's great, but Cyclone is not bringing that much DPS. Not as much as Silence, not as much as Ikram. So Sino's in a rough spot where he has to keep showing up to blue buff knowing it's probably not going to go well. but it's not like he can get active anywhere else except for mid lane. We saw one attempt on Zeros' beads. Since then, those relics have been up the whole time.
Hallo Erle. Boah, ich weiß auch nicht von wo, welche Mannschaft aus welcher Region kommt. Egon kann dir aber bestimmt helfen, wenn er noch hier ist. Wie geht's dir, Erle? Schön, dass du hier vorbeischaust und bei mir zuguckst.
Solo lane rotates in. When you've got something like a Chernobog, in theory, you'd rotate in if a fight was going to break out. The Scarabs recognize they don't want, so they back away. See that one to the Ferryman, despite getting the beacon though, despite everything that's been going on this game. The Scarabs' lead continues to grow just a little bit further. Now 2,600 gold, 12 minutes in.
And again, it's not like the Styx Ferrymen love this, right? They're not hyped about it, they're not happy. Hold that thought, Sino loses that. Aegis gets
knocked up, the damage is there, and April has the chase down. Sino, it's the fall back, you've got to roll.
Ja, zwei Teams sind aus Europa. Egon einfach Maschine.
Dash gets him away. And it's another kill over to the Scarabs.
And April does not make the same mistake twice. Last time, missed the knockup, could not catch that hammer. He said, this time I'm catching you out. The Aegis did nothing. Sino falls down. This Susano is making it all happen on the world stage. April is going to be a growing
Scarabs sind, oh. Scheiße, soll ich dann für Scarabs sein? Ich wollte eigentlich, dass Paul Team gewinnt, weil ich finde Paul ziemlich stark. Ich hoffe, dir geht's gut, Erle.
Do not seem to care about the pressure anywhere else. They'll throw it down.
Aber was meinst du mit, ich will auch eins, Jenny?
Both Sino and Paul. It feels like, you know, Burst has to come to the conversation with Paul.
April, Pika schon zusammen gespielt. Ja, also Dame sagt mir was. Ich kenn die doch nicht. Guck mal, er hat nur ein Death-Item. Er ist trotzdem nicht gestorben.
This is going to be absolutely free here, and that is exactly what the Vulcan brings. I told you, it's like a pseudo ADC. You drop the turret, if no one kills it, plenty of DPS, and that is where the Styx Ferryman can succeed. These grouped up early on objective pulls. I still think the Scarabs are fine with that, right? They step forward, they are trying to put Baskin behind, they are trying to put Deathwalker ahead. They've been successful on both
sides. Geschenke, ja, dann zählt das auf jeden Fall.
Comes into conversation now. Do you group up, drop it on a tier 1 and just give your team that extra boon of gold? Do you save it for a Fire Giant? Many of opportunities here for the Ferryman.
Do you think it's even worthwhile? Because we usually see them held for like tier 2s or for the FGs, but you're down 2,500. And that's after getting the Pyro. Is it worthwhile going for it if you have?
Und die Camps werden so geprioritized.
I gotta wrap my head around this one. Silence upgraded the Phantom Shell already.
Also im Late Game nicht mehr, aber im Early Game versuchen die alles, was übrig ist, sofort zu nehmen. Das ist schon krass. Die Soloner prügeln sich immer einfach. Das haben wir gesagt, bis einmal so ein heftiges Klatschen kommt. So. Man hört, wenn man in der Mitte ist, nur sowas. So. Und dann bis irgendjemand so macht. Das ist die beste Beschreibung für Solo Lane.
Immediately leashed just because they recognize
that was a damage check.
It's a heat check.
Exactly. They're like, hey, you guys, what would you do if I dropped a turret on gold? And they said, we could probably go check it. And they're like, all right, cool. We were just checking. we'll try it again in a couple minutes.
Ja, einfach prügeln.
Zeros, I assume, has some gold in the pocket. Doesn't quite.
Und wenn einer deinen Killing Blow macht.
Paul's got it in spades. If Zeros can't go back to base and it doesn't look
Wie dieses eine, weißt du noch, dieses eine Video mal, dieses eine Kind, wo er so ausholt. So ungefähr. Nein, warum immer Abwasch? Aber das ist immer mit Abwasch. Er stirbt, aber dafür stirbt das ganze Team vom Gegnerteam. Das ist immer so. Auch wenn ich spiele. Die gehen immer auf Approach und den jagen die dann so lange, weil er so lange überlebt. dass sie dich dann misspositionen und dann sterben die. Ist immer dasselbe mit Abwasch.
All that damage to try and go in for the confirmation, and more specifically, if you use all that damage on the outwash and you can't kill him quickly, that's when a problem's going to emerge. Zeros did exactly what he needed to. Popped the relics, dropped his damage, and said, I'm gonna run around like a chicken with his head cut off. You guys, please follow up. And that's exactly what happened. E-Chrome comes in big. There's a beautiful mounted archery. And of course, April still an absolute menace on this Susano. Scaling is the word here, as far as I'm concerned. The Scarabs are fine with fighting right now. The Styx Ferrymen are still looking a little bit later down the road, right? They'll take their objectives, but if they could choose, they would not.
So ungefähr ist das dann da drüben, Marlin. Ich muss dieses Video nochmal finden.
Far down, but eventually it's gotta, there's a reckoning that comes towards you. That's what the Scarabs are waiting for. They're waiting for that reckoning. Whether or not the Ferrymen are gonna have that explosive turnaround. That's going to be the question for them. Second beacon goes the way of the Order team. Trelly? Neutral farm. I mean, I keep going back to it because admittedly that's where it is. We talked about it. Still 2 levels in the jungle. Now 2 levels in solo. You got a level lead in the duo lane. And you are starting to push not only, I guess 3,500 gold, right? Trying to find that 4,000 mark for the Scarabs. If you get, say, this Pyromancer that's spawning in relatively soon, or if you go for a Gold Fury once it's in just a few minutes, that's going to really help push you over that edge to open up those team fights.
Yeah, and as far as build power spikes go, the Solar Scarab just looking a lot cleaner. Deathwalker, 4 items to his name. Baskin has 2.5. Of course, gold in pocket, yes, he should be able to get that full 3 pretty soon, but it's still very far behind April, though, taking a lot of damage. He's got the movement. Would a Thorold come through? If Blink's available, wouldn't risk it. Sino thinks better of it. But with that, look at Aurora. No Gotten Thieves.
Auch wenn Apoll zweimal tot geworden ist, tot geworden ist, zweimal gestorben ist, ist er trotzdem gleich auf mit dem Level. Oh nein. Paul hat ein bisschen zu früh geultet.
Didn't quite have the damage he thought he did, and Zero said, hey, I'm gonna drop Empty the Crypts. At the very least, some tick damage could come through, and that's exactly what happened. Silence picks up the Runic Bomb, and now both teams have one.
Paul put under pressure there in mid. And that's the thing, so, we've talked a lot about the pressure in solo, and maybe we should, again, just because to clarify, it's now 3 levels for Deathwalker. 5,000 gold for the Scarabs. Sub 20 minutes, they knock down another tier 1 in mid. So favorable map position. But Trelly, especially since you called it out, maybe we'll get to see some of it. We got to see an Executioner super early on for Deathwalker.
Yep.
Since then, he has felt unkillable. I think even in this moment, it kind of showcases how he's feeling. He's stepping up to the blue buff, full invade, only seeding because there are 2 people, and still able to cause a little bit of trouble. Does not steal it, but does cause some trouble for him. But how do you feel like, the Xe early on, the fact that he's so tanky, like, how is this build shaping out for him, especially going into these late game fights?
This is the DW special, man. He just likes chopping it up, below.
Das Mikrofonrauschen von denen, ne? Das stört schon ein bisschen.
And then just absolutely W keys. It's going to be a little bit difficult later on when Cyclone Spin gets active to a bit more crit. At the moment, it's just that fail not, but right now, yeah, unkillable. That is the word I would use because it's correct. Even if they could lock him down, now the 6 Ferryman that is, Beads available, Lord of the Afterlife available, has not needed to use them because who's trying to kill the level 19 Osiris? It's gonna catch up, right? He can't be unkillable forever.
Nature Boy folgt mir jetzt.
That point gets around, right before those power spikes are reached, then yeah, Deathwalker's not gonna care. First to 20, actually, I think E-Chrome beat him by a small margin. Either way, Protector of the Jungle for April, E-Chrome's level 20, Deathwalker's level 20. Starter items will be upgraded very shortly.
Yeah, those first 3 level 20s being on the opposite side. I mean, Ferryman, it's not often we get to see them trail and farm. And admittedly, last week, one of the weakest points of the game for the Scarabs was their early game. And while it's not necessarily explosive, right? 6 kills on the board total. They have done an excellent job of just farming. I mean, look at that. It is a steady slope down in their favor. Jelly, at this point, you're looking towards Fury, which is up, and I think E-Chrome starting to get a little bit of damage. And there's not going to be a response.
Ferryman on fire.
Like you said, fire. Deathwalker spots this out immediately.
Fire?
So you know what's going on, but you've got the burst. Paul is going to be essential for this one. Deathwalker goes in. All he wants to do is disrupt.
Wird weggeschreddet.
Relics on Paul, and he's looking for more damage. There's the ult. Ferryman get themselves the fire, but can they win the fight?
No,
the
they
chase
cannot.
is going too well for the Scarabs.
Okay, Scarabs.
Real looking great. Basket
Oh. Schöne Auto-Attack cancels von April. Boah.
The Scarabs were onto that play immediately. Paul just
Schöner
trying to get his burst damage off.
Schöner Gameplay von dem.
Confirm the objective. They've got Fire Giant on 2, but the Solar Scarabs are running it down mid.
Got the pressure on tier 2. Don't know if they're going to do much. Sino backs the base. Now, Trulli, this is perfect opportunity. Back, Oracles, Fury, Golden Pocket. You've essentially nullified that Fire Giant.
Okay.
But you've also kind of given yourself limited options to do after this Fury. Next few minutes for the Scarabs, what do you want to see him do?
As far as I'm concerned, the Styx Ferryman did that to sort of stem the bleeding, right? Now, the Scarabs can't get Fire Giant for 5 minutes. They're going to stall. They're going to slow this game down. But the Solar Scarabs have such a lead. They've got Oni Fury. Titans will be marching very shortly. I want them to push as if they have the Fire Giant. I don't care if you don't have the buff. You have more items. You have more tank stats. You have more dive ability. Yeah, it's about time the Solar Scarab group up as 5 and start getting these towers down. No runic bombs in play currently, but spawning in here shortly already. The Ferrymen are here. Let's see how much.
Oh, Death Walker.
This time they're finally chasing him down. They finally got what they needed.
Boah.
100 to 0.
Da haben sie ihn aber ausgelöscht.
Now pulled by the Ferrymen, trying to cut down some of that 6,000 gold lead the Scarabs have, and they'll bring it back into a manageable position. But Trelli, Beacon is where the Ferrymen opt to turn their attention. They don't have any tier 1s to run to. No defensive havens right there in the middle of the map. That line of scrimmage knocked further back. Now Titan's going to be spawning in left. If you want to see him push, especially with no worry of Fire Giant, this might be the time.
Yeah, Deathwalker made a mistake there. You can't step up that far. And again, the tank stats, he was unkillable until I said Cyclone was going to get some more crit online. The second Deathbringers gets online. That health bar just started getting absolutely melted. Just a wall. That's all it really was. The wall from Sino.
Also, man geht kein Crit.
This build needs a little bit more tank stats. It's like a Mantle of Discord or a Spirit coming in later. I don't think Deathwalker's going to make that mistake again. Wait for the team until you group up. But the Ferrymen, they've shown. They still have some legs in this fight. They can step forward. They can look for a pick if you're overextended.
We talked earlier and mentioned a lot of the gold lead, just in general, the experience lead.
Oh, Player Damage Upwatch sieht so gut aus, ne?
Only hit 20 once, and then you're locked there forever. Everybody's caught up. 18 to 18 for the sports. They're the only ones who haven't hit 20 just yet. But it is 5-0 and 2. 100% kill participation for April. This Susano has been just absolutely above right now. Maybe looking to show it. Teleports in. Knock up good on the ball, but the Aegis buys some time, and they finally shut him.
Okay.
Turnaround is what they needed. Now Sino goes in. Dunk is good, but you've got this field of death laid out.
Wollte nur die Beats holen. Wollte nur die Beats.
Have to play carefully. Sino apparently didn't get that memo. Instead, goes in a 2v3. Good damage.
Nein, Abwasch.
Isolated, locked down by his team, and one more kill through an alternate timeline. Great wall just to secure it, and suddenly we're looking at a much closer game.
Okay.
That was thin margins as well. April held the Typhoon so close, but the Aegis
Sind wieder back.
next there for Paul. He gets to live to see another day. And then just turn around, hits him with the Earthshaker and the backfire.
Aber Paul hat das gut gespielt. Krass. Das sind richtige Pros, Alter.
Never worth it, but the timeline stands tall. The Ferrymen are pushing up left, and they have a full health Titan helping them out with their siege. I mean, I'm going for the Phoenix here. You got plenty of time, but April.
Es wird ein Phoenix, glaube ich.
Yeah, maybe you grab the tier 2 and back it up. You forget, the Scarabs have been winning this whole game just by nature of gold.
That Fire Giant, they still had it on 2 for that push. Falls off now.
Einfach wieder even geworden, Gold.
Respawn around the same. We're looking at for a Primal Fury and just a
Kein
little
Phoenix.
for a Pyromancer. A lot coming up. And it's all going to be at once, Trelli. But the pressure, I mean, the willingness right now for the Ferryman to step up to the objectives has been entirely around Paul's ult. And that diamond is full. His relics aren't in the best position, but it does feel, especially since we have a minute to play with, that he is the one to target if you're the Scarabs.
Yeah, I think April recognized the mistake of, oh, I can't just 100 to 0 anymore. I can't just eat that Earthshaker anymore. They're going to have to play this fight a little bit differently, but look what happened in the meantime. That gold lead is gone. The Ferrymen have evened out this game. Fire Giant spawning in here shortly. Aurora already looking to get some more cover.
Ach, Nature Boy, ich habe dich gar nicht begrüßt. Ich sehe gerade, dass du da auch reingeschrieben hast. Wie geht's dir, Nature Boy? Ich hoffe, deine Krankheit ist ein bisschen besser geworden.
Always go for a Fire Giant pull. Remember, the burst is still disgusting from Paul.
Chase down. right? With Cyclone Spin, is that something you want to see him use the ult for? I mean, most of the time, I'm used to the fact that he should be, in theory, over at that tier 2 line, trying to knock down minions, and using that to join the fight a little bit later. But do you like the idea of maybe trying to find some of that burst early and use that for a potential chase down? Use it maybe as an escape? Is there a lot of dive to threaten specifically Cyclone?
As far as I'm concerned, Cyclone should hold on to the ult until someone gets...
Immer noch schlecht, ehrlich. Mir geht's gut, danke schön. Hast du Smite 2 Trailer gesehen, Nature Boy?
You created a slow, you've given vision to your whole team, and you reset your cooldowns. All beneficial, so I don't want Cyclone being the first one in just about ever, unless it's a targeted 1v1 versus Echrome, where he's going to win just about every time. Crit versus Kins, Echrome did not build to 1v1 Cyclone Spin.
Pyromancer is going to be the first heat check.
Unnormal nice aus. Ich war echt geflasht.
String of Ferryman wards on their side to make sure that they can cover up any deep vision that the Scarabs has thrown down. Objectives are so awkward when you have Opwash.
Alles ab.
Feels like he can create that huge no-play zone, but all it takes is Paul aiming just a little carefully, and suddenly things fall apart. Do you like the Scarabs?
Weiß nicht, ich finde
kind of vibe check
Corpse Explosion von
especially since they just lost a massive chunk of
boah, der Cthulhu auf N0 oh mein Gott.
Let off the gas pedal.
As far as I'm concerned, this is an even game. I don't mind either team going in for a heat check, right? Yeah, go in for see if you can find some damage, see if you can find some poke, but no team feeling too confident. That's what I've been waiting for, though. Cyno has the ability to set up a pluck for Aurora every single time. He can pull beads without committing his body like a pluck, and he can just half health any carry. If he finds one of those walls, don't think you want to pluck in silence, though. As you can see, Aurora took much more than the Fafnir.
Noch Wash Damage ist da. Also im positiven Sinne.
I mean, Deathwalker, and you had mentioned this, but that crit is working overtime right now for Cyclone. It just shreds that Osiris.
I didn't even realize they gave him both bombs. Now I really want to see him split push. If someone heads over, he flies in, you win the 4v5, and if they don't,
free Phoenix.
You drop 2 bombs on Phoenix and a free Phoenix, exactly. And you can still fly in whenever you want.
Yeah, that part doesn't disappear. It's so, I guess, in contrast to last week, right? Deathwalker just looked so unkillable in so many of the games, especially as the Osiris. Do you want, I mean, we can see the build, right? It's not planned as of right now, but is it worth trying to go for a Spectral? I know last week we were even talking, like, it feels bad to have to go for it.
Right.
But if Cyclone's smacking you down like this, sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to come through. I think Silence is going to pick it up because there's no way. Like, you already have your breastplate. I assume that Spectral just started.
Es ist ruhig geworden, das Spiel. Wir möchten hier nichts riskieren.
This is an expensive build he's went for. I cannot see him selling any of these items except maybe the Xe if he feels like, hey, I'm way too squishy at this point. I need that extra defense, but not something Deathwalker likes to do. He still likes to 1v1 junglers. He likes to find Paul and chop through him with the Xe. It's not going to happen at this point, but we have stalled so long that Enhanced Fire Giant is spawning in here in 8 seconds. Not a single attempt at the game.
Stimmt, keiner hat was versucht.
I was going to say even. The Styx Ferryman just pulled ahead naturally at this point because of being all across the map.
Jetzt ist es ein EFG.
What's their opening, right? They've got the hammer from Silence. They've got a pull from a Priel, whereas I cannot stress enough how easy the Thor wall is to just break this fight wide open.
Baskin is the one who's hovering up a little further than everybody else. Cyno goes for the wall, doesn't get the double tap though. And I thought Deathwalker showing himself in left. Yes, he has teleport. Maybe that's going to be.
Osiris ist links.
And there's a little scuffle in the Fire Giant pit. But Ferryman not willing to lock it down. You had mentioned it. One Fire Giant already on the board. Now Enhanced is what we're waiting for. Pyromancer, it's going to be coming back in a little under 2 minutes. There's a Primal Fury on the other side. Risk to try and go for that. But with the beacon coming up, now the heat check comes through. Ferrymen are exactly where you need to be. They might have this one just absolutely covered. Silence, Deathwalker trying to get in. It's a slow walk for the Scarabs, and it looks like they're turning around. They're looking for Basket, but Cyno goes in, zeros.
Abwasch wird sogar noch sterben, oder? Nee. Basket kann da nicht rein.
Down over the wall, forces Deathwalker's
lead. Oh.
You've just got this, I mean, distraught immediately into the backline to force a Priel and zeros back, and now you
Krass, die haben einfach EFG.
I gotta wipe off the glasses I'm not wearing for a second. Why was that the most free Enhanced Fire Giant we've ever seen? It just seems like the Scarabs, like, they're not gonna do it, and the Ferrymen are like, we sure are. We can just go in, pull, get the burst immediately. No relics used except for the Bracer and of course Baskin's Blink, but Look at the relics on the side of the Scarabs. Aegis is down for zeros. He just got his alternate timeline back up, but he's not going to feel too confident if that Earthshaker comes back, and guess what? It just came off cooldown, not to mention Cyclone used both Runic Bombs, so it's not going to be easy to grab this Phoenix.
Yeah, one stun. Paul can find an ult that connects on the Ecrum.
Eigentlich müssen die mit Aposh gut siegen können.
Change the pace of this game.
Ja, die gehen zu Gold.
And Trelly, I'm happy to see they're falling back, right? Some golden hand, 3,200 right now for Aurora.
Und stimmt, wir müssen ein bisschen shoppen gehen.
But we got to look in on their aggression, how well they can break into the Phoenix, but more importantly, how the Scarabs can hold on, because this is where we've seen them turn a lot of these games around, is this late game into a Phoenix dive, forcing a team to make mistakes under their Titan.
And this is where I think the Ferrymen have a lot of options as well, right? They can split up, and I think that's entirely possible. Send Baskin, send Sino. You have Enhanced Fire Giant. Any one of the Ferrymen besides Aurora could solo a Phoenix in seconds, right? That's the benefit of this buff. You still, if it's a 2v2, Cyclone can join them over on right. The one thing I don't want to see is a full 5v5 in left lane, and that is something the Ferrymen love to do. They feel confident as a team. Sure, you got 5 bodies, so you feel like your fight is much better, but spreading the Solar Scarabs thin, trying to weasel out the people with no relics, try to get some CC onto Zeros or onto April. I think that's the best way to play this. But so far, the Ferrymen, they're going slow. Only about 2 minutes left on this power play. They haven't done much
Jetzt Vulkan noch zurück nach dem Camp. Hat noch danach 2k Gold. Aber hat alles an Items.
Potions of power. I see an elixir held onto by Cyclone Spin. That's where the gold is gone. It was a massive lead for the Scarabs, but now 33 minutes in and only 2 kills down for the Ferrymen. They've got almost 9,000 gold.
Aber einfach nur 12 Kills. Bei mir passen diese 12 Kills in den ersten 5 Minuten.
Cyclone Spin, auto attack, Deathwalker since Dominance has been purchased, and the 3k pot has still not been purchased. Right? We saw him get shredded before. That was pre-Mantle of Discord, but Dominance and the Elixir of Power and Enhanced Fire Giant, that's going to eclipse all of that. This Chernobog is going to be absolutely swinging. They haven't had to fight though, right? The Ferrymen.
Die Solo-Laner fighten jetzt einfach in der Mitte statt.
I still think you send Sino mid. I prefer right lane, but with the tier 2, it looks like they're going in for the all-out on left.
Well, they've got the knock-up. Silence taking a surprising amount of damage. Knock the Phoenix down in just a few autos. Now you can pivot over towards the mid lane. Do you see him go in? Do you see him dive? Or do you see the Scarab? Especially, I mean, Zero's ult available, right? How well is their defense going to go?
Oh, he's going up.
He's up in the air, looking and trying to find it. Gets a stun onto April, looking for the 1v1, but the teleport's a little bit back.
Schöner 3.
Knock him away, but that knocks him back to base. Opens up a little damage on the Phoenix. Zero forces the Ferryman to fall back, play it safe for a few more seconds.
Ich glaube, die Ult hätte ja ein bisschen warten können.
The Scarabs didn't even defend left lane. They essentially watched everyone walk forward. Some relics are down now in the Styx Ferryman. They've got a little bit more time left on this buff. They want to step forward. They want one more Phoenix if they can, but lots of ults available.
Baskin into the back, stun immediately onto Echrome, trying to make him uncomfortable. Aurora disrupting the front line, and Deathwalker gets knocked down to his deathbed and is slowly running away. Silence taken down. Baskin doing everything he can in his power, and he's got the rest of the team to back him up and do what they need. 3 already knocked down on the Scarabs. The Ferrymen looking at the Titan, doing everything in their power to control this pluck onto Deathwalker.
Aber keine Chance.
They have Trelly with 4 already gone. They're going to march into the Titan room, and they're going to take game number 1.
They're going to play this one slow. Zeros has some burst damage. Look at these low health bars, Gore. This might not be as easy as you think. Zeros has some damage. He needs to
kann Abwasch versuchen.
any kills yet.
He's trying to hold it. You need something big. No defense. You can root
Bin gleich wieder da.
but he's not able to find it. Game 1 to the Ferryman.
Das hätte ich nicht gedacht. Ja, die Ult war nicht so gut von Aposh. Das war so eine Panic-Ult. Schade Zeros.
Once they understood their burst, they just stepped up and played objectives better. A free Enhanced Fire Giant in a pretty much even game, that can't happen in game number 2.
Yeah, it was such a wide opening as well, right? And we saw, you know, last week, watching Scarabs games, where was their opening? It was
Schade.
And it felt like walking into 4 and not having.
Warum streiten die?
This time around, and we
Vielleicht wegen der Ult.
Cyclone just says no, man. Like, you can't do that, and punishes them. So is it a build thing? Is it a playstyle thing? What needs to change for the Scarabs if you're looking towards game 2.
Deathwalker can't die like that if the whole team is grouped up. He was by himself. He had been unkillable for the first 20 minutes. Why not just, you know, death check a Pyromancer and see if you're good? He wasn't. He learned immediately, but it didn't matter after that. The Runic Bombs added up, the Fire Giants fights added up, and the Ferryman had just unlimited confidence for the rest of that game.
Well, the Ferryman, they strike first this time, but it takes them a little while to get there. We'll see how game 2 is going to shake out and what the Scarabs have to answer back right after this break.
So. Aura hat Nein, Ferryman, die haben sich gestritten. Okay, bis engagier mal hier für den Lurk. Mach's mir ein bisschen gemütlich hier. Bisschen Decke. Ich guck mir kurz nochmal Smite 2 Trailer an. Falsches Video. Was stand als vorgeschlagenes Video? Smite 2.
The same freaking idea. Contemplates the landing. Tusky smashing.
Also, Smite 2 is real and it looks incredible. Ja, das stimmt.
Woke up this morning, yeah, feeling reborn, and it's like a new dawn. The misery's off, the energy's on, and
Wieso guckt YouTube so ab? Moin Aichi! Du kommst perfekt für den Smite 2 Trailer. Falls YouTube das machen will.
if I'm being honest, nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly.
Boah, Junge, das sieht so gut aus. Schon gesehen. Ja, mein YouTube will nicht machen. Keine Ahnung, was mit meinem YouTube ist. Alles andere funktioniert, nur YouTube nicht. Wie geht's aber, Aichi? Schön, dass du da bist. Schon, dein Name sagt mir was. Du bist jetzt zum ersten Mal hier.
Don't have the crit, and then you just don't have that Vulcan also.
And that leads me to a concern in the itemization as well. I saw anti-crit on Fafnir only. You kind of want that on your Osiris. You kind of want that on your Soul Laner as he's leading the charge for the most part. As well as the fact that I thought the Styx Ferryman did a really good job playing around.
Mir geht's auch gut. Dankeschön der Nachfrage. Schön, dass du da bist, Mann.
Addressing it at a macro level. What is Fafnir good at? Getting onto neutral objectives and dealing with them quickly. And the Ferrymen say, okay, what if there aren't any neutral objectives to do? What if we'll trade 2 or 3 of our lives on Gold Fury or on Fire Giant or on Pyromancer, because then you get nothing afterwards. So I thought very intelligent play there from the SPL.
Lots of ebbs and flows in game number 1. Let's take a look back with our Steel Series moments of glory from game number 1. Again, right off the bat, it's looking all Solar Scarabs all day. Suddenly, though, Hazer, the Thor starts to connect a little bit better. This is a big team fight early in the game where the Ferryman still
Ich weiß, du schaust mich schon länger zu. Dein Name, sag mir was. Ich glaube, du bist ein Ultra-OG, kann das sein? Moment mal. Ich muss kurz gucken, wie lange du mich schon folgst.
Yeah, this was the one. Paul's known for his relics and he gets an outstanding beads Aegis.
Das ist ein super OG, glaube ich. Ne? Oh, du folgst mir nicht mehr. Aber hier ist keine Meldung, dass du zum ersten Mal geschrieben hast. Guck mal, ich habe dich on-stream exposed, dass du mir noch nicht folgst. Folgt mir jetzt! Schau, schön, dass du zurück bist. Hi. Ja, für alle Konsolen und Generationen. Wann wir das releasen? Frühjahr 2024.
I think maybe if they look to snowball it super hard, but that's just not the Ferryman style. They don't care to end the game pre-30. They want to hit that 30, 35-minute mark. They want to go for those EFGs. And I think when you fully
also wird nicht direkt releasen.
and you see like this really good macro play where they're all just playing together. Before that, it's a little bit harder.
Aber ich habe mich ja schon registriert, also mal schauen.
So much easier for sieging and stuff like that. So yes, maybe with a little bit more snowball they could have ended, but at least with the Ferryman, I wouldn't expect too many pre-minute, 30-minute games.
Yeah, curious to see, because Mifflin, now the question is, what type of feeling does game 1 leave you with? Because I think there's a couple ways of looking at it. One, the Scarabs are very much in this set. They swing big here in game 1. 2, the collapse from that big swing was equally as powerful on the other side. What emotions are you left with, really, for either team here after game one?
Look, from the interview before the game, I got maybe a sense Deathwalker a little bit nervous. That game tells me they can compete, and they can win out in that early game handily. I would almost want to see the Solar Scarabs full all-in on the early game style, because clearly at that late game team fight, that's where things start to fall apart a bit. If they have just a little bit more pressure on objectives, a little bit more ability to play through that early game, they can push the lead that they had. It was 5,000. I don't want that to be lost on anyone. Sing the praise of the Ferryman all you want. 12-0 totems to Deathwalker in lane. Everything looked good.
And I think it starts with the support. I think this Ganesh is more of a late game god, but they didn't play him to these objectives. They don't have that crit.
Content creator.
So there's just the difference in they had that 5k lead.
Okay.
How did they try to push it? Through a couple fights. Those fights don't pan out. They end up losing a lot of that lead. They just go for these objectives like the Ferryman did. That's their way to push the lead. That's what they should look to do. Maybe a Frenzy or a Bracer on that Fafnir and look for that route.
Yeah, I do feel like the Faf found limited value there. It seemed like Silence got forced onto it almost. It's the only god that was available.
Aber ich bin doch schon ein.
The only
Krieg
god
ich.
left, I should say. And it didn't really seem to find the pressure around objectives that you would expect from a Fafnir.
Goodness, what a roaring start
Schaue ich mir nachher mal an.
Championships in season 10. Game 1, we've broken it down. Stick around. Game number 2 of our first quarterfinal coming up next.
Well, for qualifiers, I think we did fairly well. We definitely played against Kings better than we did against Kalin Wardens. I don't think we're too happy with how we performed against Wardens.
I'm kind of shocked we made it through, actually. Going into the tournament, we barely practiced at all, and we were talking about sacking the first set against Kings because we thought like they'd be really good. And as I said, we hadn't practiced in a long time, but then it was so easy. So I was like, what the hell is going on here?
Our matchup into Ferryman, it's gonna be quite tough. I think we're probably the right team for it. I don't know if this team is crazy aggressive early game. I mean, even if they are, I'm sure we'll find a way to deal with it. But in general, I think both sides would be pretty happy to farm up, go late game. Maybe they feel more confident in their late game against us, but I mean, we feel the same way. So maybe it's just a matter of immovable object versus unstoppable force.
Das Gute ist, ich werde müde. Ich muss in 2-3 Stunden schlafen. Das heißt, ich werde danach schlafen können.
So I'm actually kind of happy with the matchup, honestly. And I can't believe they picked us first over Kings anyway, so it's kind of weird.
It feels good playing against him again. It just feels good in general playing against someone like Baskin whenever there's a world stage, especially since I'm coming from the SEC. You know, it's kind of a reminder that I still got it. If I'm completely honest, I think 2-0 sticks Ferryman, but hey, I gave us like a 20% chance of winning.
I think that focus said 20% and I go 19%.
Das Team von Paul wird schon gewinnen. Das wird ein 2-0. Also noch mal 5 Minuten. Okay. Unnormal hyped. Aishi. Ich werde so viele Contents dafür machen. Sei es auf TikTok oder auf egal wo.
Their feedback has been shaping the
Ich werde mich
direction of
komplett
Smite
auf
2
das
for
Spiel
months.
konzentrieren. Schaut doch mal, wie das aussieht. Auch wenn mein YouTube abkackt.
We expect you'll be able to get your hands on Smite 2 this spring in early alpha testing.
Aber das dauert halt noch ein bisschen, bis das komplett da ist, ne?
It's Unreal 3, which first released back in 2006. We've got a lot to talk about today, so let's get started.
Smite 2 has all the things you already love about Smite, and so much more. It's got the depth of strategy and tactics that you can only find in a 3-lane MOBA. Competition is core,
Boah.
and rest assured,
Wir haben den Ult von Anhor geändert, habt ihr gesehen?
and so much more. It's got the depth of strategy
Er
and
macht
tactics
nicht alles gleich stark.
in a 3-lane MOBA. Competition is core to our
Der letzte Schuss
and
ist
rest assured that
2,5
Smite 2 is a
stärker.
competitive game that rewards your time and your skill. But unlike those other MOBAs, Smite 2 has amazing third-person combat. Whether you're coming from MOBAs, shooters, action games, or MMOs, you'll feel instantly at home. And of course, Smite 2 feels great on keyboard and mouse or on controller.
Naturally, Smite 2 has a diverse roster of gods representing mythological pantheons from around the world, all updated for UE5. Some, like Loki, stay true to the god you love in Smite 1. They just look a lot better. Others, like Anubis, have incredible new animations and godly effects, flexing the power of UE5.
Oh,
Some are
Junge.
reimagined with new abilities. That's right, Ymir's wall now knocks up enemies, and he can use it to rocket jump, at least as much as a frost giant can
Was?
jump. And some
Hä?
have all new
Das habe ich ja gar nicht gesehen.
new abilities. That's and
Es knock
godly
up Gegner.
effects, flexing the power of UE5. Some are reimagined with new abilities. That's right,
Stimmt.
Ymir's wall now knocks up enemies, and he can use it to rocket jump, at least as much as a frost giant can jump. And some
Rocket?
have an all-new look
Mobility für Ymir.
to their Smite 1 legacy while updating it for a new era. Here's an early look at Smite 2's Neith, who feels much more mythologically appropriate than before.
And of course, Smite 2 has all new gods. Introducing Hecate, whose flowing robes and otherworldly effects are only possible in UE5.
Das ist aber voll
Hecate,
cool.
the Greek goddess of sorcery, has been the single most community-requested god for Smite. Players have felt her impact in Smite for years through the item Ring of Hecate, but now they will finally be able to play as the legendary witch herself. Hecate brings an elegant playstyle to Smite 2 with her ranged magical abilities. Her magic allows her to reach through dimensions and even travel within the liminal space itself. Hecate's flames can guide the way, or her sorcery can bring gods to a halt. The choice is yours. Hecate is the first of 5 all-new gods coming to Smite 2 before launch, but we can't give everything away just yet.
Smite 2 is more than just Smite. Smite 2 is our chance to go back, take all the learnings from 10 years of making Smite into one of the most successful multiplayer games of all time, and do it all strictly better. Not just better in some ways and worse in others, but undeniably better.
There are improvements you'll see straight away. Smite 2 leverages things like dynamic lighting, using physically based rendering, cloth simulation, higher polygon counts, and a
Das
whole
sieht schon
slew
so
of
gut
other
aus,
features
ne?
that we weren't able to take advantage of in Smite. Our goal has been to enhance the visuals in all areas while preserving the feel of Smite that our players love. We've made improvements to things like animation, effects, environment art, but we're just as proud of the hundreds of little touches. We focused on things that you'll appreciate even if you don't consciously notice them. Smite 2 should just feel better.
For example, something as simple as a jump animation has had a major overhaul, allowing for a smoother flow while adding context and impact. Ability effects are all new, taking full advantage of Niagara. Watch how Anhur's pillar dissolves into sand, how Chalk's rain wets the ground, and how Ymir's wall freezes the nearby environment. These effects will increase your immersion in the world
Oh, das ist schon
and your
krass.
sense of godly power. We looked at every god and made subtle
Moin, was geht ab, Nummer 2 Meme?
whether it's a visual balance pass, an overall fresh coat of paint,
Smite
or
2.
minor proportional changes so Chalk doesn't have a dab on it.
Einfach am Start,
No
Nummer
matter
2
how
Meme.
big or small, we've been looking into everything and working hard to really push the boundaries of what Smite 2 can be. Every aspect of the presentation is being considered to create an improved experience.
Gesehen, unnormal,
Smite 2 is
oder?
also strictly better technically than Smite, in pretty much every way imaginable.
Our new Rally Here backend supports millions of concurrent users. Smite 1 players know that our
Bist
old
gespannt.
monolithic matchmaking
Ich
had a
auch.
tendency to
Normal,
lag long
eigentlich.
before we had that many players. Smite 2 will have an all-new custom matchmaking system, which is specifically designed to tackle the unique challenges of matchmaking for a MOBA.
Boah, aber ich glaube, die Runde hat jetzt
Reigned
angefangen.
with a
Oh,
brand
oh.
new system that aims to bring the competition for a MOBA. And Ranked will be reimagined with a brand new system that aims to bring the competition to more players than ever, while creating a true uncapped battle for the #1 spot in the world.
Smite 1's UI runs on Flash. Yes, that Flash, which has long kept us from creating a modern UI with polish and performance that's finally possible in Smite 2.
And Smite 2 is a next-gen
polish and performance that's finally possible in Smite 2.
And Smite 2 is a next-gen native title, taking full advantage of
Du kriegst so Legacy Gems.
full crossplay across PC,
So
Steam Deck,
50%
Xbox Series X,
für die Sachen, die du ausgegeben hast in Smite 1,
Smite 2 is a game where fighting feels
wird
strictly
quasi
you can
übertragen
feel more like a god with additional impact on
auf Smite 2. Habe ich gelesen.
Weapon movements leave trails, making attacks more visible. Upper and lower body animations are more in sync, positioning your character within the action. Specific animations and effects have been retuned to add more
Sieht so
impact
gut
to the
aus,
game.
ne?
CC status and immunity are now clearly communicated on nameplates, so it's easier to read the flow of combat. And work has been done on the UI and user experience to make sure you truly feel when you're
Eins wird noch weiter gearbeitet. Es sind zwei verschiedene Spiele.
so it's easier to read the flow of combat. And work has been done on the UI and user experience to make sure you truly feel when you're hitting your enemies and being hit.
And perhaps most importantly, it's a game with strictly better
Ja, no,
tactical and
sowieso.
strategic depth than Smite 1. We've completely overhauled the idea of items and relics in Smite 2 to open the doors for more creativity, expression, and experimentation in every game you play. First up, relics are gone, at least as you know them. Now every god has 2 buttons by default: purification beads to immune crowd control, and a warding slot used specifically for your choice of vision control options. What about the other former relic options and items? Well, now your entire 6-slot item inventory could potentially have an activated effect, triggered by a button press. If you want blink, buy a blinking amulet. And don't worry, if you don't want to think about using any extra buttons in combat, you can still build items that are focused on stats and passives instead. The choice is yours in this new system.
The item store is now easier to navigate, with an entirely new way to build items. Want a cooldown item? and don't
Damit
want
bin ich noch nicht so
scouts
ganz
to
überzeugt.
Don't
Dieses
wanna
neue
have to
Item
decide
Shop.
now what finished item you'll need in 5 minutes? Don't worry, just build a bow, and every single item with attack speed can be built out of that bow. And you'll have more creative builds than ever before. Gods are no
Ja.
longer just magical or physical. Each god will now have 2 different sources of power: strength and intelligence. Different
Und jetzt gibt's nicht mehr Magical und Physical. Also jeder Gott hat jetzt wohl Stärke und Intelligenz. Und je nach Fähigkeiten skalieren die auch. Also das ist irgendwie... Ja, Crit Ymir. Hallo Shakura. Es wird ein Crit Ymir geben. Womit sie einen abziehen. Mal schauen, Raven.
and all gods will be able to build all items. Face Punch Ymir with crit is back. Hunters that used to do it all like Kurtanos now will need to build int in order to increase damage on certain abilities, like his polymorph. And new hybrid.
Guck mal, du machst... Wobei, ich finde das allerdings... Ich finde das allerdings okay, jetzt... Ja, Shakura, mit 3 E-Mails oder so habe ich mich registriert. Nein, nur ein E-Mail. Sowas macht man nicht. Das finde ich aber cool, doch, wenn ich so... Stay mit 5, ja, ich gehe nachher auch auf 9 E-Mails hoch. Auf Stream. Das ist okay, guck mal. Du musst...
Hunters that used to do it all like Kurtanos now will need to build int in order to increase damage on certain abilities.
Du brauchst Intelligenz, damit deine Ult Damage macht, ja. Außer du fixierst dich quasi nur auf Physical, auf deine erste Ability und zweite und dritte Ability vielleicht. Und sagst dir, yo, ich brauche die Ult eigentlich nur für CC, verzichtest quasi ein bisschen auf Intelligenz. Du brauchst halt nur den CC, um dich zu safen oder so. Aber Alter, guck mal, wie schön das aussieht. Guck mal, wie schön. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich ein bisschen übertreibe, aber das sieht echt gut aus.
Polymorph. And new hybrid utility options let Chalk build int to buff his healing.
Stimmt. Das ist echt cool. Wenn du mehr Heilung brauchst für Sharks 3, musst du Intelligenz bauen.
Hybrid utility options let Chalk build int to buff his healing.
Das ist schon cool. Also du kannst dann quasi so einen Support-Shark spielen, wo du einfach nur, weiß ich nicht, auf Crowd Control gehst mit dem Regen. Das ist echt, ich mag den Matching und ich mag alles, wie das aussieht.
Ambush your enemies from new stealth zones and make clutch rotations through portals connecting outer lanes.
Das ist auch interessant, so diese Teleportsteine.
Clutch rotations through portals connecting outer lanes. Battle against the Fire Giant, fully equipped with new abilities and new tactical approaches.
Ich bin so hyped. Also bei mir wird es Content regnen, Leute. Smite, Streams, Content, Tipps und Tricks. Ich werde mich komplett auf das Spiel fokussieren.
Gain every advantage through mastering new lane and jungle mechanics. New minion formations and siege minions will make laning
Guck mal, da kommen einfach so andere Minions.
jungle mechanics. New minion formations and siege minions will make laning more rewarding, while in evolving
Was sind Siege Minions?
New minion formations and siege minions will make laning more rewarding.
Ja, Sage Minions. Siege. Goku Solo FG alleine, cringe. Das ist einfach
And there's an
einfach
all
nur
way
so
to
gezeigt
intentionally
worden.
interact with the map through a button press. Use this to fight over the Warhorn, which strengthens your minions, or to pick up a buff. That's right, there are no more accidental buff pickups in Smite 2.
As we've said,
Was?
That's right, there are no more accidental buff pickups in
Ach so, Accident. Also aus Versehen Buff aufnehmen.
Smite 2.
As
Okay.
we've said before, Smite 2 is a true sequel to Smite and a new standalone game.
Oh,
So let's address the question
hat
on
die Runde schon
everyone's mind.
angefangen? Ne, immer noch nicht.
Existing
Okay.
content from Smite 1 will not directly transfer to Smite 2. But don't worry, just because your content doesn't directly transfer doesn't mean we're not rewarding our loyal players in Smite 2 for their time, money, and accomplishments.
First, let's talk about why we are not directly transferring content. Smite 2 is a multi-generational leap from Smite 1, moving from Unreal 3 to Unreal 5. That means we have to completely
Guck mal, wie die Ult jetzt aussieht.
recreate
Guck mal.
every piece of content for it to function in Smite 2.
Currently, because we want to make sure all the content that goes into Smite 2 is strictly better, it takes about 2 months of work to get one skin from Smite to Smite 2. And that's if we just port it with effects, without making other meaningful improvements.
As of today, there are about 1,600 skins in Smite, excluding Mastery skins. To just port every skin to Smite 2, it would take about 246 years of work. And we couldn't do that and make Smite 2 as amazing as we knew it could be
Ja,
if we started.
kann ich schon verstehen, dass sie nicht die
When
Skins
we
einfach
started this
übernehmen können.
project, we made this hard call. We believed that our players wanted a better version of Smite more than anything else.
So what will you get in Smite 2?
Ja, aber
Introducing Legacy
ist schon
Gems
Cap,
and Divine Legacy. Two
aber ich kann es
systems
verstehen, dass sie
designed
das
to make
nicht
sure
übernehmen
you
wollen.
get rewarded for your time, money, and achievements.
Whether you grinded out daily logins or went hard on your gem sales, your Legacy Gems will be waiting for you in Smite 2. You'll receive Legacy Gems in Smite 2 equal to every single gem you've ever spent in Smite 1, free or purchased. Your Legacy Gems can be used to pay for 50% of most in-game purchases in Smite 2. So
Ach
things
nee, warte
like
mal.
events, skins, battle passes, and Smite 2 will all be
Also du kriegst quasi auf alles 50%. Okay, ich dachte, ich kann diese Gems nutzen, um...
half
Oh.
off until you spend all of your Legacy Gems. And if you purchase any Smite 2 Founders Packs, we'll give you double your Legacy Gems, giving you the equivalent purchasing power to the gems you already spent in Smite 1. Stay tuned for more info on Smite 2 Founders Packs.
Ah,
as we get closer
okay,
to
also
release.
es gibt mir 50% Reduzierung
An
nur.
all-new feature, Divine Legacy, going live in the first update of Year 11. Through the Divine Legacy, you'll be rewarded for your progress for each year of Smite's history. We've tracked the gods you've mastered, the ranked matches you've lost, the skins you've unlocked, and the match hours you've played. You earn points for your progress in each year, and your points are tallied together
Okay.
to give you rewards. You'll get a number of Smite 2 badges to show off some of your amazing Smite 1 achievements, your rare skins, and your
Ja, ja,
exact
man
match
kriegt alle
level and
Gems,
star count on each
aber
god. Plus, you'll unlock up to
mit diesen
11
Gems
skins
kannst du
in Smite
nicht
2 free.
100%ig ein Skin kaufen, sondern du reduzierst quasi den Preis um 50%. Du zahlst die Hälfte mit deinen Legacy Gems und die andere Hälfte mit Smite 2 Gems. Ja. Hm. 50 ist schon. Ja, weiß ich jetzt auch nicht, was ich davon halten soll. Sagen wir mal, eine Truhe kostet 400, muss ich ja trotzdem 200 ausgeben, oder was? Wobei, man muss aber auch denken, das ist ein ganz anderes Spiel. Irgendwann, du sagst ja auch nicht, hey, meine Sachen von Call of Duty von MW2 nehme ich jetzt rüber zu MW3. Das ist ja auch nie der Fall gewesen. Und ich glaube, nach 10 Jahren kann man schon sagen, ja, okay, mal was ganz Neues. Also ich weiß, dass viele Spieler sich darüber aufregen werden, aber ich weiß nicht, wie man das sonst anders geregelt hätte. Ich meine, das Spiel ist free to play.
one for each year of Smite. Even if you don't plan to move to Smite 2, the Divine Legacy has
Ja, also
some
ich heul nicht.
amazing
Ich kann,
rewards for you.
es ist ein bisschen
You'll get to
schade.
choose any
Also es wäre halt für mein Portemonnaie besser, wenn das alles so wäre, dass alles übernommen wird und ich die Gems 100%ig ausgeben kann. Aber mit was sollen die dann? Also dann machen die gar kein Geld. Smite 2. Mit gar nichts. Und 10 Jahre. Eben. Du hattest quasi 10 bis 1 Jahr Spaß mit den Skins. Genauso wie in jedem anderen Game auch. Bei FIFA sagst du ja auch nicht, ja, ich möchte mein FIFA Ultimate Team vom Jahr 23 auf 24 übernehmen. Geht ja auch nicht. Da kaufst du ja auch alles neu. Oder Call of Duty, wie gerade eben gesagt. Oder bei jedem Spiel. Ist halt wirklich so. Also ich finde, und damit Smite 2 auch am Leben bleibt, gebe ich dann dafür echt gerne Geld aus. Ja, eben, voll, was Leute dafür jedes Jahr für FIFA kaufen. Diese ganzen Pack-Openings und mal mit diesen YouTube-Thumbnails, wo die so machen. Und bei Smite, ich glaube, bei Smite sind die alle zu verwöhnt. Das ist das Problem. Und ich weiß nicht, was du da als Spielentwickler machen sollst. Du kannst ja nicht sagen, ey, okay, ihr kriegt alles, was wir in Smite machen, quasi für free, dafür, dass ihr 10 Jahre lang das Spiel, das geht ja auch nicht. Ist nicht profitabel und nicht kostendenkend für Hi-Res. Absolut, ich kann es verstehen. Ich werde auch gerne Gems kaufen, das ist kein Problem.
unlock absolutely free in Smite 1.
And if you've started Smite more recently, don't worry. You can still make progress on your Divine Legacy throughout Year 11 and eventually unlock all the rewards. There's something else brand new coming.
Die gehen dir sogar 1 Jahr lang Zeit, einfach um zu übertragen.
With
Cross-Gen
Smite 2 approaching,
Skins.
we built a whole new skin production pipeline to make content that you'll get both in Smite 1 and in Smite 2. You can unlock 2 cross-gen skins today with the Smite Legacy Pass DLC, available now in Smite. This pack includes the new cross-gen Untamed Bologna skin, the new
Eben.
cross-gen Batty Bat
Voll deiner Meinung. Schön, dass sie das auch so
Legacy
sieht.
progress in Year 11, and more.
Ich gebe da echt.
There's not just 1 or 2 cross-gen skins this year.
Ja.
Every new gem purchasable skin released in
Boah, das sieht
Smite
schön
Year
aus.
11 will be a cross-gen skin. Unlocked for you in Smite 2 as soon as that god is available.
Guck mal, und dieses 1 Jahr lang, was wir jetzt vor uns haben, die Skins, die jetzt in diesem Jahr rauskommen, kriegst du auch für Smite 2 auch eine gute Lösung. Und dieser Anubis-Skin, also, ja, würde ich schon gerne haben.
Will be a cross-gen skin.
Ja.
Unlocked for you in Smite 2 as soon as that god is available to play. And
Ja.
as an added benefit, you'll get
Wahrscheinlich.
legacy
Ich glaube,
gems
dieses
in
1 Jahr wird so
Every gem you
Übertragungsgedöns
spend on these cross-gen skins
sein.
any
Aber man wird ja trotzdem spielen können. Es gibt ja Alpha-Phasen und Beta-Phasen und so weiter.
Smite 1 content.
Und Alpha kommt im Frühling.
So excited for the cross-gen content that we're kicking off Year 11 with 2 all new.
Was ist jetzt mit dem Spiel? Hallo? Immer noch nicht angefangen. Ich muss nachher schlafen. Gut, dann schauen wir uns das noch ein bisschen weiter an.
New events built around the concept. First, battle passes are now cross-gen passes.
Und
The
morgen
Immortal Honor event, where we'll
gibt's ja
reveal
nochmal um 17 Uhr. Moment.
every month.
And it's important.
Morgen um 17 Uhr sagen die nochmal alles ausführlich, was für Smite 1 kommt, ne? Ab 17 Uhr werde ich auch streamen, morgen ab 17 Uhr. Da gibt's nochmal ein Update-Show für Smite 1. Also das ist noch nicht alles an Ankündigungen, ne? Ab morgen, wenn ihr Bock habt, schaut mal nochmal vorbei. Da streamen wir das auch.
Important to make clear once again, Smite 2 is a true sequel. Smite 1 and all of your Smite 1 content will
Ja,
remain
genauso wie
live
hier.
and available for you to play even after Smite 2 releases.
I know we threw a lot of information at you today about Smite
Also ich habe
2
ein Jahr lang Zeit,
and
mich
the Divine
komplett
Legacy process.
auf Content Creation
Put
zu
together a
konzentrieren.
rundown
Das wird
at
schön.
smite2.com/FAQ. We'll also continue to update you nonstop as more information about
Bist dabei,
Smite
ihr seid
comes
einfach
out.
Ehre.
So follow @SmiteGate.
Danke, dass ihr hier seid, Leute. Vielen Dank. Ich hoffe, wir ziehen das durch mit Smite. Und Smite 2 wird sowieso komplett bei mir ausgerastet. Ich gehe auf volle Pulle rein mit Kopf über und mit Schraube
on YouTube,
Mit allem, was ihr euch
Instagram,
vorstellen könnt.
TikTok, Facebook, and Twitter. I mean X. You know what I mean.
We are committed to Smite 2 for years to come.
Ah,
It's a
Hinduman.
competitive game. That commitment
10 Jahre ist schon ein Wort, also ich kann von mir aus sagen, ja, kein Problem. 10 Jahre Skins ist halt so. Nach 10 Jahren kann ich mich schon verabschieden mit.
from Smite to Smite 2 and evolves to answer a few of the community's
Und hier ist nochmal bessere E-Sports-Möglichkeiten.
more lands where you can join together in the audience and cheer on your favorite teams. A return of region-based rivalries with their unique metas. No more requirements for pros to live in Atlanta, allowing anyone to compete regardless of where they are from.
Egal wo du wohnst und lebst, du kannst trotzdem Pro-Game spielen. Also Leute, wenn ihr verdammt gut seid in Smite 2, könnt ihr mit mir gerne ein Team machen und wir zocken und rasieren alle im E-Sports weg. Werdet gut, wenn ihr gut genug seid für mich. Nehme ich euch an und wir rasieren dann im E-Sports-Szene, okay? Und dann nennen wir uns die Iron Mans. Hallo Toxicity, was geht? Und keine Farbe! Cut. Weil ich nicht verdammt gut sein werde und ihr mich carryen müsst. Hallo, so geht das doch. Müssen auch so viele Builds wie du haben. Nee. Hauptsache ihr carryt mich. Alles andere ist egal, wie, was ihr baut und wen ihr spielt. Der Rest ist okay. Dein Kukulkan ist sehr gerne gesehen, Shakura, ja. Iron Destroyer des 3000. Let's go. Nein, also, das Spiel gibt uns die Möglichkeit, komplett auf E-Sports zu konzentrieren. Also, strengt euch an, werdet richtig gut und dann machen wir die Community richtig competitive und dann gucken wir mal, wohin der Weg führt. Also vielleicht sitzen wir dann irgendwann hier in dem SWC und rasieren alle.
An esports scene that is
Iron Machine 3000.
with the skill to win, and more freedom for players to sign sponsorship deals with whomever they want to.
Guck mal.
The Smite 2 Founders Series, a series of LAN majors that will build the foundation of Smite 2 esports scene. Starting during Smite 2's alpha,
Geil.
teams will
Iron Juice.
perform freely under a banner of their choice and play in online qualifiers. The best teams will earn their spots to play live at a Smite 2 LAN major. These majors will be held in front of a live audience around the world. We can confirm today that in year one of Smite 2 esports, there will be at least one major in the United States, and for the first time since 2017, competitive Smite will be played in front of a crowd at a major in Europe or the UK. Be sure to follow the Smite Pro X account to learn more about Smite 2 Founder Series and how you
Also, wir haben eine Möglichkeit,
When we
Leute.
started development on Smite 2, we wanted to make the first great MOBA since Smite. We think we're on the right track, but we're not done yet. There's a lot of work still left.
Alter, wie lange verzögert sich das zweite
Your
Spiel?
help to make Smite 2 as amazing as it can be, because we believe the best games are developed alongside their communities. We've already begun early testing with SPL pros,
Guck doch mal, wie schön das aussieht, Mann.
Their feedback has been shaping the direction of Smite 2 for months.
We expect you'll be able to get your hands on
Ja,
Smite
dann
2
lassen wir meinen Song
in
abspielen,
early alpha
Cartman.
testing. Go to smite2.com right now to register for an alpha code.
Ich hoffe, ihr habt
Keep
euch
in
alle
mind,
registriert.
This will be a true alpha. The game will still be rough around the edges and even in the middle, but we want you in the game to get your feedback as soon as we can so that we're sure we're making the Smite 2 that you all want to play.
For a few of you here in attendance at Esports Stadium Arlington, you'll get a special chance to play a private test of Smite 2 this weekend.
There's so much more we can't wait to tell you about Smite 2. We don't even have time to mention that voice packs in Smite 2 are now just unlocked automatically with each god.
Jetzt hat jeder Voice Pack.
1:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, January
Sehr gut,
4th,
sehr gute Entscheidung.
immediately following the Smite Year 11 show match.
Endlich
We'll be
nicht
live
mehr
on stage here at
Animation
Esports
Right
Stadium
Lane.
Arlington and streaming everywhere online for our very first Smite 2 Dev Insight show. We'll talk more about our goals for Smite 2.
Wann ist Smite Dev Insight Show?
First, Smite 2 Esports Stadium Arlington and streaming everywhere online for our very first stage here at Esports Stadium Arlington.
Am
Streaming
Sonntag,
everywhere
okay.
online For our very first Smite 2 Dev Insight show. We'll talk more about
Okay,
our goals
okay.
for Smite 2, showcase
Enemies
some
in the jungle.
development
Ja,
phases,
ja.
and try to get
Echt
into a
cool.
lot more detail about our vision for Smite 2.
You
And
rock,
from
you
now
rock
until
gibt's auch
Alpha,
nicht mehr.
We're going to be diving deep on a new feature every week. We'll cover some things we've touched on here today and some we just didn't have time to get to, like our improved audio system.
Okay, also ich werde dieses Wochenende dann immer nur streamen nach dem
If you
Frühdienst.
want to be sure to get all the latest news, wishlist Smite 2 on Steam,
Wahrscheinlich
Xbox,
schon Cartman.
PlayStation, and Epic Games
Ich bin
Store
dann der
today, and
Enjoyer.
follow at Smite Game everywhere.
To all those watching in Arlington or at home, thank you for making the Smite community strong. We can't wait to take this first step into the next chapter of Smite with all of you. And with that, it's time for the Smite World Championship.
Ui, ich zeig euch noch mal kurz hier. Millgame, weil Todesberg Announcer nicht da ist. Schaut mal.
Action games or MMOs, you'll feel instantly at home. And of course,
Engine 5. That's a 2-generation leap over
Boah,
Smite's
das sieht
Unreal
so gut aus. Oh mein Gott, ich muss das von Anfang an gucken. Wie du willst. Toxicity.
What's too worthy, you ask? This isn't just a slightly larger.
Ich glaube auch. Never time. Aber nur wegen der Animation. Machst du später noch Matches? Nee, ich muss morgen früh raus. Guck mal, Leute. Oh mein Gott.
This is a
Sieht so gut
true
aus.
sequel to Smite, fully modernized and rebuilt from the ground up.
Ey, wo ist ihr Hammer?
Unreal Engine to Smite.
Wieso ändert sie von... Sie schwingt ihren Hammer? Hehe.
Cross-platform, third-person MOBA. This is a true
Guck,
sequel
sie
to
schwingt.
Smite, fully modernized and rebuilt
ihr Hammer
from
ist
the ground
weg.
up in Unreal Engine 5.
Bye bye
That's a
Toxicity.
2-generation leap over Smite's
Danke, dass du
Unreal
vorbeigeschaut hast. Und hoffentlich bis morgen.
2-generation leap over
Das will ich jetzt analysieren, guck.
in Unreal Engine 5.
Ja,
That's a 2-generation
Hammer, Schwung. Und hier hat sie noch den Hammer noch.
which first released
Hä?
back in
Verstehe ich nicht.
We've got a lot to talk about.
Maxim
Smite 2 has all the things you already love about Smite.
Das ist
and so much
Kairos.
more. It's got the depth of strategy and tactics that you can only find in a 3-lane MOBA. Competition is core to our DNA, and rest assured that Smite 2 is a competitive game that rewards your time and your skill. But unlike those other MOBAs, Smite 2 has amazing third-person combat. Whether you're coming
Nee,
from MOBAs, shooters,
das will ich
action
jetzt nicht
games, or
langsam
MMOs,
erstellen.
you'll feel instantly at home. And of course, Smite 2 feels great on keyboard and mouse or on controller.
Naturally, Smite 2 has a diverse roster of gods representing mythological pantheons from around the world, all updated for UE5. Some, like Loki, stay true to the god you love in
Spaghetti
Smite 1.
Code.
They just look a lot
Ja, mal schauen.
Others, like Anubis,
Aber ich
have
bin echt
incredible
hyped,
new
egal ob
animations
Spaghetti
and
Code oder
dominant
Bugs.
flexing the power of UE5. Some are reimagined with new abilities.
Guck mal, hier mir ist eins.
Flexing the power of UE5.
Knock-up jetzt.
Some are reimagined with new abilities. That's right.
Und das
Ymir's
ist auch
wall
neu.
now knocks up enemies, and he can use it to rocket jump. At least as much
Rocket
as
Jump.
Frost Giant. And some have an enemies.
Endlich ist unser Ymir mobil.
At least as much as the Frost
Mobil
Giant.
Ymir.
And some have an
Mobil Ymir.
to their Smite 1 legacy,
Keine Ahnung.
updating it for a new era. Here's an early look at Smite 2's Neath, who feels much more mythologically appropriate than before.
Mobil mir.
Smite 2 has all
Aber so der
Introducing
Handyanbieter.
Hekati, whose flowing robes and otherworldly effects
Und neuer Gott kommt jetzt auch noch.
possible in UE5. Hekati,
Hekate.
the Greek goddess of sorcery, has been the single most community-requested god for Smite. Players have felt her impact in Smite for years through the item Ring of Hekati, but now they will finally be able to play as the legendary witch herself. Hekati brings an elegant playstyle to Smite 2 with her ranged magical abilities. Her magic allows her to reach through dimensions and even travel within
Das wird schon-
the space itself. Hekate's flames can guide the way, or her
Natürlich siehst du nur
God's
Brüste.
fault. The choice is yours. Hekate is the first of 5 all-new gods coming to Smite 2 before launch, but we can't give everything away just yet.
Smite 2 is more than just Smite. Smite 2 is our chance to go back, take all the learnings from 10 years of making Smite into one of the most successful
10 Jahre ist schon echt
multiplayer
heftig,
games
oder?
of all time, and do it all strictly better. Not just better in some ways and worse in others, but undeniably better.
There are improvements you'll see straight away. Smite 2 leverages things like dynamic lighting, using physically based rendering, cloth simulation, higher polygon counts, and a whole slew of other features that we weren't able to take advantage of in Smite. Our goal has been to enhance the visuals in all areas while preserving the feel of Smite that our players love. We've made improvements to things like animation, effects, environment art, but we're just as proud of the hundreds of little touches.
Guck mal, wie schön das aussieht.
Appreciate, even if you don't consciously notice them. Smite
Ich schwöre, wenn morgen jetzt den zweiten Bug, dann brennt's. Ich glaube, dann fängt dann unser PC an zu brennen. Wie geht's dir, Todi?
Ability effects are all new, taking full advantage of Niagara. Watch how Anhur's Pillar dissolves into sand, how Chalk's rain wets the ground, and how Ymir's Wall freezes the nearby environment.
Das ist so
These
cool,
effects will
Mann.
increase your immersion in the world and your sense of godly power. We looked at every god and made subtle changes to stay true to the god, whether it's a visual balance pass, an overall fresh coat of paint, or minor proportional changes so Chalk doesn't have a dab on anymore.
Ich will einfach nur Shark Main. Nur wegen der neuen Animationen. Raven! Dankeschön für... Das sind so viele geschenkte Subs, ich weiß es nicht. Wurde ohne Sub ist ein No-Go. Ich freue mich, wenn die neuen Alerts da sind. Aber trotzdem Dankeschön für deinen 8 Millionsten Mal verschenkten Sub, Raven. Much appreciated. Oh, das sieht so gut aus. Vielen Dank, Raven.
Which is specifically designed to tackle the unique challenges of matchmaking for a MOBA. And Ranked will be reimagined with a brand new system that aims to bring the competition to more players, creating a true uncapped battle for the #1 spot in the world.
Hallo?
Smite 1's UI runs on Flash. Yes, that Flash.
Ach so, oh mein Gott. Ich wollte schon sagen. Was ist das denn, ey?
And Smite 2 is a next-gen native title, taking full advantage of modern hardware. Smite 2 will support full
Mann, das ist nichts.
Super and PlayStation 5.
Smite 2 is a game where fighting feels strictly better than ever, so you can feel more like a god with additional impact on every hit. Weapon movements leave trails.
Das stimmt auch wieder, Raven, ja.
Upper and lower body animations are more in sync, positioning your character
Todi, ich werde mit Schraube Kopf über und dabei Saltos machen. So werde ich reinspringen in Smite 2. An Streams, an Content, auf TikTok, alles. Ich werde... Endlich kann ich nicht mehr... Endlich kann ich 50% meiner Kräfte, die ich immer geschont habe in Smite 1, voll ausnutzen.
First up, relics are gone, at least as you know them. Now every god has 2 buttons by default. Purification beads to immune.
Ich werde einfach... Oh. Ne, hier passiert das leider nichts, Shakura. Aber man hat wahrscheinlich die Explosion trotzdem gehört.
Well, now your entire 6-slot item inventory can potentially have an activated effect.
Ich werde, wie gesagt, komplett...
Buy a blinking amulet. And don't worry.
Stimmt, ich kann jetzt Warlock Staff auch für Kokulen oder so kaufen. Ja, ich glaube, bei dir, Todi, hat sich das, glaube ich, langsam... hat sich das, glaube ich, ein bisschen geregelt, was Smite-Content angeht. Ich habe habe ich gelesen, dass du da nicht mehr so hyped bist. Cartman, ich weiß nicht, ob du trollst oder ob du das ernst meinst. Aber ich werde trotzdem einer der Besten sein in Smite. Immer noch. 50-50. Ja, das weiß ich halt nicht, ne? Ob du das ernst meinst. Oh, Stream 64, das funktioniert leider hier nicht. Das funktioniert nur bei Ingame. Aber Smite 2 kann nie Smite erreichen, da fehlt einfach etwas. Ja, das sowieso. Weil das Feeling wird einfach ganz anders sein. Damals schon, vor 7 Monaten, konntest du es antesten. Okay. Ja, ja. Also wenn die alles richtig machen und das das umsetzen, was sie da schreiben. Dann, boah, Junge. Das wird richtig wild. Oh, wir sind bei Picks und Buns. Okay. So, wieder E-Sports Time. Toff ist durchgekommen. Ja, das sowieso. Ich kann verstehen, dass einige auf NA spielen. Das ist mein 2 Bronco. Mal schauen. Mal schauen, wie die Lage sein wird, dann, wenn es draußen ist. Ist ja noch ein Jahr her, bis das komplett draußen ist, glaube ich. Candy, did you saw Smite 2 announcement? I'm quite the opposite. I think you have to nerf hunters in late game and buff the tanks. We have Smite 2 Among Us. But now we have to watch Smite Worlds.
To be able to play that early game portion, so I don't mind going for this more later game comp. Yes, they only have one character so far. They have this Thoth, but they didn't play for that early game in mid either. They played for the early game kind of in the side lane. Yes, Hachi not really the greatest early game, but Osiris is the one that I'm really focusing on. Deathwalker gets it again. This is a matchup that
Aber Smite Bronco? Dann wird das aber nicht Bronco heißen. Ich würde das dann Smite Setos Iron Kneipe oder so nennen. Oder Zetos Kebab Kneipe oder sowas. Oder Zetos Iron Arena. Irgendwie so. Ja, April ist hier. Hat leider die erste Runde verloren. Ja. Das wird die offizielle Iron League. Kebab-Kneipe, ja, sowas in der Art. Deswegen, Leute, folgt mir auf TikTok. Da habe ich schon heute ein Video hochgeladen. Egal wo. Setos Kebab-Kneipe. Let's go. Das sind wieder die gleichen Götter wie vorhin, außer Toff. Drehspieß, Rucksack und Pommeseimer. Oh. Sagt ihr da eigentlich Pommdöner oder Dönerbox? Es ist ja immer, entweder heißt es Pommdöner oder Dönerbox. Pommdöner. Ich sag dazu immer Dönerbox. Wobei, nee, manchmal so, manchmal so.
Yeah, it's a smart pickup here by the Ferryman because I think it's another god that's taken away from April, right? You've denied the Bats, you've denied the Susano, you've denied the Mercury, and now you're denying the Maman as well. So he's going to have to go deep into his god pool. But it's not a...
Beides ist richtig, ich würde auch sagen, beides. Dönerbox, so direkt 50-50 hier im Chat.
We've seen a little bit of Maman flex even into mid lane. Curious to see if Paul's maybe been practicing it because we have not seen him play it yet, but he's had 3 months since we've last seen him win, last seen him played. Maybe he's been practicing enough, or maybe they've just been able
Yeah, of course. That's why I say they should nerf Hunters. Ich glaube, das ist nur zum Trollen, sagen die das. Never try me. Pommdöner. Ich glaube, ich sag aber auch eher Pommdöner. Oder Dönerbox? Ach nee, beides.
Objective sieges, things like Phoenixes, and Camazotz is maybe the only god in Smite that I would say can handle a Maman Brigitte.
Styx Ferryman lock in set with their final pick of the 5 going into game 2. Reminder for everyone, this is a best of 3 quarterfinal. Styx Ferryman
Oder auf Int-OP. Wie bei mir und meinen Teammates immer.
Stage now set. Hazer, Styx Ferryman have been forced to change up their draft a bit from game 1. what does this composition hope to do for the Ferrymen in Game 2?
It is late game, late game, late game. They've got a man to do a little bit of the early game work, but my goodness, is this scary to play against late. Set, one of the best dive characters in the game. Wukong, unbelievably safe.
Ja, okay, das ist schon GG. Wobei, ne, die haben Toff. Wenn ich so Momo und Set sehe. Wobei, ist Set eigentlich noch stark? Ist die Frage. Neben Thor und Red und Susanoo. Weil das sind ja eher so Ability-based Jungler. Und Set so ein Hybrid. Wobei er Auto-attackt. Nur seine 1 ist halt relativ Ability-based.
Bobby, I'd like to hear your opinion on how this Terra is going to play into the Styx Ferryman's draft, because I'm seeing a lot of delayed damage, Maman Brigitte, all of her damage delayed, Earthen Fury having that massive heal, the mitigation. If it's an all-in dive composition, as far as I'm concerned, Terra is one of the best counter divers in the game.
Terra's usually been a really good counter diver.
Weiß ich, wenn ich so die Teams sehe.
It's very good into these healing backliners like Yemoja, like Terra. I think that's part of the reason we haven't seen them in.
Boah, nee, ich würde jetzt nicht sagen, welches Comp besser ist.
So it really just comes down to Osiris. How is Deathwalker going to play into the Sobek? Is he going to be able to live it? We saw it one time on the Pyro where he got plucked and he died before he even hit the ground. If it happens like that, it's going to be a pretty easy fight. But if they can't find Deathwalker, who are they going to find?
The stage has now been set. It's a potential knockout game number 2 as we go down to Gormizer and Trelly for the action.
Thanks so much, Dave and Trelly. We're in for, I think, a treat, right? We get set back in mid, one of the classics for Paul. It just feels like something that's going to work really well, but both these teams, late game slanted, that could be dangerous for the Scarabs.
I think so as well, but you got to wonder how is Zero's going to position against this much dive. You got the Wukong, which fantastic, Baskin played it in game number 1. You have Set to deal with, and now you've got Maman Brigitte. This isn't Paul sitting back on Vulcan. He will be getting active in Thoth, not a lot of self-peel.
I think a little bit of pressure on all of them to try and get that going. One thing the desk was actually just talking about, and we actually got, I guess, a preview of it. It was a 35-minute preview, but a preview of that solo lane. Deathwalker on the Osiris, Baskin on the Sun Wukong. Scarabs right now.
Bin mal gespannt jetzt. Endlich nach so... Wie lange haben die jetzt gebraucht für die zweite Runde? Hat schon ein bisschen gedauert, Alter.
It could be a bit of the Maman. I would say a little bit of the Set as well, and just the fact that, hey, the duo lane of the Ferryman just played this draft, right? They had the Cherno, they had the Sobek. Didn't go fantastic early on, but they knew exactly what they were doing towards the later end of that draft. So I like what Hayes just
Dieser Mikrofon-Sound ist so, das stört so, das gibt so einen Robo-Sounds am Ende, wenn die reden. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr das hört. Ich muss das ein bisschen bei euch lauter machen. So.
You're not paying attention. You don't think he's going to one-shot. You don't have Aegis ready. All of those can change a team fight. And Zeros has been pretty on point. We just watched him in those group stages, and he was deleting people with this.
Ach, ich muss das hier.
I'm interested in this duo lane. Last time, E-Chrome. It was a lot of this. It was a roar up close onto E-Chrome just to deal some damage. Right now, we're not expecting too much, but plucks, right? That is something that is very dangerous. Silence doesn't have to worry about him, but E-Chrome, even when that dash is available, was feeling a lot of that pressure. But we had even seen it, you know, Cyclone early rotation, falls down, and then really doesn't do any of the other Chernobog things we had been expecting. Are you still, what, last game you would give him like a level 12 mark? Are you expecting something like that, or you expect maybe a little more hands-on approach? Maybe could face that as beads get pulled by Zeros in the mid lane. You can see some action already starting on Cynos.
I mean, that's a risky start for Zeros. You have two options there. You take your dash and you go, oh, I've got evade and punish. I can use it to get aggressive. I can use it to get back. Or you take the glyph, you get a little wall, and your one goes a bit further, right? One's not going to get you out of trouble like we just saw, but hey, he had better damage. But now you lose the beads. Paul goes forward, just trying to poke out, right? They want to get their backs, but Sino blinks.
Hey, that's the chance. Do they have the damage lockdown? Body block's not quite good enough. Goes in. One more shot.
Oh mein Gott, warum macht Mama so viel Schaden? Wobei Set hat auch sehr viel Schaden gemacht.
right.
And that all starts with Zeros losing his beads
Ja, ich glaube, das wird ein 2-0 für Ferryman.
If you have your dash, you don't lose beads, you don't lose as much pressure, and you feel safer. But now you get first blooded, your beads are gone, and worst of all, you gave Paul set a first blood, and look what he can do with it.
Paul just does everything he needs. This is a signature pick for a reason. 2-0 start, Trelly. And that's dangerous territory to be playing when you've got the assassin in the middle and beside it.
And that's going to be infectious, right? It's not as if Paul sits back and does nothing. Paul is one of the most mobile mid laners on a pick like this. You'll see him in duo lane. You'll see him over in solo. Set with his clones can go across the map in an instant. And now you've given him, I said 1-0 lead, now a 2-0 lead. It is going to be disgusting. This Transcendence is going to get online immediately. Why not? Purchase a Chalice. You've got the gold to burn.
He is in a great spot.
Todi ist immer noch relativ schockiert darüber, dass er hier im SBC ist.
And something to really combat them. That was some of the weakness we saw for the Scarabs during their run for those qualifiers in those groups to get to this point. Charlie, of course, you gotta imagine. Trying to keep a level head right now, right? As much as possible.
Oh, yeah.
You're down 1-0. You don't want to get knocked out here and now. So holding on to the best they can. How do you counter that, though? When a set gets a 2-0 start, he has an experienced lead, you're doing well. Where do you start putting pressure if you're the Scarabs?
Du bist absolut schockiert. Ich habe schon gesagt, ich habe mir das schon gedacht, als du geschrieben hast, Jesus Christ. Ich hätte wirklich alles gesehen. Ja, aber ich glaube, das wird auch ein 2-0. Ferryman ist, glaube ich, eine andere Liga trotzdem. Trotzdem krass, aber wenn man Paul und Cyclone zum Best kennt, das sind halt so, ja.
But one thing you got to keep into consideration, we are playing in front of a live crowd here in Arlington, Texas, and there's a lot of Ferryman fans in the audience. You know, every time a kill comes through, the ground starts to shake and the Scarabs can hear it.
You feel that weight, especially on the stage. I was even talking with Deathwalker for a little. I mean, he's locked in right now. You can see that on all of them.
Aber
trying to hold
ich glaube, das wird es sein.
The composure for every Scarabs player, and admittedly every Ferryman that I saw during that break. Very relaxed, right? Just trying to
Ich wünsche mir auch, das EU-Team gewinnt. Aber wenn man sich Paul, Baskin, Sino und so anschaut. In der ersten Runde sah es noch gut aus. Bis dann irgendwann doch alles eingestürzt ist. Wieso spielt hier keiner Nike? Ich finde Nike richtig krank gerade.
The build already is kind of catching my eye. Going for the tier 2, not upgrading fully to the Doom Orb, starting another item. I know we've talked about it, and you say like third item. That's when we get to see
Becken doch jetzt nicht, oder?
Yeah, you'd say that until you see
Minions kommen, hä? Macht man das? Die Minions kommen doch.
Yeah, maybe take a little bit longer or just playing safe.
Warum becken die?
This is despite the fact that a solid 3 gods on the side of the Ferryman are the exact
Okay.
same from game 1. This is a night and day different comp, and I'll tell you why. You lose the burst from Vulcan, you lose the objective shred on Vulcan, and now Sino is on the Mammon. Sure, that's your magical damage, but I doubt the Styx Ferryman play that 30-minute enhanced Fire Giant fight the same way this game, right? It's not as if Paul can just say, don't worry guys, I'll burst the EFG, or don't worry, we have that much DPS for it. They have to play around objectives so much differently. Sure, Cyclone Spin's gonna get crit, he'll get online late game, but you can't just go towards objectives and say, hey, we've got more burst than you. Zeros is on the other side of the map, and he's got plenty.
You had mentioned, I mean, not even just objective conversation, like straight up Paul, Sino, Cyclone, like, well, I guess it depends on what Sino's build is going to be, but the two of them, for Paul and Cyclone, you're in the wrong spot, Zeros just gets rid of you.
Yep.
Like, you're just gone in a late game team fight, or you have the Aegis of your life, and you get to turn things around, and that's a really risky 50-50 to try and coin flip. But when it comes down to like team fights, that stands out as a really big point. And that's really the big thing. The slowdown, right, from the aggression, the junglers. Mammon level ahead, Paul level ahead, but the two assassins haven't really been able to join forces again and get those sparks that we saw in the first couple minutes.
I mean, why would you at this point? Like I said, you got the 2-0 set. Paul is able to control mid lane perfectly. Zeros is not going to want to step forward. If you don't have a reason to engage, the Styx Ferryman.
Was ist das zweite Team nochmal gesagt? Hex Mamba ist das zweite EU-Team, ne?
Where Mammon just gets to delete someone.
Hex
where
Mamba.
Paul has free reign of the backline. I don't care if you have Beads, Aegis, and alternate timeline. If a Thoth dashes and sets got Kingslayer, he's gonna find you.
Jawohl, Todi. Danke, dass du vorbeigeschaut hast. Ich bin hyped. Wünsche dir noch viel Spaß und einen schönen Abend noch. Ein schönes Wochenende. Auf jeden Fall.
I do want to ask though, Trelly. It's been a little while. For a long time, mages not only dominating mid,
Kurz zurück.
solo lane.
Right.
But now getting an assassin back in mid, not something I had expected to see, at least not on day one. What is this life of Set looking like, especially now? I can even say now in the year 2024.
It is the year 2024, and I will say it's not the Paul special. There has been Shinto loves this, but there have been plenty of mid laners that have gone to the Set. I don't think it's, you know, the end-all be-all top meta pick. It's, does it look good here? And more specifically, what am I up against? In this case, I thought, like I explained earlier, evade and punish. If you use it, Set has so much range. He can chase you down so easily. The peel from Silence, the peel from Deathwalker is going to have to be pristine. Because you can just brute force a gank if you're a Set here. Just go for Skewer, force the dash.
Dann werden die gleichen Items dann wie vorhin, oder? Phalanx, Executioner, Cloak.
Yeah, I think it was a matchup Paul liked. It's a pick that he plays disgustingly well if given the opportunity. And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to it continuously this week.
Deathwalker forced to ult. Well, we're looking at Paul specifically. Is there anything special about the build you expect to come from mid? I mean, outside of the starter, I guess, from jungle to mid, that's going to make a difference. But anything that's going to stand out to you, or is it just going to be pretty standard?
3 Leute einfach bei seinem Blue. Das würde mich so aufregen.
Hasn't done that so far. Obviously, it would be like 3rd or 4th item slot, but you can also just go full raw damage, and that's going to work just fine as well. There's an opportunity to sell away the Sundering Axe if you want a little bit more DPS and you don't think that the upgrade's worth it. But as far as I'm concerned, just full red items, man. Get a Serrated, get a Bloodforge if you'd like, get Heartseeker, and just get as much poke as possible.
Red Adams match the blood of his enemies. That's what he's trying to spill out there. Right now, 2-0, and it's both on Paul. He does not seem to be too worried about Zero's damage just yet, but it's still an unfully stacked Book of Thoth. We've seen a little bit of poke, Shelly, but you know, I admittedly was maybe expecting more sparks in the solo lane. Was I wrong, or is this just something that you know, well, I guess because it's a Wukong, there's not too much you can do to make something happen over there.
Yeah, if anything, Sino had the ability to get active early on over towards Deathwalker. You force that Lord of the Afterlife. It's not like there's a survivability relic in play. It's just that ultimate, but Sino hasn't been the one to pull the trigger too early, right? Even at that Anvil of Dawn in game number 1, it wasn't as if he was throwing those out constantly.
There's a mid pulse
to sit back and farm.
Set
And again, in game number 1, he was getting behind. He was losing those trades. Now he's ahead. He's gotten assist under
no
his belt.
sanity.
Creel has died already. You don't have to get active if you're the Styx Ferryman.
I can't believe Ecro canceled his back. I thought something was about to happen. Silence doing his best.
Wollte schon sagen, Ecrom kenne ich doch auch.
Can't quite get to the carry.
Ich glaube, Ferryman ist nochmal eine andere Liga, auch wenn die erste Runde sehr gut aussah und ich die EU-Mannschaften trotzdem vollsten Respekt zölle, habe, zeige. Aber Ferryman wird das trotzdem 2-0 nach Hause mitnehmen.
Do you like Sino's pace right now? We'll have to hold that thought for a moment. Zeros, half health, dash is good. Baskin with an early rotation just to get a little bit of that poke. It seemed like Paul wanted to make the rotation, couldn't quite get in there. And they didn't force Zeros to feel uncomfortable.
Ja, das ist Best of 5, Best of 3. Halbfinale oder Finale ist, glaube ich, Best of 5. Ich sag, guck mal kurz.
But I believe, yeah, April got like a triple kill off the back end of that fight, so wasn't the best idea. Gets run back this time, not even the beats here from Zeros, just wants to play it safe. Paul gets some
Ja, ab Halbfinale, ab morgen ist
feels better about diving. One skewer, if you get 2 clones, can actually take Zeros
Best
out.
of 5.
So far back, and that's for good.
Morgen ab 17 Uhr gibt's den Patch Notes für Smite 1. Also morgen werde ich das auch streamen, dann können wir uns gemeinsam morgen die Patch Notes anschauen.
And now you're forcing some of that safety, right? That's the big deal, the big pressure point for the Ferryman. Charlie, we're getting to the point soon. We're going to talk about Pyromancer, Gold Fury, probably in the conversation relatively soon. But as we had mentioned earlier, in big team fights, when Zeros is available, that's dangerous to go for. When can the Ferryman feel confident in it? Do they have to kill Zeros first? Can they start to step up? Can they heat check? Or is that vibe going to be shattered by a thought?
As far as I'm concerned, they can still step up. I mean, it's going to be force the dash from Zeros and immediately go in for the pull, even with Final Judgment. A max range ult, with how quickly the Ferrymen are able to burn through some of these objectives with Paul's build, can be risky. But I think, like I said, the Ferryman, they can just sit
Die
back
haben
on the
auch
floor,
keinen
right?
Mage, ne? Also bis auf Moment.
It really is the Scarabs that would want
Keine-
to try and just go in for a soft defense. But so far they have shown
Keine
no
Range
sign
Attacks.
of wanting to force anything as well. They're
Kein
sitting back and
AoE-Flächen Damage.
late game as well. And it's not as if they don't have tools.
Außer
right?
vielleicht
One of the
Moments
safest hunters in the
Ultimate.
game, has that hard carry potential, has the attack speed, stim baked into the kit. Throw that with a thought, throw that with the Camazotz, and they've got answers as well.
Beacon, half charged for the Scarab. Sino meets April in the jungle. Good damage, and chases him down just a little bit. Not gonna follow any further. Beacon changes hands though. Ferryman march forward with 3. Sino again, still looking for some pokes, still looking for that pressure, but with Zeros, half health. April falling back to base. This one looks like it's gonna be pretty heavily commanded
Nature
by
boy.
the Ferryman. Charlie, they're gonna pick up the first beacon of the game. Small advantage, but one that grows over time.
Certainly does. Sino heads over to duo lane, just backs in the purple buff. Wants to see if Echrome will get aggressive. I don't see Mount of Archery going down ever if there isn't this an absurd amount of pressure over on left lane. Because so
Keine
far,
Melone
Cyclone
diesmal,
and Echrome
Nature Boy.
have just been respecting each other,
In
right?
off
They
kick.
sit up, both clear the wave, and then back up. I haven't seen any relics or low health bars. They have just been chilling, and that's what you can expect from a duo lane from a game like this, where there's no ganks coming through. It's just show up to neutral farm, maybe some soft invades, but that has been about it. Paul gets those 2 kills under his belt, and then stays in mid, as far as I'm concerned. Hasn't really left, hasn't felt the need to. Look at the solo laners, right? Teleport's not even upgraded. That tells you the story. They're not trying to rotate out. They're not trying to show up to a ward on the left side of the map. They're staying put.
You had mentioned last time, while we're looking at relics, that the shell, specifically for Silence, had been upgraded really early on. It was dealing with a Thor wall, so there's definitely a conversation around
Oh,
it.
vorsichtig spielen alle, Mann.
Right? The meditation already towards the top.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of gold poured into that, but do you like seeing that early on? We've seen so many teams get med-baited.
That Cloak of the Ascetic can go hard, man. If you don't expect the cooldown to be back up, if you see that, Silent already used his dash and needs a little bit of help, or he's just trying to dive forward, you can definitely just use that meditation to roll, and that's exactly what happens here. Purple goes down, Sino still wants to step up. That's the benefit of this breastplate, right? You don't have to fear the physical damage dealers earlier on, so Sino can just be a menace. Look at him poking out Silence. He's got nothing better to do.
The way things have changed, Shelly, at Sino, who is maybe the one that has the limelight right now. Not necessarily because of the KDA, right? 001, the kills are over on Paul, and Cyclone's been actually picking up a tower in the process of all this. And it is Cyclone and Aurora that I think changed some of this recipe, right? Because they're doing similar things to last game. Deathwalker.
Wish there was Pro Assault. Yes, on no stream, Candy, I saw you only play
Just slams a bunch of crit autos into him, takes him down. You have a Thor
Assault,
wall to
right?
really enable the pluck. How does the Mammon
yeah.
change that in-game?
I mean, it's a fun game mode. I can understand that you play like play it.
More, maybe the knockup, you have to use the ult commit. Maybe
But I think Pro Assault is a difficult.
As far as team fights go, it is going to be more.
Is it difficult to make because it's all random? You can't. I don't think that you are able to do a pro scene based on random god selection.
Pyromancer started up. This is where the Ferryman got so much value last game, and they're getting it again. Yeah, not even in close. Zeros didn't even step forward. Silence didn't even know what was going on, and that's going to happen for free. Cyclone just flies on back. What a beautiful play. Comes from base and uses the ult to fly back to lane so he misses 0 farm.
Farm, haven't done a gold check in a little bit. 15 minutes in. It's still just the 2-kill lead for the Ferryman, but it's 3,000 Shelly and 7,000 experience in their favor. No level 20s on the board. That is all on
Paul's 1K up.
Mostly Sino.
Yeah, always like this. That's why I stopped playing casuals.
Through and through in every single role.
Because of people who are so ignorant. In rank, it's not much better, of course.
Jungler, you need to be a little bit more ahead, but he's been being starved. The invades have been coming through.
But I was born to play competitive.
He walks up fearlessly around corners. He's been living around this purple buff. He says, hey, Cyclone, we already got the tower. Let's see if we can find Echrome, and constant pressure towards this Hachiman. He's living under tier 2. Not a great place to be, but you have no other options.
They're looking for a purple buff.
Yes,
and can't do much
I mean,
with this tier 1.
there will be a reset in the next couple of weeks.
Good rotations. You can see him walking up behind
Maybe it's your chance to try it.
But you had already mentioned it. Echrome has the ult, has the beads.
Arena
Have to
rank.
use either there to get away. Ichutsu, just enough space to make sure that there's the distance away from the Ferryman. It hasn't stopped Aurora from playing aggressive. But a heavy investment from Ferryman on left. It feels like they're willing to show face over here often, and you haven't really looked at that objective. Just like Gold Fury kind of sitting there tantalizing.
In rank, you most of the time you also have good teammates.
That gold's been pulled twice by now.
Well, it's not guaranteed.
Just brings different objects to the table. Similar amounts of shred. Yeah, the auto attacks will chunk, but it's that burst and it's that turret. There are two things that can come into play. Needs here from Echrome, but Sino wants to go in.
Up down for Cyclone Spin, chasing with Echrome is Sino, but he takes a lot
Da
of
ist Son Wukong, aber da oben geht's noch weiter.
Careful, he gets the kill he's looking for, but he loses his life for it. Baskin with a massive rotation, teleport down, gets to the back lane, kills off Echrome, and now, like you said, push down the lane. They have control, and no one's coming to stop them.
Yeah, no one on the side of the Scarabs. I mean, props to April. Takes the 1v1, says, I'm going in here, gets good damage, and Sino ends up falling. Of course, you give the kill over to Cyclone, you lose a tier 2, and Baskin with the clutch rotation confirms the dive. Now the Solar Scarabs have to figure out, hey, Gold Fury looks pretty good right now. Are we going to show up to her? The Styx Ferryman is going to get it for free.
Beacon seems to be under control.
Yeah, maybe they can tune it a little bit more so it can be competitive. So always a ranged, always a melee, always a healer, always a complete CC control god. Maybe like this.
And that's something that probably could have been stopped, right? But look at Deathwalker's relics. He never upgraded that teleport. Baskin invested the gold for his team, makes the clutch rotation, confirms the kill. That rotation got a tier 2, it got the kill, and a Gold Fury. Whereas Deathwalker, I think he invaded speed buff and pushed down the tier 1. So he was getting things done, yes, and the XP looks fine for him, but
yes.
did not end up getting as much
If they tune it a little bit more, then I can imagine a competitive way to play Assault.
I'd say, hey guys, we can't fight.
But I think they always focus on Conquest, so it's really difficult to say if this is gonna ever happen.
Doing a pretty good job of that, right? Everybody else has been falling behind. 2 levels still in the jungle, despite getting a kill there for April. And specifically getting that kill onto Sino, a very important one to maybe pick up, and doesn't stop Sino at all. He is controlling that jungle the same way he was before. Has the advantage. Pyromancer coming back in just a second. Maybe a small opening for the Ferryman to try and step forward to. We haven't seen pressure onto Zeros there, though. Right now, Echrome, no beads, no Aegis. If you start a fight, is it around duo, despite the fact that there's not a lot of room to work with anymore?
If they have a Porsche or Zeus, or Kukulkan, Nuva, then it's almost GG.
It shouldn't even be in duo as far as I'm concerned. There's no tier 1, there's no tier 2. You're really risking stepping up that far. But Pyromancer's back up. That's the
it's still fun though.
Lord of the Afterlife, but Deathwalker should be all right.
Now Cyclone Spin though on this side of the map.
Always.
Maybe is the showcase. Always say watch the carries where they go. Silenced is the goal right
Most
now.
Player Damage Moment bis jetzt nach Son Wukong. Aber Son Wukong zählt nicht.
Literally, it's going to be a wash around the fight. Now, around the objective, we might have a different conversation. Deathwalker plucked back, and Baskin runs in to control him one last time. Slows are good, but they don't really have the damage follow-up. Their carries have fallen back. The front line finally has Sino for some assistance, and they're burning that health bar slowly. Deathwalker
Das war's mit Deathwalker.
And now the re-engaged Sino chasing down with the help of
Das war's mit Silence.
locked out of his life. And taken down easily.
Oh, yeah. Bye-bye, EU team.
A defense for the Pyromancer is here, but the Styx Ferryman, they should feel pretty confident. Baskin goes back, wants to teleport in. Fire Giant is certainly on the cards here.
Don't have too much to worry about. Zeros, no ult. Is anyone going to step up to try and go for the Zeros? I don't know if he could. Paul, Aurora waiting just around the corner. April in the neighborhood. Has Bat out of hell. A little bit of an opening, falls back immediately, and that is the concession. Fire Giant, 21 minutes in.
Boah, es sind sehr viele Spiele noch, Nature Boy. Ich schaffe leider nur das hier oder das Spiel danach. Ich glaube, es sind 4. Alle 4 Viertelfinalspiele. Ja, alle 4.
Tier 2s, Tier 1s, and mid and right should definitely be the topic of conversation. I think the Scarabs are playing this as best as they can. Get away from the Ferryman, right? Except Deathwalker. He's going to stand here and try and defend. Not losing a tier 2 for free. Definitely a good look. But now Primal Fury is spawning in. There is a lot of real estate for the Styx Ferryman to grab. 6-1. Not been much action here for the Scarabs. They haven't had many opportunities to fight back. And the Styx Ferryman, they're going to keep up this pace. Look at this. Cyclone just flying in, trying to force out that ultimate.
gets it, no problem. The relics are going to be there for Echrome, but like, I mean, we already talked about it.
I've seen all the Steam comes in though. That makes also crazy. Yeah, maybe these are the reasons.
Tier 1 and give them a little bit of an assist, and it is a little bit of gold for the Scarabs.
Ne, morgen nur Halbfinale, Mali. Heute nur Viertelfinal-Matches. Warte, ich zeig euch das mal eben. Heute alle Quarterfinal-Matches. Bis spät in die Nacht. Morgen Update-Show, Halbfinale, Halbfinale. Sonntag, Grand Finals.
Deathwalker was pushing right, goes back to base, wants to help defend this
Yeah, maybe that's why Candy it doesn't fit quite for competitive, because it's completely random.
The majority of the Scarabs are. April trying to go for a wraparound, but doesn't really find a way into this engagement. If anything, Deathwalker's getting aggressive.
Might be in trouble. Paul has him right there, but can't quite get the damage necessary. Now silenced in a dangerous position. Double dash. Gets him double the width out of there. Phoenix is the main target. We've got Cyclone. Paul not playing a ranged carry this time. Will have to get in there to deal a little bit more. But Trelly, they're looking for it. It's conceded. Ferryman get the first Phoenix of the game. Scarabs, no response. A little bit of damage onto Baskin, but he falls
Entertainment factor would be insane, yes. But for the players and
yeah, and the Styx Ferryman, they get in.
yeah, I don't think that for the players it would be fun.
Target would have been just tier 2s. But you don't want to overextend. Your lead is not so massive that you can do no wrong.
But for entertainment, it would be so fun to watch it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Relics and the dash there for Zeros, but the chase is on. Cyclone spin landed.
Silence. Oh mein Gott, wie viel Damage! Was war das denn?
Gets some distance and gets him out of there, but it can't save Zeros, it can't save Silence, and it might not save Echrome. He's just outside the Phoenix line, should be fine, but for a team
Keine Chance.
with Fire Giant, it opens up a lot more of the map. They're going to go for the tier 2 and keep on pushing.
You cannot group up in a small corridor.
Andere Liga.
So much damage with these skewers, and now mid-Phoenix is the target. Deathwalker on the opposite side of the map. This is a 5v2. They might go in here.
Marching already, he's shown himself back. Is there. You've got the 3v5. Deathwalker leaps forward, has to make a defense, or the tournament could be over here. Falls back to the fountain and has the healing. The Ferryman, maybe a little bit of a vibe check here, Trelly. Have to fall back.
Okay, they have to. Yeah.
Now you got to get away with this murder. Deathwalker with a teleport goes around looking for the slow.
Oh.
Gets the kill. That's necessary
Okay.
to turn this one around. Ferryman scattering to the winds as Cyclone locks down. Knock up good, but you can't.
Okay.
The backliner Deathwalker with the play to turn this one on its head.
Basket needs to get out of here, but he can't find it.
Okay.
Picks up the kill as well. The Styx Ferrymen have bit off more than they can chew. Paul and Aurora, the only ones left alive. And now it's going to be a Pyromancer attempt here for Echrome. This is going to work out. Grab yourself the Runic Bomb. And what do the Solar Scarabs do now? Just checking, see if they can find any lazy backs. Doesn't seem to be the play. It's not the end of the world, Gort. The Ferrymen were able to grab 2 birds, right? That was more of a damage check just to see if they could send Deathwalker back. He showed up immediately, hit a massive ultimate, goes back to base one more time, and then teleports in behind.
Yes.
He is doing just about all.
Do you know
Osiris.
Zeros, maybe a little heat check damage.
how this game mode works?
It's a massive stagger. Changes. Maybe the
I mean, it's not that difficult to understand. I'm just curious if you know how it works.
You've got respawns coming through for all of the Ferrymen. Zeros, I should say, if Aurora had any backup, this might be a lot of pressure. He's waiting for Paul, who's looping
But I
around.
still think that Ferryman, the red team, will win this match.
No beats just yet for the carry. No ult to work with. Echrome has to
Yeah,
pull back.
that's GG now.
You've got Cyclone. You've got kills.
Yeah.
Exactly where you need them. Zeros. Echrome backline already off the board. April in no man's land.
April was a Sino.
Side of the world, and the Ferryman outside of Sino marching
1v1. Let's go.
down mid,
Oh.
keeping at least
Oh.
one in action. Sino making sure there won't be enough to defend. The Titan is in danger, and so is Silence. You got the frontliners doing the best they can.
It's
with the
always
damage check. It's
the
still
jungle
there, Charlie Paul.
controls
Whoa.
so
Scarabs, life on the line.
so crazy that.
Already gone now. You've got to make another
wait a second.
miracle happen. Deathwalker doing what he can.
Deathwalker?
Can take him down. He's got 4. He's got
Oh.
5. Surrounding him. Finally, they go through. They kill the Osiris. They march
Got him.
into this Titan.
That's GG.
The Ferrymen are going to do what they've been doing all year. They're going to keep on winning and take this set 2-0.
Look at those low health bars, scored low margins, but the Ferrymen
Deathwalker hat alles probiert.
They have the damage, they have the Titan, and they have the calculated play to take this one 2-0.
Jelly, they vibe check the Titan.
Yep.
It
doesn't go well.
I thought that was going to be catastrophe.
Right.
They do it a second time and everything just lines up. Deathwalker almost makes that miracle play though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. He was over on left lane once again. When the Titan siege is coming, he's in no man's land. He quickly gets back in time, but just did not have the damage, right? You saw Silence hit so much CC. The damage was there. They just couldn't finish kills. And when you're trying to keep a Titan alive, you gotta kill those damage dealers.
Unfortunate.
This is a team that everyone in the Pro League has been struggling to take down. The Scarabs gave them a run for their money. Game 1, closer. Advantage.
Schade, Aishi. Wir haben
This time around, though.
das erste Team aus EU verloren. Last few times I played jungle and stayed healthy and carried me, so I kept getting whopped by jungle. If you wanna carry the game, then you have to learn jungle.
Yep, and that's the thing. Sino, all he had to
That's
do
the
the whole
thing.
fight was keep up real busy. He's like, hey, I'm not
But
gonna
I will
try
be
to
right
kill you.
back.
Eventually I will. He'll get a
Just
solo kill, but
1
you
second.
just can't back. If you're not doing damage to our damage dealers, the Titan will drop. The Styx Ferrymen calculated, and that's what has made them the top seed team in this tournament. They do not make many mistakes.
And this is a team, and we've seen this countless times and discussed with other players, all the other casters, like anybody who talks about them. What do? They play their roles and they play them damn well. Is it going to be insanely flashy? Sometimes yeah, sometimes no. This time, I'd say the flashy was there. And of course, the guy who was doing a lot of the flashy plays, we've got Paul, I believe, on stage who's ready for an interview.
Hello and welcome everyone. I got Paul here with me. So at the start of that game, Deathwalker said that he hopes you enjoy the 2-0. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I mean, it was fun set, but I don't think it was as easy as like a 2-0. Like we were actually kind of getting owned game 1, so it was definitely not an easy 2-0.
Yeah, I want to talk about game 1 there because it looked like it was relatively even, and then you guys were able to claim the Fire Giant, but then right afterwards, of course, we saw you guys go down 3 players. How were you able to regain your composure and go for the win?
So at that Fire Giant, we 3 of us died, but we actually got it. So when Fire Giant's down, we're actually delaying the game a lot. And so we're just like, okay, let's just farm up. We're going to win this late game. And that was kind of what we did.
And obviously, game 2 was starting to go a little bit better for you guys. You guys were controlling until the final moment there. It looked like there was a moment where...
Wie nennst du die Moment alle immer? Wie, oder nee, nicht du, hier im Chat. Ich lese das gut. Bestimmt schreiben das wieder einige.
The call was go for the Titan, and I'm just like, I'm scratching my head a little bit. I'm like, I don't know if we can go for this, but we kind of threw a little bit, but I think we were like always in control though.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously going 2-0 in the first quarterfinals is a great way to start the games. Tomorrow, you guys have semifinals. How's everyone feeling about that, and what are you going to do to prepare?
Oh, you went live, Candy.
We're just all just gonna keep just trying to get better and more focused and just like.
Das schreiben die doch immer hier in den Chat. Mom, okay, fängt schon an Momo, Kelly.
Paul, let you go back to your team, and we're going to be heading back to the desk.
It's a 2-0, but not as easy as a 2-0 seems, according to Paul. We welcome you back to the post-game desk as Dolson, Mifflin, Inbound, and Hazer will break down what we just saw and set the stage for the rest of the day. Fellas, our first team falls out of Worlds. Our first team moves on.
Okay, kam nicht.
I think
Haben wir
there's
nicht.
something about just getting through that first game for the Styx Ferrymen. They were favored.
Nee, haben die nicht
I think it's the
geschrieben.
outcome we expected. Weird things can happen in best of threes, but they got it done and got their first win.
And they find their equilibrium going into game 2, considering the pace of game 1.
Okay, Mari,
Essentially
Dankeschön.
blown out throughout the early, then having to fight your way
Für
back.
die Lurks.
That can kind of wear on your mental a bit. Are we going to lose out on the early again? Do we have
Wie
to
viele
play
gucken
in
das
this
denn?
deficit? But the Ferrymen keep their heads on straight, and it was a concise victory.
Poste mal meinen
The
Arsch.
interesting part to me is they showed now that they can play 2 different styles. They have that game
Bin da
1
nicht so viel.
objective style, go to the objectives, burn them down.
2 Ärsche reichen.
Game 2 style is completely different. We want to dive into the backline. We want to take as many fights as possible, running them down. Yes, they played the Chernobog in both games, but the Chernobog was utilized in different ways. So I think it was interesting to see the Ferryman, our #1 seed, has multiple different metas that they can play already.
We'll see more of those metas unfold as the weekend goes on. We're going to look back at what happened here in game number 2 through our Steel Series Moments of Glory. And Hazer, maybe you can walk me through some moments that jump out at you. This one seems a bit cleaner from the Styx Ferryman right off the bat. Paul on this set making his mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked about how they didn't really have great early pressure, but Paul and Sino wanted to prove me wrong. They pick up 2 early kills.
Let's go, Nature Boy.
And get this set off to a roaring start. And then from there, they just controlled the map. They actually transferred that over to the duo side of the map and gained a huge lead over there. And they just controlled the game. They played super clean. They didn't make hardly any mistakes. There was that one, maybe a little bit of a dodgy Titan push, but just really, really clean smite from the Ferryman.
I suppose when you build yourself a 10,000 gold lead, you can
Amber Booty 69.
room and then just regain and come back just a moment later.
Dankeschön für den Follow.
To see today, specifically here in game 2.
Amber
They
Booty.
exceeded my expectations because I'll be completely honest. Maman Brigitte is so important in the meta right now, and I was not certain that Sino had one. So him even putting that on display puts you in check for P's and B's for all of their sets going forward. You now have to respect that pick.
I feel like he's kind of done me in there, though. I said it's not a Sino pick, it's not a hyper carry pick, and then he builds breastplate, second item. He finishes it before his Doom Orb. He makes things work the way he wants them to work, whether the
Monkey
for that or not.
Heard you. Made the pick.
Hello.
Made it work. Inbound is the rest of the tournament on watch now. Look, Styx Ferryman, they're the #1 seed. I think we're all on watch anyway. But has the gauntlet been thrown down a bit in our second match of the day, our second?
Thank you for the follow, Amber Booty.
I mean, I think Mifflin hits it on the mark. You expected a good team coming out, but we were shown even more than expected. The Maman, which they both touched on, we didn't know if they were able to play it, so that's something that's interesting to see.
The bracket begins to unfold now as our first team has moved on to the semifinals. The Styx Ferrymen await the winner of the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. Leviathan's Mambo later today. And we will end
Überall diese Ärsche.
on our first day of the Smite World Championship.
Selbst in Smite
and the
Game
Kings.
werden die Ärsche
Set the stage
gepostet.
for a potential semifinal.
Mach das nochmal.
Dragons Ravens, Miff. What's a better matchup for the Styx Ferrymen in your mind?
Man, it's interesting. The Ravens, of course, having a tumultuous path to this event maybe leaves a bad taste in your mouth a bit. Do they have it? Are they able to compete still at this high
Oh, Nature Boy sogar mit Iron jetzt.
I'd argue yes. The Ravens have really impressed me throughout the year, but something about Vaporish Coast Dragons is just a little different.
Hazer, the emotions of the arena, I think, are going to be on watch.
Ey, Jane postet auch Ärsche.
Set some early expectations for
Lass uns den Chat übernehmen.
I think this is a match for me that will be one.
Ich mach das sogar jetzt so.
Got Venenu versus Dardes.
Ich geh Next Level Shit.
Has a eclectic god pull.
Say what you want to say. Say what you want to say.
Well, sometimes he doesn't play things that are good. Sometimes he plays things that are bad instead.
Oh, Suzy.
But with the Maman mid that he's shown, hopefully he comes out and he shows he has a Toth, a Baba Yaga, a Raijin. I want to see the best meta picks coming out from him, and I want to see him playing strong on them. Maybe with a sprinkling of spice in there. Maybe a Morrigan, maybe a Hera.
Though the story ends here for the Solar Scarabs, I want to give all the love to them. What a year they've had.
Oh je, es werden überall Ärsche gepostet.
To the world stage. No small
Mann, wieso kriege ich Milky Way nicht auf?
But it's the Styx Ferrymen moving on to our semifinals, and that is quarterfinal #1. We've got 3 more quarterfinals left for you here today in our first day of the Smite World Championships here in Season 10. Don't go anywhere. Quarterfinal #2 coming up next.
Don't go anywhere. Raven auch mit mehr Ärsche. Bin ich stumm? Machst du gleich aus.
Woke up this morning, feeling reborn, and it's like a new dawn. The misery's off, the energy's on, and I'm feeling strong. Yeah, something's evolving. If I'm being honest, nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I can't explain it. Feeling like something inside me. Like nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling infinite. I feel invincible. I surpass my
Weird.
ain't no resisting it. Only surrender and turn my trials into temples. I'm from disparity into the clarity. Elevating at a mock speed. I see no
If you don't want to think about using any extra buttons in combat, you can still build items that are focused on stats and passives instead. The choice is yours in this new system.
The item store
Iron
is
und
now
Arsch,
easier to navigate,
Raven.
with an entirely new way to build items. Want a cooldown item and don't want to scour 30 different trees? Don't want to have to decide now what finished item you'll need in 5 minutes? Don't worry, just build a bow, and every single item with attack speed can be built.
Das ist schon interessant. Aber ja, ihr habt recht, das sieht ein bisschen aus wie League of Legends Item kaufen. Low-Key TV. Thank you for the follow. Dankeschön für den Follow. Aber Items wie bei League of Legends. Hier, das ist wahrscheinlich Strength, Intelligence, Attack Speed, Health, Pen. Nee. Das hier ist Pen. Moment. Strength, Intelligenz, Attack Speed, HB. Erkläre ich dir aber. Du kriegst für alles, was du in Smite 1 ausgegeben hast, an Gems, Legacy Gems für Smite 2. Und diese Legacy Gems kannst du nutzen, zum Beispiel, wenn ein Skin im Smite 2 400 Gems kostet, kannst du 200 davon mit deinem Legacy Gems ausgeben und 200 mit dem Smite 2 Gems. Oh, 13, was geht? 13, ich bin hyped auf Smite 2. Ich werde reindiven in das Spiel. Also du kriegst wahrscheinlich dann, weiß nicht, 100.000 Gems, die man ausgegeben hat. Ja, soll ich dir mal den Trailer zeigen, 13? Komm, wir gucken uns mal den Trailer an. Die kommen dann auch rüber, Abel. Dann gucken wir zusammen das nochmal gerne an. Und ich sag's dir, das sieht so schön aus, ne? Ich werde für dieses Spiel echt viel machen. Content, Streams, alles. Und ich werde auch versuchen, diesmal auf E-Sports-Basis zu gehen. Weil die Möglichkeit hat man jetzt auch bekommen vom iOS. Warum kackt YouTube so ab? So. Danke übrigens. Ach. Ich hoffe, dir geht's gut, 13. Das ist das Wichtigste. Gut. Was meinten die mit E-Sport? Du musst jetzt nicht mehr nach Atlanta ziehen, um E-Sport zu machen. Du kannst jetzt von überall einfach zocken. So wie damals. Bevor Corona war das ja auch so, glaube ich. Mann, warum ist das so laggy? Ich hasse YouTube manchmal. Aber ja, wir warten dann noch ein bisschen, weil, guck mal, alles andere funktioniert. Twitch hat funktioniert, aber YouTube kackt ab. Ich glaube, ich muss einmal kurz neu starten. Aber pst. Moment. Ich mach da einmal kurz Neustart, das regt mich auf. So. Moment, ich mache das wieder an. Okay. Ich will noch selber ein Team machen, kann man auch.
Woke up this morning, feeling reborn, and it's like a new dawn. The misery's off.
Mann, wieso kackt das jetzt so ab? Also das liegt nicht an mir, das liegt an YouTube. Weil Twitch funktioniert. Scheiße, ich glaube 13, du musst das so gucken. Nee, das wird nicht funktionieren. Du, ich mal gucken. Oh, ich raste aus. Aber guck mal, hier Twitch funktioniert sofort. Zack. Zack, das geht.
Coming back and just, I mean, I've seen you get mobbed by people out here.
So, ich guck mal bei oder liegt das am Firefox? Am Microsoft Edge. Okay, hier geht das. Dann machen wir das jetzt einmal anders. Ja, ja, es sieht alles anders aus. So, jetzt geht das. 13. Okay.
Woke up this morning, feeling reborn, and it's like a new dawn. The misery's off, the energy's on, and I'm feeling strong. Yeah, something's evolving. If I'm being honest, nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly.
Oh, Junge. Es gibt so Goosebumps. Boah, Junge, das ist so. Ja. Mal 2 einfach. Einfach so.
Built out of that bow. And
Und hier sieht man kann, es gibt nicht mehr Götter, die magical oder physical sind. Es gibt jetzt Intelligenz und Strength. Und je nach Ability machen deine Abilities entweder Strength Damage oder Intelligence Damage.
Decide now what finished item you'll need in 5 minutes? Don't worry, just build a bow, and every single item with attack speed can be built out of that bow. And you'll have more creative builds than ever before. Gods are no longer just magical or physical. Each god will now have 2 different sources of power, strength and intelligence. Different abilities within each god's kit will scale differently, and all gods will be able to build all items. Face Punch Ymir with crit is back. Hunters that used to do it all
Crit Ymir.
like Kurnanos now will need to
Zum Beispiel hier, der Ymir, wie man sieht, hat kein Leben mehr. Kurnanos ultet den jetzt.
build int in order to increase damage on certain abilities.
Aber da er keine Intelligenz gebaut hat, hier sieht man 0, macht das nur CC und kein Damage. Das ist schon cool.
Like his polymorph. And new hybrid utility options let Chalk build int to buff his healing.
Nee, Smite 1 geht noch weiter. Ja, das stimmt auch 13, hätte ich auch gesagt. Das ist nicht der long-awaited.
And there's even more new in Smite 2 to reward you for tactically and creatively playing the Conquest map. Ambush your enemies from new stealth zones, and make clutch rotations through portals connecting outer lanes. Battle against the Fire Giant, fully equipped with new abilities and new tactical approaches. Like the back door you can open to sneak in for a steal. Earn game-changing buffs as you defeat the Gold Fury, culminating in the Ancient Fury, a new game-ending.
Das sieht so unnormal gut aus. Guck mal!
Through mastering new lane and jungle mechanics. New minion formations and siege minions will make laning more rewarding, while an evolving jungle introduces new strategy to jungling. And there's an all-new way to intentionally interact with the map through a button press. Use this to fight over the Warhorn, which strengthens your minions, or to pick up a buff.
Ja, nachdem der Ymir mobil ist.
Buff pickups in Smite 2.
As we've said before, Smite 2 is a
Jungle
true
Ymir
sequel
mit
to
Crit.
Smite, and a new standalone game. So let's address the question on everyone's mind. Existing content from Smite 1 will not directly transfer to Smite 2, but don't worry.
3 to Unreal 5. That means we have to complete
Ja, stimmt. Guck mal hier, Anhus Ult ist jetzt auch anders. Nicht nur Animation, sondern auch so.
create every piece of content for it to function in Smite 2.
Currently, because we want to make sure all the
That means we have to completely rework or recreate every piece of content for it to function in Smite 2.
Der letzte
Currently,
Schuss,
because we
glaube
want
ich,
to make
trifft
sure all
ein
the
bisschen
content that
härter.
goes into Smite 2 is strictly better. It takes about 2 months of work to get one skin from Smite to Smite 2. And that's if we just port it with effects, without making other meaningful improvements.
As of today, there are about 1,600 skins in Smite, excluding Mastery.
Season. It's not a balance.
Ja, dein PC schafft das locker.
Smite 2 is the next generation.
Guck mal, wie das aussieht.
Smite 2 is the next generation of cross-platform third-person MOBA. This is a true sequel to Smite, fully modernized and rebuilt from the ground up in Unreal Engine 5. That's a 2-generation leap over Smite's Unreal 3, which first released back in 2006. We've got a lot to talk about today, so let's get started.
Smite 2 has all the things you already love about Smite, and so much more. It's got the depth of strategy and tactics that you can only find in a 3-lane MOBA. Competition is core to our DNA, and rest assured that Smite you can only find in a 3-lane MOBA. Competition is core to our DNA, and rest assured that Smite 2 is a competitive game that rewards your time and your skill. But unlike those other MOBAs, Smite 2 has amazing third-person combat. Whether you're coming from MOBAs, shooters, action games, or MMOs, you'll feel instantly at home. And of course,
Aber nach die Sky, was geht? Das stimmt, das heißt jetzt noch was. Predecessor.
From around the world, all updated for UE5. Some, like Loki, stay true to the god
Ja,
you love.
Loki soll so
Just
bleiben.
look
Das
a
ist
lot better.
perfekt.
Others, like Anubis, have incredible new animations and godly effects, flexing the power of UE5. Some are reimagined
Miss Neuling wollte mit Smite 2 durchstarten. Willkommen nach die Sky. Hier wirst du, wenn es soweit ist, puren Smite 2 Content sehen. Wenn du Fragen oder so hast, einfach her damit. Ich habe schon sehr, sehr vieles zu Smite 2 angeguckt. Und Smite 1 spiele ich auch schon seit 10 Jahren, also von daher. Oh, guck mal, neuer Gott zeigen die auch noch.
Hecate, the Greek goddess of sorcery, has been the
Dankeschön für
single
den
most
Follow.
requested god for Smite. Players have felt her impact in Smite for years through the item Ring of Hecate, but now they will finally be able to play as the legendary.
Schön, dass du meinen Kanal ausgesucht hast.
Hecate brings an elegant playstyle to Smite 2 with her ranged magical.
Guck mal, neuer Gott.
Her magic allows her to reach through dimensions and even travel within the liminal space itself. Hecate's flames can guide the way, or her sorcery can bring gods to a halt. The choice is yours. Hecate is the first of 5 all-new gods coming to
Es
Smite
gibt
2.
bestimmt viele Seiten,
But we can't give everything away.
die Tipps geben. Also für Smite 2 auf keinen Fall, weil es ist erst heute angekündigt.
Smite 2 is our chance to go back, take all the learnings from
Ja,
10
mach ich
years
aber.
of making Smite.
Aber es gibt bestimmt Seiten. Moment, ich ändere mal kurz wieder das Fenster zu Edge. Aber für Smite, ich kann dir das hier anbieten. Moment mal, wo ist... Ah, wie hieß die Seite? Scheiße. Die Seite von Weekend. Smite. Weekend. Ja, hier in Smite Source. Vielleicht YouTube-Guys oder so, die hilfreich sind. Du hast safe Ahnung. Boah. Also was so Dingens angeht. Komplett anfängertaugliche Guides, weiß ich nicht, ob es die gibt. Aber ja, stimmt, du brauchst von Grund auf erstmal Erfahrung. Moment mal. Weekend hat bestimmt trotzdem auch gute. Also so anfängerfreundlich könnte ich mir Weekend vorstellen. Ja, Smite Source, wenn du. Das ist aber schon wo es gibt ja 8 Millionen Götter. Das zeigt dir dann, wie du diesen Gott am besten spielen sollst. Ach, es gibt sogar Videos. Nee. Ja, nee, es gibt ja meistens immer nur Sachen für erfahrene, bisschen Erfahrung haben, weil das Spiel ist halt 10 Jahre alt. Ich habe mir jetzt seit 8 Jahren keine Guides für komplette Anfänger angeschaut. Das hier könnte gut sein. Weil das Ding ist aber auch, ja, schon seit 8 Jahren konstant. Ich habe dieses Jahr vielleicht 6 Monate Pause gehabt, aber abgesehen davon habe ich reingeackert. Beginners Guide 2023. Hier, ich gebe mal. Stimmt, das sieht gut aus hier. Smite Beginners Guide. Hier. Das ist eine Playlist. Ich glaube, da erzählt er alles. Und Celtic kenne ich. Er macht gute, oh, dein Englisch ist nicht gut. Oh, dann mach ich glaube, da mache ich selber eins. Ich kann mir schon vorstellen, dass viele neu dazukommen. Vielleicht mache ich auf YouTube so ein Anfängerguide. Das ist hier vor 7 Jahren. Das ist, glaube ich, nicht mehr so ganz aktuell. Guck mal, alles so alt. Ich glaube, da muss was Neues her. Scheiße. Nee, ich glaube, da muss ich mal was herbeizaubern. Ja. Ansonsten gibt es doch bestimmt Untertitelfunktion für das wieder. Lass ich mal kurz gucken. Zaubern, ja. Herbeizaubern. Nee, ich guck mal, dass ich da mal so ein Ultra Basic Guide mache. Aber dann auch nur für Conquest, weil. Ja. Wieso kackt YouTube auf Microsoft Edge so ab? Also du kannst hier auf Untertitel einstellen. Moment mal. Ups. Hier. Kennst du ja wahrscheinlich. Unten rechts, da ist ja das Untertitelzeichen. Da kannst du bestimmt. Den kann ich dir empfehlen. Er macht das gut. Ja, okay, das reicht. Schau dir mal das Link an, da gibt es eine Untertitelfunktion. Das hat der auch auf Deutsch. Aber nein, ohne Builds. Einfach mal die Grundlage des Spiels erklären, wie was funktioniert.
With his aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, I've actually heard from the
Vielleicht mache ich das nachher. Oder was heißt nachher? Die Tage.
And he wants to play and he wants to own and he thinks he's better than people and he'll say it. And that's like a bit of bravado that I feel like you need in competitive. It really helps you to play your game, to play aggressive, not to you know, fall into timidness on the world stage. I don't think there's any danger of that with Coast.
A lot of world champions on the stage in this matchup, a handful of them on the Highland Ravens. All right, these two are conflicted. I met them earlier on today actually and they were really.
Meine Builds waren immer great. Die wurden nie verstanden. Ich meine, nicht umsonst war ich 2 Seasons hintereinander Grandmasters und diesen Season auch Masters. Mit meinen Builds. Und wenn ja, dann überleg mal, wie krank ich wäre mit normalen Builds.
More aggressive picks come through. We just saw Paul play a couple of them, the Vulcan, the set, of course. Yep. I am not anticipating either of that from these mid laners. I think more.
Ja, ist doch so. Dann überleg mal, wie krank ich wäre mit normalen Items. Müsste ich ja der beste Spieler der Welt sein, wenn ich mir so kranken Handicap gebe.
4 mid laners that are ready to farm up. You get the Hera from Dardes playing his own meta a little bit. So there's a lot to look forward to. I think if you are going to see those mages focus in picks and bans, probably more likely to be on the side of Venenu. They definitely like to play through him as they get towards that mid 3v3.
Inbound, a matchup that we've seen plenty throughout this year and in the history of competitive Smite. Nika versus Haddix over in solo. What does that dynamic look like in your mind?
I mean, this is just two
Abgehogi, nein. Nein, ist auch wirklich so. Viele Leute sagen ja mal unironisch sowas. Ich meine, ja, okay, das sind jetzt nicht die Items, die jeder baut. Aber wenn das bei mir funktioniert, dann ist doch gut. Ja, Vaporish Ghost hat es einfach bis hierhin geschafft, ja.
I would say Haddix maybe lanes slightly stronger, but I think Nika's slightly better in the late game. But they're both just very close to each other in terms of skill.
You feeling the same, Hazer? Any additional thoughts on Nika v Haddix and solo?
Yeah, I think we saw Haddix absolutely dominate the tournament coming into this one, right? He was by far the best solo laner, maybe Deathwalker up there with him, but Haddix was just able to run games on his own for this team, and I'm not sure that he'll be able to do it against Nika. Nika, I think, a step above a lot of the guys who he's crushed. I'm kind of expecting these two to cancel each other out across the set. Both play really well, really solid, but neither able to get a real upper hand over the other.
Well, fellas,
Ja,
picks and bans for game one between the Jade Dragons and the Highland Raven. Kicking off right now. And a lot of priority we've seen towards early jungle bans.
Oh, schon Picks und Bans.
Quarterfinal into today. And
Dann
Frog, what are you looking for here in the first 6 bans?
Shabalanki.
Run-of-the-mill meta-type bans, or any particular players getting singled out?
I think there will probably be a little bit of focus. Inbound already mentioned the Aphrodite potential from the Jade Dragons. That's a pick they like to go back to. Of course, the On Her. Granted, we saw a little bit less focus on that On Her towards the last qualifying tournament, but given that it's something Coast likes to go back to so consistently, no surprise to see it banned out there. I think from the Dragons, though, you're focusing out Scream is absolutely the right player to target. That Thor taken off the board, perhaps the Maman Brigitte as well, potential ban. Other than that, though, there's some small targets. I do expect it to be pretty standard from these teams.
I want to touch on this On Her again quick, because this is the god that Coast kind of made his name on, and they banned it away first. So that means they're trying to set the dual lane stage a little bit. Is Coast going to be able to dominate dual lane without that On Her? Will he go for that Hachi and just look to play more aggressive? I'm curious to see what his next god is.
Yeah, an interesting one there as well. We've seen a first pick side ban Athena here. Did the Ravens not want it? Were they not interested in a trade? They get the Baba Yaga, so a few mages denied in this one. Over to Dardes to see what he can
Aktives Stream, by the way. 10 durch dieses Jahr. Ja, jetzt ist es auf PC noch. Dieses Jahr mit Smite 2 wird komplett. Ich habe mich mit 9 E-Mails registriert. Nein, Spaß, nur 8 E-Mails.
Despite getting banned out early, does take the Hachi and make sure that you're comfortable over there in the dual lane. And then Nika, I mean, this Dragons team, we have not gotten to see them since this meta change, since mages left the solo lane. And Nika, of course, one of the star warrior players that we've seen over the last couple of years. So getting a top pick for him, he can be aggressive on.
Nein, ich habe keine 8 E-Mails, aber mit 3 werde ich mich gleich registrieren. Mit einem habe ich schon. Warum wird Osiris so oft gespielt? Nike ist genauso stark. 8 E-Mails, stell mal vor. Nein, nein, sowas machen wir nicht. Abilix.
Yeah, I think that does point towards the Sobek, as you said. I wouldn't be surprised to see that locked in there. As we see the hover, Bobby, you're on point here. Sobek.
Oh, immer die gleichen Götter. Das mag ich in diesem Jahr nicht, ey.
Surge from Awilix, the knock-up from the 2 as well. Going to be capable of putting them in there, and the Awilix can bring them into the danger zone. And Dardes, signature Morrigan pick, not locked in.
I mean, if you like something the other team's got, well, you can get it yourself, I suppose, if you pick up the Morrigan. Inbound, what stands out?
I'm a little curious about this Morgan pick, because so far,
ja, bei mir, ich schwöre, bei mir genauso. Wenn andere Osiris spielen, die sterben einfach nicht, die kommen auf dich zu und töten dich. Mit Twitch-Emote. Und wenn ich den spiele, einfach
bottom 2 picks, something that he can actually use to transform into. So far,
Genau so ein Charakter ist er bei mir auch.
Morgan transform.
Frog, in your mind, though,
Der kommt einfach auf dich zu, du kannst nichts machen. Also es ist so, als würde so ein LKW auf dich zukommen und du dann einfach dieser Reh bist, der so einfach nur da hinschauen kann. Und wenn du dann sagst, boah, okay, Osiris, schon, er hält ja schon viel aus, ich spiele den auch mal. Und dann kommt nur noch Aufgeräusche, wenn du den spielst. Ja, der ist gut. Ja, genau so denkst du dir. Und dann, wenn du den spielst,
you're both looking to get good options for Dardes to be able to impact fights on, and you're looking to not be as susceptible against this Sobek, against this Wheelish, the pressure that the Ravens are bringing to the Dragons. So with some of these fans coming through, I mean,
Solo Black Hole, Solo Div. Und dann sagst du dir, ach komm, ich spiele dann einfach den Charakter, den ich immer spiele. Aber schade, bis jetzt echt immer die gleichen Götter. Osiris, Hachiman, Sobek. Wobei jetzt Morgan, Abilix und Barberga sind noch relativ jetzt frisch. Boah, das ist auch ein heftiges Match. Scream, Veneno, Zapman gegen Polabior Mike, Vaporish. Ich glaube, Smite 2 wird dominieren. Also wenn die das umsetzen, was sie da gesagt haben, wird, glaube ich, Smite 1 nicht lange überleben danach. Ich meine, das Spiel war jetzt 10 Jahre am Leben. Ich glaube, so langsam kann man sich davon mal verabschieden. Wo sind die Picks und Buns gar nicht? Hier, Mama, Thor, Toff, Ula und Nike. Ungebannt.
Feels like we were moving very quickly through picks and bans at the beginning of the day. It's usually these last 4 where things slow down a little bit. Frog, you getting the idea that the Nemesis?
Nee, es kommen keine neuen, es werden die Skins nicht übertragen, 13. Es kommen komplett neue Skins. Die haben gesagt, wenn die das machen würden, dann wird das auch wieder jahrelang dauern, bis die Skins drüben sind. Oh, Danza Bureau? Oh! Ne, gleichzeitig leben würden die auch nicht, nein. Zapman mit dem Vaporish Coast.
He likes to drop an 0-7 every so often. Danzaburo, definitely a character capable of that.
Eben. Oder einfach einigen Leuten gefällt das nicht. Wer weiß. Mal gucken. Das Spiel ist noch nicht draußen.
Also, if the fight is going bad, he can look to use his rocket to get out of there. I really do love this pick, this Danzaburo. Not something we've seen really at all recently, but with that buff that Hazer's speaking about, I like it in a comp like this.
Remember, Coast told Zap to be ready to be on the back foot under his tower. Maybe Danza is an answer to what he heard on stage. Atlas, the final
Atlas.
for the Jade Dragons. You now get a look at their full 5. What is
Let's go Zapman, let's go Coast, wie die sich da gegenseitig streiten.
Time and time again. I mean, it tells me that they are running forward. Nemesis wants to go in off this Osiris engage. Atlas wants. I mean, we've seen Mike build more damage items.
Ja, das verstehe ich auch nicht.
Than he builds tank items as games have gone late. And so I expect both of these tanks to be frontline picks for the Dragons. And then, I mean, Darda is just being there invisible, using the sentry wards, trying to catch somebody out in a bush or something like that. And I think the Dragons are looking to be right.
Ich meine, es funktioniert. Ich verstehe das aber nicht, warum das funktioniert. Ich glaube aber auch, Coast ist besser. Ich glaube auch.
for the transformations.
I wouldn't say obvious. I think Dardes is one of the players who plays Morrigan a lot for her base character and maybe isn't so worried about.
Ja, ich auch. Das ist das, was 13 gerade gesagt hat. Er ist immer so schlecht on Stream und auch allgemein und an den Finals gewinnt er. Das ist ganz komisch.
But I also don't really think he needs it. I think he can run this character in the base stance and still control games.
And Bobby, I want to go to you about the other pick, the Wheelix. A lot built around it now, both on its own team and the opposing team. How dynamic does this pick look, given the other 9 characters in the game?
I think this Willix pick will be the defining pick in this game. I think a lot of what Scream is going to be able to do is off the bat.
Aber warum Avilix gegen... Achso, wegen wahrscheinlich Sobek. Weil ich wollte schon sagen, weil im Gegnerteam ist keiner, der einen Jump hat, außer Osiris, aber das ist ja CC-immunes. Immuner Jump. Aber ja, wegen Sobek, das habe ich jetzt nicht direkt gesehen. Oder Baba Yaga Ult. Haha.
Is that dynamic in your mind very similar between Lasbra and Scream? You know, is the story maybe the same for both sides?
Yeah, I think that Lasbra is going to be a little bit more delayed in getting involved, but that's just nature Nemesis, nature the other side. Wheelish, definitely more likely to get involved early.
Lots on the line in this one. It's game 1 of a best of 3.
Es geht los.
We'll go to your casters to kick it off.
Thank you so much. Over on the desk, game number 1 of our second semifinal about to kick off. It's J-Max Mifflin here to bring the action for the Highland Ravens and the Jade Dragons. For the Jade Dragons, we haven't seen them in such a long time, Mifflin. Do they have any fans out in the audience? Are there any Jade Dragons fans even out here at this point?
No.
No, apparently not. Wait, they're starting to build up a little bit. Okay. Well, what about the Highland Ravens?
Oh,
We just saw
yeah.
them last year. Are there any Highland Ravens fans out there? We're starting to hear them now.
Zapdiff.
Everybody's out there rooting for Zapman. We'll see if he can bring some success to the Ravens as they go into game number 1.
Oh, das wird ein heftiges Spiel.
Mifflin and Doug, as always, here to bring the action.
Zapdiff, Alter. Aber ja, Zapman hat viele Fans. Aber er ist ja auch jahrelang in der Pro League dabei.
Haven't got to see what they can really do on the new patch yet. Haven't seen what Nika's capable of, going back to the style of warrior play. Seeing a lot of those mages now kind of cycled out of that lane.
Yeah, I think Nika's maybe one of the biggest fans of that change. Was very vocal about this, by the way. Not a fan of playing mages every single time. So Osiris, Bologna, the standards, the Amaterasu, things
Ja,
like that.
irgendwie stimmen die Kameras nicht.
Certainly something that
Warum ist er Zapman?
Excited about. I like this composition on both sides, though, J-Mac. In particular, I think the Death highlights it very well. The Highland Ravens jungler Scream on this Wheelish. A lot of weight on his shoulders. I've been a major proponent of this pick. Has really, really good early game pressure. Has the ability to establish pace. And
Jetzt nur noch switchen. Die Namen stimmen jetzt,
trouble throughout the early.
aber die Kameras sind aus der falschen Seite.
Because that's another thing that Des brought up was no really good kind of immediate transformation targets. Typically you look at your junglers, sometimes you maybe look at enemy mages for that kind of confirmation, but we'll kind of have to see exactly what Dardes.
Oh, Zapman kriegt schon ein bisschen Schläge.
Dardes really does just love base Morgan style play. Not very often that he's looking for those ideal transformations.
Was macht Zapman da? Wieso geht er so nah dran?
He called it in the interview and he brings it here. First wave knocks him down. Old man Zapman taking a back
Oh mein Gott.
It's just simple aggression there. Pull in from Might and Coast. Connects the eye jutsu stun, and from there, it's all
Thumbs up.
Worst case scenario.
Oh
From the
nein.
Highland Ravens duo lane. It could just happen again.
Everything down for the Jade Dragons, too. This is
Nein.
a very dicey duo for both squads, but now Zapman's got to sit under that tower exactly where they
Auch so einen mobilen Gott nicht.
zap this entire game.
Ugh.
And another point that was brought up is just, you know, this Donza Burrow, we have not really seen him, even after the buffs didn't feel
Ja,
it
Nika hat ihn
so
schon
much.
gesehen. Aber ja.
Keep eyes on
Okay.
Scream. You never know what this guy's going to do. And with this Wheelish pick, we saw Scream pick it up during playoffs. Didn't go the typical build path that any other jungler was going.
We don't want to talk about Scream's build. He comes out of the booth and says, you know I was cooking, right? Kin size, I believe it was Phalanx as well. Just very unorthodox build. That's Scream's MO, though. Always goes a little bit off the beaten path
Zapman,
on that itemization across the board. I'm expecting largely the standard here. This doesn't seem to me to be a draft from the Jade Dragons that should dictate Scream going something unorthodox.
Already with that first kill for the Dragons, where do we see the continued pressure? For now, it has just been in the duel and keeps that man back, but only level 3s between them, so not too much has been gained for the Jade Dragons off of this first blood. It's really only been that first blood bounty separating these two squads.
And so far, Vaporishko is playing well around his pressure. I wonder which of these supports decides to rotate out first. Mike generally likes to be involved in that mid lane really early on. Loves
Wieso lässt sich poken durch den Hachiman 2?
Scream blinks over, waiting for the flip, but Lasper's able to dash away. Now it's Haddix who gets stunned out instead. Good tether by Nika keeps the enemy solo laner at bay, but that is going to be a set of beats down for Lasper now.
Get used to seeing that interaction, especially throughout the early game. Lasbra does not want to fight Scream. Not just yet. Later on, full 6 slotted, things get a little bit different. Throughout the early, Scream's domain.
Blue buff ist gespawnt.
That man trying to step up. To start is clear on the buff, but PVM's just standing by. Goes ahead and grabs Chester. Is just going to walk down at Zapman and try and keep the camp his way. Zapman throws down the bottle. Mike gets taunted back. With Hurry around the corner, should at least guarantee the purple buff now for the Ravens, but I mean, this is just typical old-fashioned Jade Dragon style of play. Get that lead in one of your lanes and just keep up that pressure.
But talk about the timing of that pressure.
Hat 3 Minions verloren.
So significantly, it grabs you free neutral camps. You lose maybe 3 minions of tower worth of gold as well. The Han Ravens dual lane slowly bleeding, even though they've actually confirmed their own buff.
Hurry able to steal.
Machen das schon echt gut, Alter. Ja, das echt gut machen die das. Wer war dort so ein Support in Rank? Ich will jede Runde win.
Beads back up for both the dual lane. Keep eyes on when Lazara may step up, because his are still down for 90 seconds against Scream.
Boah, ich will. Das macht auch viel aus, einfach auf den Sack zu gehen. Dann kommt der Spieler aus dem Konzept und ist dann ein bisschen unkonzentrierter. Schon echt gut.
Nemesis strips defense, makes it that much easier to jump on Hurry when punish some poor positioning.
Ja, eine halbe Wave ist weggeflötet, ach, keine Ahnung. Wegflöten! Oh.
Could be a potential target for Lasper to go over and maybe help out, but I mean, Scream has been on this buff the moment it spawns up. They're not giving Nika an inch to breathe on that buff.
And it's not like Haddix needs to hold on to that ultimate. How concerned is he about a rotation from Lasra? Not very. Scream spots him out in the jungle there. Lasra clearly makes eye contact as well, so should be a fizzle on the aggression. Maybe a little bit more on that right-hand side.
Ein Level behind schon mal.
Over in mid at the time. So around those mid harpies. The left ones are up, but Jade Dragons nowhere in position to try and stop that. And now all the lead that the Jade Dragons had gold-wise.
Wird, glaube ich, nicht Level 6 hitten, ne?
All the way back over to the Highland Ravens, where in fact we have the Highland Ravens now.
Guck mal, Polarbier ist einfach überall.
Jade Dragons had all that pressure and do it, they just couldn't get anything done with it.
Jetzt geht er noch zum Purple Buff. Wie holt er aber auch seinen Farm ab? Er ist zwar jetzt ein Level. Ne, er ist ahead. Wieso ist das nicht sortiert da unten? Machen uns der Midlaner mit dem.
I'm really waiting for Lazara to hit that 2-item power spike. It feels like the Jade Dragons right now just playing without a jungler, waiting for him to farm up.
And what is kind of that ideal second item for Lasper? You know, going with this Atalanta is a bit more auto-attack centric. Is it another thing similar like an Executioner, Kinsize? Like, what's kind of that next go-to for Lasper?
We've seen some variations in the Nemesis build. I do go towards that Executioner pretty consistently, especially if you have other physical attackers that'll really benefit from it. So Vaporish Coast, Nika as well. Once that team fight starts up, could really benefit from an additional penetration. But for me, maybe I'm a little bit old now, showing my age. Jotun's Wrath, 20% CDR, power, pen, it's everything you want.
Just a good all-rounded item. Keep eyes on Lasper throughout his build. And also, I'm still just going to keep watching Scream. See if he goes
Beide haben Phalanx, Alter. Okay, also Phalanx wohl ein sehr starkes Item.
Traditional standardized build that we've been seeing from some of the other players like Johnny adapting with, they've kind of pulled through. But Zavin in danger. 2-man rotation his way. Does get into Leaf in time, but it's pulled out of it immediately. Lasper cuts off the path And it's a second kill onto Zapman. The Jade Dragon striking the duo once more.
You just can't walk away from the Atlas ultimate. Danzaburo, easy to knock him out of that leaf form. Zapman, much too far forward on his own. Great punish there from the Jade Dragons, putting a lot of attention in that duo lane. The ability of this composition from the Dragons to go through Gold Fury is going to start to rear its head very soon. The Ravens need to be able to match that pressure.
Mike went back to base. This is 2v1. Hurry's still in dangerous territory. Goes into the waters. Crashed out immediately, but just to get that dash cooldown back for himself.
Tut mir leid.
Support bailed out just a little bit by fortunate back timing on his part, having Mike go back a little too early.
Yeah, Mike, he got his job done. There's not really a whole lot of reason for him to stick around. Surprised to see Hurry even go for that pull there. I mean, no one on his side to follow up.
Wird immer gegangen. Aber ist er dann auch, ich glaube, er ist so sehr unvorsichtig. Er ist immer voll aggressive. Auch on stream. Er spielt immer so aggressiv. Er wird immer gepunished.
On this Bologna started to do its number towards Nika's health bar, but maybe the fortunate part for Nika is that the furthest that Scream is really going into any of these lanes is either right to this totem or towards that cooldown buff.
Yeah, Scream hasn't had too many opportunities. We saw the attempted gravity surge just earlier, but PBM beats in that first slot incredibly safe.
Sein Team kommt nicht. Also jetzt müssen die kommen, der Purple Buff spawnt. Jetzt sollte er Counter warden. Er hat ein Ward dabei.
Zapman's got a bit of it with the sake bottle. Haddix with Eagle's Rally, but small circles. Be pretty difficult.
Und Purple ist gespawnt, aber die gehen nicht. Okay.
Ultimates and beads included.
And even look to the opposite side for the Dragons, and there's not really a whole lot to be able to punish from.
Aber er ist noch mit Level jetzt nicht so wirklich behind.
Not a whole lot of threat in that way. Group up around mid.
Oh.
Lazarus half health. Scream jumps over the wall back to safety, and Venenu up into the house. Get some damage onto Dardes. Dardes feeling a little bit low, but he goes right back.
Was macht
this guy? One other step is not enough, and Scream goes down. The group up from the Jade Dragons saves their jungler, takes down Scream. But now it's Haddix
Also da hat er
against Lazarus.
Bolts
Now Nika
gehabt.
chases him down. BBM walking through the mid, plucked back by Hurrywin, but not quite enough follow-up damage from Venadu to take down this tank.
Talk about ice in Dardez's veins. Decides to walk through the fires of Ven, transform, and then up down
Also
at
da,
100
was für ein Vertrauen.
Doesn't have any concern in the world. Trust that the rest of his team is nearby. And the
Nie im Leben im
known
Ranked.
about that mid 3v3. They love getting involved exactly
Wie
there.
geht's dir, Alter?
Great play from Dardez, and the transformation target into that Bologna, I think, telling for how the Jade Dragons want to play these engagements. The desk called it out. It's dive.
Ghost, though, might be in danger. Hurrywin on the way. Beads still available for the Hachi. Ghost will quickly jump onto the mounted archery, bail himself out, and save his relic for the next rotation over. But Scream has not been too apt to go over to the lane. It really feels like Scream hasn't been in a lane very much just yet. Maybe we'll see him get involved over on the left side. It's Hurrywin and Zap, keeping Coast and Mike now at their own tier 1.
Yeah, Scream hyper-focused on his ability to just farm up the map consistently.
Husten.
It is a very strong two-item power spike.
Weil Husten geht dann noch. Es war nervig, aber besser als Kopfschmerzen oder Bauchschmerzen. Kann man das Positive rausziehen. Hehe.
I'm not sure we're gonna hit a portion of this game where Scream hits Nika and his
Nee, das hast du mal erzählt. Mandelentzündung ist nicht so cool. Nope.
Physical defense for Nika. Same thing for Haddix on the opposite. I don't think we'll see these junglers anywhere over here. Probably once
Noch mehr dabei.
Mark hits that second item finished up for Nika. So in that case, if you are Scream, if
Schöner Start ins neue Jahr, ne?
which lane do you put focus on, or is this just a sit there and focus
Ach,
on your
Mann.
farm game?
If it were just a few minutes earlier, I'd say focusing Mike would be a pretty decent option as he elected to go for Prophetic in first slot. Takes a little while to stack up
Nicht
that item.
gut.
Don't exactly
Mandelentzündung.
the full defensive capacity of it as
Ja,
Hurry.
wer
Where
findet
you
das
at?
denn gut?
Out
Oh.
the jungle, and Lazarus Slice and Dice is good. Killing spree already for the jungler.
Wieso sind alle auf einmal da? Ich verstehe das nicht. Die sind immer mindestens zu dritt immer in diesen Fights.
Lurking through the jungle. Jade Dragons, they'll call away from the
Sowas
objective,
sieht man
just get
im
their
Rank
one kill.
nie.
And the Ravens are just all the way around the map, getting caught out here, there. The Jade Dragons, much more concise in their positioning. I feel like they've always got a buddy. Someone's always with
Okay,
somebody.
Zapman will 1 gegen 1.
Zapman, though, he's walked away from his grass invade Porsche. Coast could try and turn this fight because Mike is just around the corner. Ultimates
Wieso
are
ist
both
Mike
down.
wieder da?
The beads are down from Coast, but he drops the banner and it's not far enough. And he's just
Okay.
out of range for the in-hand. Zapman
Zapman hatte
playing
Bock.
aggressively, and for his money, he gets the beads away from Coast, and that might set up for another rotation now, because Hurrywin and Scream are over here. Mike
Aber ich glaube, mit
picked up just a bit.
Danzabuche kann man sich das auch erlauben. Guter 1 gegen 1 ADC.
Wow, that was great positioning there from Mike, just to avoid the feather step from Scream. If you get your dash canceled there, that's your life every single day of the week. So good timing on the beads. Scream tries to min-max his positioning
Was
by
passiert
moving
denn da
away, but
drüben?
maybe you can catch him here.
He's doing his best to stay alive. Hurry's stunned down a lot of poke.
Boah.
The support of the Highland
Minus
Ravens is the
damage.
first beacon going over to the Jade Dragons. Let's see them just a few minutes.
Und auf der Solo einfach nur Klatscherei.
We saw very early rotations now. From some
Nichts Besonderes da drüben.
active, see
Die
exactly
kämpfen auf der Solo-Lane wie NPCs.
pan out around these objectives, because it feels like less often than it used to is where
Immer
we
die
see
gleiche
big
Szene da
around the beacon.
drüben.
It used to be, once they came out, everybody wants beacon. I'm getting all 10 players on the map there.
Aber
Now these solo laners a bit more apt to stay in their lane.
The rotation this early isn't exactly worthwhile unless you know you're going to get a fight off of it. Then it's really, we're at the beacon, but we're fighting for the Gold Fury. Speaking of,
Ist so lustig, immer einfach bei Solo zu sehen von oben.
Look at the ward coverage from the Highland Ravens. Seems to me Zapman made a call out. Guys, they put pressure on my lane, and I'm kind of sick of it.
Fury started, and it's Mike with the ultimate right on the
Oh.
center of it. Lasbra ultimate
Dragons
maybe
mit
trying to keep him
dem-
out, but the ultimate's already too early from the Dragons. Now they got to try and confirm gold, but with Hurrywin nearby, they don't have the secure to do so. The Highland Ravens have repelled the Jade Dragons around gold.
Oh.
I like that call from the Dragons.
Das Gute ist, ich werde müde, das ist gut.
Especially against lurking in the waters.
Ich habe morgen Frühdienst. Also nach diesem Viertelfinale muss ich leider schlafen gehen.
Objective secure, so don't leave that up to
Aber wir gucken uns alle 3 Spiele noch
a little
an.
bit more defensive, a little bit slower. And at least heat check the Highland Ravens. See how quick that response
Hoffe ich.
time was.
Je nachdem, wie lange die Spiele gehen.
Get rid of the teleport from Haddix as well.
Ooh. Big damage already from Venenu. Darda is going to have to go back to base now. We do see that Venenu's already starting to build into that prophetic cloak. Should have that very shortly. And then at that point, the guessing game comes down to who on the Dragons.
Oh, welches Item wird denn Bellona
So
holen?
many members of the Dragons going back to base or scattering to the wind. The Highland Ravens go right for the Gold Fury and see if they can pull this objective and grab it for themselves. They'll get gold. The Dragons now answer with a Pyromancer. Unfortunate for them is that Haddix is already there, slowing down their damage output on it. Pyromancer down to a third. Nika on the way. Triple ultimate from Haddix. Not enough to steal Pyro.
nicht geklaut.
And not enough to lock the Jade Dragons down. The Ravens get one objective. The Dragons trade out with another.
Clean win to the Highland Ravens until we see where that runic bomb goes.
Zwar 4 Kills,
Had to steal, the stun was so well
aber
placed. Scourge maybe
goldtechnisch
taken it away, but used it
even.
a little bit earlier on. Highland Ravens have been doing such a phenomenal job, J-Mac, just in macro farm. They've not got a single kill just yet. It's but always been even or favored to the Highland Ravens, barring the 30
Eben,
seconds after.
das sagt der Cast jetzt auch gerade.
I just think the Jade Dragons are really struggling.
Er ist
to find
verschoben,
where to
damit ihr
push
die
their
Items
lead.
seht.
They need to get Vaporish Coast out of that lane.
Moment
a lot of
mal.
the aggression has always been rooted through Coast on this team. We even heard in the interview, it's a lane that you can play through consistently. But Zapman took the interview as well too hard. You
Ja.
wanted me in my tower? Fine, I'll also
So.
play a safe pick.
Gonna sit at the tower and essentially make you stay here. So you want to keep me on that tower, you've got to be in the lane to make sure that that happens.
Ich habe es nach unten rechts verschoben, damit ihr, damit man noch die Items sieht.
Tower.
Comfortable, ain't he?
Feels like it's right at home for Zapman at this point. Not in like in a rude way, but like Zapman's like, yeah, I'm just chilling. No problem with me. I'll sit here. I'll farm up because this has just been kind of their MO. You know, Zapman, even on his time all the way back when the Atlantis Leviathans and teams before that is, I might go 0-7, but look at my carry over here. This guy's going 7-0. What matters if I die 100 times? As long as my team is able to win off it, that's all that
Warum
matters
machen
to Zapman
beide
at the end of the day.
Totem?
2v2 around
Okay.
solo lane. Not really gonna fizz on much here.
Yeah, not a whole lot of aggression anywhere on the map just yet. And as the game goes on, each one of these kills starts to gain a little bit of importance. If we see this pace continue to that 25-minute mark, one team fight's all it's going to take to completely close out this game. Fortunately for both sides, structures stand, all 6 on either. So it would be a little while until we see him be able to approach some of those Phoenixes. Instead, now you have to evaluate.
Suchtkick wieder. Oh, gewonnen.
An easier time finding those picks. And I'd argue to a certain extent, it's probably the Jade Dragons. Dardez on this Morgan, the ability to just stealth up, burn through.
Ich glaube aber Late Game Zapman mit Danza
would generally be
wird scheppern, sagt so mein Bauchgefühl.
faster, changeling such a long cooldown, but no fights in 17. I think he can do whatever he wants.
Oh.
He's from Lasbra. Will there be a turn and burn now from the Dragons? Started to group up in the left side jungle, but not going to get too much more aggressive. And kind of going back to Venenu on this Baba Yaga. Now Prophetic Cloak starting to stack up.
Tier 1 ist weg.
Means that he's going to get really tanky really quick. The Jade Dragon going to try and exploit that weakness early. Already forcing a home sweet home out of Venenu. Nika taking this one up, no problem. It's a fight over in the jungle though. Scream jumps over the wall, and it's a follow-up by Nika. Beam from PBM to try and chase down, but the Jade Dragons have spent a whole lot of resources to get to the fight. Now what do they have
Ja,
for the fight?
dann Sabo geht rein. Aber jetzt muss er aufpassen.
He's on the run. Nika frontlining, but Dardan's at half HP, transforms into the blown.
Oh mein Gott, wie viel Schaden da auf einmal kam.
Ravens, Venenu on death's door, but somebody's got to put him down. It's Mike to do so. It goes
Oh, aber jetzt wird aufgeräumt. 2:2. Was für Teamfights, Alter.
What a back and forth engagement, but it's Hurrywin that gets it all started with that pull onto Mike. Mike gets the peel from his team. Dardes transforms into a tank and says, I'm right there with you. Difference is, Mike stays a tank. Dardes only gets to be one for so long. Left in no man's land, an immediate turnaround from the Highland Ravens, but not before Lazar able to hit a pay dirt on a few priority targets himself. Hard to say which one just wins out cleanly. Mid for mid, even trade, ADC for jungle. Considering Coast is already nursing a pretty nice lead, getting Zapman off the map, it's pretty nice for Coast to get even further ahead.
As this game continues to go on, that kill on Venenu gets harder and harder. He already lived for way too long. But what tools do the Jade Dragons have to be able to dive this Baba Yaga once that Prophetic Cloak is online and she becomes way tankier?
You know, Baba Yaga is actually interesting in that you can have the exact same answer to a Baba Yaga as you do as like a Cthulhu or a Zhongqi. Oh, you win into your ultimate? What if you had less defenses? What if you were just a little bit
Wer ist bislang weiter? Das Team von Paul ist weiter.
The initial knockup from the home sweet home transformation. We saw that there. We then had to early cancel the ultimate, I believe, trying to get into that leap.
Scream uses his ultimate so he didn't get pulled back by Mike because his beat's still down.
Ne, Scarab ist leider draußen. Team von April und Deathwalker. Die haben es leider nicht geschafft, aber das war auch klare 2 Spiele. Wobei das erste Spiel war nicht so klar, in einem kurzen Moment. Aber beim zweiten Game hatten die keine Chance.
Meanwhile, for the Highland Ravens, they'll take the trade again. Say, okay, Dragons have the Pyromancer. We'll go for the Gold Fury, but maybe the Dragons make the faster call and go towards Fire Giant.
FG call sogar.
Only have Hurry here, and Hurry's not going to be there much longer. Killing spree for Vaporous Coast. Haddix and Venenu on the way. It's only going to be these two to defend the Fire Giant, and I don't think the Highland Ravens are even going to step up to defend the Jade
Dragons.
Verteidigen hin. 2 kills and a Fire Giant.
Ja, April ist leider draußen.
They know the Ravens are on the Gold Fury. Send anyone over there, and there's no way they get there in time to defend the Fire Giant itself, especially after Hurrywin just peeks around the corner, stays around a little bit too long, and the Jade Dragons, they jump up in the jungle.
Mike tanking the tower, minions on the way, and the Jade Dragons will grab tier 2. Nika pulled back by Scream, but not a whole lot of damage going Nika's direction. Only about a quarter of his health pushed away for the time. The Jade Dragons can fall back. No other objectives to go on the map because the Ravens
wahrscheinlich
the only
back.
other one that was standing.
Die haben sehr viel Geld in der Hand, auf der Hand, in der Hand. Geld in Hand. Werden wahrscheinlich dann die beiden Tower holen. 3 Tower insgesamt.
Already highlighted how important he is to the pace of this game, but he needs to find someone on his own. If it's going to come down to these 5-on-5 engagements as we've seen, Scream's really going to struggle dealing significant damage. And in situations like this, that's when Scream gets a little bit unorthodox in the build. That's where we can start to see some of that tankiness develop. And considering I'm looking at a tower shield right now, we could be seeing Scream go back to his old ways.
The Phalanx might be just around the corner. The problem right now that Scream is having is every target he tries to pull with this ultimate has beads or is a tank. Hurrywin and the rest of the squad just not able to pull these relics
Erst links pushen die.
And it's essentially making Scream kind of play on hard mode.
Macht eigentlich den rechten Tower. Da ist noch ein Tier 1 und ein Tier 2.
The Highland Ravens playing in a deficit need to be concerned about a 5-stacked Fire Giant team. If I pluck them and they have beads, do I just die? That's a quote from iRapper, by the way. Said it all back 3-4 years ago, and it's still true. Hurry's not exactly tanky just yet.
Only 3 items into the build, and one of those is just raw HP at this point. Lasbra and Scream, bit of a tussle in the jungle, but this might be the one beneficial matchup for Scream as he's 2 levels up over Lasbra. Not even going to take that chance to go for the 1v1. Instead, it's just Nika running down Scream under the tier 2
Well,
tower
that
while
was Cyrus.
Lasbra chops away at it. Haddox with the Scourge, make sure that the damage to the tower is not that much. And Mike, hold on, getting low, use the ultimate. Hurry, we're gonna chase him. And Veneno with the home sweet home. Now
Oh,
Zardes
Zapman ist
at half
dabei.
HP. They're just gonna keep on
Auto-Attack
chasing
sitzen,
Zapman.
aber reicht nicht.
Away, throws out the sake bottle, but it's Haddox around the corner. The
Oh.
clothesline.
Aegis Beats.
Coast has nothing left he can
Er wird
do.
sterben wahrscheinlich.
Runs him down.
Oder holt er noch einen Kill?
But the entirety of the Ravens
Oder Zap.
stands his ground for
Oh.
as long as he can, but
Okay.
Scream is there to send him to the afterlife, and now Nika just gonna be chased away by 3.
The Highland Ravens get a miracle defense there. The Jade Dragons play the map
So nicht mal ein Tier 2 bekommen mit den FG.
5-on-5. I'm surprised to see them take a 3v3 on left and a 2v2 on right. I mean, Zapman, of course, does so much more damage than I think anyone expects, essentially. Taking that 2v1 on tower line. Mike tries to tank up
Ja,
that
okay, so
tower,
viel Damage hat jetzt
not
Zapman nicht,
EFT.
aber
Means
gut.
that tower is going to stand for a while. And I believe Mike maybe loses 60 to 70% of his HP to PvE alone. The Highland
Krass,
Ravens
wir haben das
forcing
verteidigt
Jade
im Tier
Dragons
2.
back. Still with Fire Giant on 3, though. You have to show a little bit of respect.
Zu sehr aufgeteilt, das stimmt.
Try and scare the Highland Ravens away from
Wir haben mit dem FG nichts anfangen können, leider.
standing right behind him to make sure he's got the room to do so. And if you want to take a look at maybe why Zapman's doing so much more damage, it's double crit, but not the double crit that we've come to expect from the Hunter builds. Usually, it's the
Nee,
Demon
wo ist
Blade
Deathbringer?
into but it's failed not in that 3rd slot for Zapman.
If you're going to start every fight by ulting in, I think that's a great way.
Wieso hat er keinen Deathbringer?
Pulled back, thought maybe be able to force out that beads with the gravity surge, but Scream wants it to hold on to that ultimate, keep that threat available for maybe someone that doesn't have beads currently. Keep your eyes on Zardes, keep your eyes on Mike. Even Mike at this point might be susceptible to a pull, so long as Zapman is there, so long as Ven's ready for
Was sind das für zwei Balken hier eigentlich?
starting to pose a little bit of threat towards the front line.
Die in der Mitte. Ah, ihr seht meine Maus nicht.
The Dragons grouped up around Pyro.
Und wurden bestraft. Und wie?
Time, but now looking for a group up once more, but
Seht ihr diese zwei Balken auch über meinen?
they
Ja.
went straight to the Fire Giant. I don't think the Highland Ravens will make the mistake of trading Pyro for
Titanen?
Gold Fury any longer, knowing that the Jade Dragons
Ah,
just have the
stimmt, die
call to
laufen
go
ja
for an
jetzt.
objective
Ah, okay.
like that when the game was as
Dankeschön.
even as it was.
It was just that perfect information of knowing the Ravens weren't there in numbers. If it's a 5-on-5, the Jade Dragon's not crazy enough to just do it in the face of the Ravens. That was a calculated decision with all the information on the map. Good ward coverage on that left-hand side earlier affords them that decision-making. Zardes, considering a step forward there, really has been leading the charge on a lot of these engagements, and with Polynomicon now has 100-0 potential in just base stance. Go for the stun, the dark aspects, get your Dark Omen, and all of a sudden one auto attack and Zapman's off the map, or Ven's off the map.
See a bit of a group around Fire Giant from the Jade Dragons. Lasbra hanging out in mid. Finally has hit that level 20 points, so able to upgrade that starter item for himself. A couple of the other members of Jade Dragons, or at least just Zardes, still hasn't had that chance to go back and finish up his. But it's a fire pull now by the Jade Dragons. 3 of the Ravens nearby, 1 on the way. Veneno already being launched at by Mike and Nika. And Zapman does not have very far to go. He's being chased out, tethered away, and Lasbra knocks him off the map. But now Lasbra versus Scream. Nika's got to go and bail out his jungler, but he's not going to be able to do so. Scream's just got too much damage, and it might be Nika next on the chopping block. Half HP, still walking at the enemy, but Veneno stands his ground. No ultimate available to the Baba Yaga.
1:1.
It's Mike pulling back. Hurry win.
Aber Herman nicht mit. Oh! Wieso jumpt er in?
Maniac walks into 4 and loses his life because of it, and now Hurry might go down as well. Zoned away for the time being. Haddox back.
Oh, wie lange geht der Teamfight?
Veneno jumping in aggressively, but he hit the decoy. Sundown loses both relics and the rest of his health bar. Timeline.
Alternate Timeline.
Just for the time, and is it enough?
Nein, er hat nicht getroffen.
Get any damage? Dart is essentially taunting him in the backline, saying, "Please."
Ja, Zapman Mali.
The Highland Ravens get over aggressive. Scream with a wild man jump in, just trying to peel out for Hurry. Hurry's out. You're jumping into 4 on your own. Hurry decides to peel back in. Well, I can't just let Scream die. If he goes down, we can't fight back anywhere on the map.
Ja.
His own life, 2 for 0, and the Jade
Was
Dragons
sagt man
then
dazu?
cleanly take the engagement afterward. Relic graveyard for the Highland Ravens. Alternate timeline off the map, and the Jade Dragons get to regroup first. 30 seconds for Ven on respawn. Takes about 15 seconds to walk there from base. I think we're just letting the Fire Giant go down again.
I think that's the call from the Ravens. Haddock's the only one really in the vicinity to try and stop that, but
Ja, Sobek hat
low
outdamaged
chance odds
den.
to take a Fire Giant. Not zero, but I don't think Haddox wants to walk too far forward, so Jade Dragons get their second Fire Giant of the game, 27 in, and really their first significant lead of this game as well. 6,000 gold up for the Dragons.
Let's figure out where the Jade Dragons start to put some of that siege, though. Previously, it was split all the way across the map. This time,
At Atlas sogar auch, ja.
You could split up. 4-1, 3-2, that's fine, but stay in lanes that are connected, right? If you're in right, play in mid. If you're in left, play in mid. I think the answer is play in mid.
Play in mid.
So as long as you can get involved in a team fight, the Highland Ravens, I don't think we'll put up too much of a defense around these tier 2s. Ven can keep the waves out, but has to utilize that second ability, want to hold one of those potions in pocket. Maybe it's an all-in initiation style defense. Keep your eyes on Zapman. That rocket could be a difference maker.
Dragons might just elect to play this one a bit slower. Still 20 seconds, never mind. Nika hits the gas pedal, goes right into the Phoenix line, thrown back into the hands of the entirety of the Ravens. And Nika is down to a
Verteidigen
corner.
echt
He's got to
gut.
try and walk through the door, but he can't.
Wie eben schon.
Still up. The Phoenix are still there.
Zapman kriegt seinen Kill.
Down instead. Zapman puts him away, and Mike walks up to distract.
Mike wird auch sterben. Nika ist auch gestorben. Oh mein Gott, was?
Jade Dragons fans are used to the situation. J-Max Siege has been a weakness for this team for so
Also
long.
deren
The
Siege.
Ravens proven it once more on
Okay.
defense. Fire Giant maintained on 2, but not the 2 you wanted on. Fire Giant
Wow, würde ich auch sagen. Wow, würde jetzt Kronos 64 Skin sagen.
Once more by Zapman. Scream isolates Nika at the tour, and all of a sudden now the Highland Ravens, who are thinking maybe on the back foot, maybe have to defend their Titan, starting to approach the throne room themselves.
It's 15 seconds, and the Coastas have over 20 till the remainder.
They have time.
Tier 2 down.
Unnormal
and now
besser
it's on to
gespielt.
the Phoenix. They still got
Surely
a
not.
minion wave. I don't think the Ravens stick around any longer than that. So instead of losing a bird of their own, they turn it around and strip the entire mid lane away from the Dragons.
Fortunately for
Pass.
the Jade Dragons, silver lining is the buffs hadn't spawned just yet. They lost the fight so quickly, the Highland Ravens can't take anything more on the map. Pyromancer is a consolation prize. I'm sure just happy. Icing on the cake there for the Ravens. The Jade
Alles
Dragons,
krass.
they were so close to be able to find some sort of footing in that team
Alles
fight.
wieder back
I think it
im
goes
Biss.
all wrong with Nika's ultimate. That it just puts him too far into the back line of the Ravens. He's completely isolated. And then from there, it's just pick your target. I'll take this one target here. Nika's on his own. I'll start to move slowly through the map forward from there. Great mobility from Zapman once more. The Jade Dragons have to find an answer. Clearly, Nika's not winning the 1v1 up against Scream, but he could probably isolate Zap himself, jump onto him, play the sustain battle. We've seen Deathwalker try something just earlier today.
Ist das so deren Ding, Aishi?
Back up, take a longer fight, play around the Death's Embrace. There are opportunities for the Jade Dragons besides just walking into the birds.
Well, the Dragons will get a Gold Fury, at the very least themselves. Still
Bin
holding
leider
on to
nicht
the
so
Fire
gut
Giant for
vertreten
at
in
least a couple of
E-Sports.
minutes for Lasbra and Dardes. And speaking of
Bereich.
Dardes, what are some of the ideal, like, even transformation options? Is it just go into the Haddocks, have that second tanky front line for you with the Bologna, that CC? Or do you start going into some of these more damage-oriented options?
For Dardes,
EFG spawnt gleich. Da bin ich gespannt, was da passiert.
Base stance first and foremost. So if you know you have the damage to completely 100 to 0 your target, we could see him go towards a Haddocks transformation into the Bologna just for disengage. If you're chasing down, could even see a Scream transformation there. There are essentially no bad transformations, barring maybe an Atlas or a Sobek in some of these fights. So I would really keep my eyes on Warrior and Assassin transformations here for Dardes, but if I'm being completely honest, I'm mostly concerned about his ability to just play in that base stance. Feels like he's been too comfortable there.
Murray went a bit poked out. Able to dash back to the rest of his team, but more than anything for Haddocks, taking that bubble away from PBM. 60 seconds on that cooldown, and a very easy God to be able to remove that one off the map entirely. Walk up, hit Scourge, bubble is gone for 70. Lather, rinse, repeat anytime that you see Mike walk up to the front line.
Yeah, Mike has been doing a good job creating that space, though, hasn't he? Even here, putting some pressure on the Haddocks. Seems to be a pretty significant difference in how tanky some of these frontliners are. Mike takes so much poke from Ven and has already completely resustained it, whereas Haddocks just one bit of damage towards him. Seems around that 80% mark. The Highland Ravens have not been able to find fights in neutral territory just yet. The majority of their team fight wins have been on base defenses, first on left, now on right. You have to be able to take a 5v5 towards the center of the map if you want to confirm a Fire Giant. And now Enhanced Fire Giant means the Jade Dragons will have that much of an easier time sieging if they get it again.
Ja.
One storyline that always keeps coming up with
EFG entscheidet eigentlich so gut wie immer das Spiel. Es ist schwierig, das Spiel zu verlieren, wenn man EFG hat.
It feels almost impossible to kill Haddix, and so far in game one, it hasn't been possible. Sitting at 1-0-4 right now for his team, and is really one of the ones that kind of get the Ravens.
Oh, Haddix hat Son of Binding geholt. Sympathisch. Und Nika auch. Oh, okay. Ich dachte, mit der Einzige, der das holt. Und das nirgendwo sonst noch gesehen. Und Nika geht auch komplett auf Damage Mitigation. Mit Berserker Shield und Oni und mit seiner Passiven und mit seiner 3. Fehlt nur noch Cloak. Aber ist jetzt zu spät.
You do a lot of damage to squishies, but doesn't seem like Nika cares.
Mike now no beads. Ultimate from Scream has been used.
Walking
up towards the front line just to zone to make sure that Hurrywin has an option out. Hurrywin not quite the same level to re-sustain, but that's the Ravens going to Pyromancer. The crits are melted to its health as Nika dies in the middle of 3. That's ultimate down for the Osiris, and Haddix will be just fine. Use his beads to stay alive for the time being. The Jade Dragons get a couple of very important abilities away from them.
And the Ravens not exactly willing to stand their ground there. Hurry, so low HP. Didn't want to look for the pluck. A pluck on Anika from that position though.
Wie die Runde davor. Sobald EFG gespawnt ist, traut man sich nicht mehr wirklich so krass zu fighten. Aber kann ich auch verstehen.
He's just scary enough that the Ravens give up all their space.
Enhanced Fire Giant down to half. Mike goes right to the backline of Venenu into the home sweet home already. And meanwhile, it's Haddix versus 3, and he's kind of winning the team fight. He needs Hurrywin to bail him out. Nika trying to chase him down. Dart is thrown to the wall.
Zapman holt mit der Ult. Haddix überlebt, obwohl er so reingejumpt ist. 5 gegen 4. Oh, Beats.
No beads, a great pluck from Hurrywin.
Haddix on re-sustain can join his
Also die Plucks sitzen von
Might just tank up that Fire Giant. Jade Dragon's not healthy enough to contest. Maybe you send someone nearby for a Hail Mary steal. Or maybe you're not concerned about it at all. Highland Ravens on full reset.
Dass das überlebt hat, Haddix.
30 seconds on Dardez's respawn, and even once he gets there, won't have any relics to play with. Might be the Highland Ravens' first look at a Fire Giant play.
All 5 starting to group back up.
Ultra wild.
Seconds till Dardez is back on the map. The Fire Giant got down to under half from the Jade Dragons, reset, and now it's the Highland Ravens in the driver's seat. There's 3 from the Dragons in the jungle.
4 gegen 5.
Lurking in from
5 gegen 4.
Lazra. Can he get in and get the damage done? Can a steal even happen? It's getting low, 10%. It's a coin toss, but it's going to be a weighted one for the Highland Ravens. And now Nika pulled back. No beads available. All set, but Haddix will just chase him right down. No wall to walk through. It's Scream with the kill.
Jade Dragons playing without 1, and Lazarus still not on reset. Means that the Highland Ravens are fast enough here with EFG. They can just knock down this weakened mid Phoenix immediately. Weakness of having the Morgan on your team is a non-standard mage.
Boah, Schaden man kriegt mit EFG-Buff. Ist das, glaube ich, vielleicht ein bisschen zu übertrieben oder vielleicht geht das Spiel dann auch nie zu Ende. Ich glaube, EFG ist dafür da, dass man einfach
without Nika, you might as well just strip whatever you can for free. Scream over the wall. Group up around left. They might just go for another Phoenix. Haddix and Hurrywin charging forward. Zapman only needs a couple of seconds with this bird.
Ja, du hast es vorausgesagt, Aishi. Das stimmt. Aber es ist noch nicht vorbei. Es sieht zwar nicht gut aus für die Dragons, aber es ist noch nicht
Jade Dragon's base and can collect so much gold on map. Not that it matters nearly as much anymore. Majority of players approaching 6th slot of just about every starter item upgraded. We're talking about
E-Sports ist noch alles möglich.
Wards and the like for now. All that said, map state probably a permanent advantage for the Highland Ravens from here. The Jade Dragons gonna be contending with enhanced minion waves down the center and left-hand side.
Ich habe am Anfang gerade ein bisschen Zapman unvorsichtig gespielt, aber als Team funktionieren die besser, würde ich auch so sagen. 13, ja. So Einzelaktionen waren jetzt so fragwürdig. Auch von Sobek am Anfang. Aber jetzt so im Nachgang zu Lulman, Alter. Ja, entweder hasst man den oder man liebt den, aber er hat viele Fans. Ich verstehe zwar auch nicht warum. Am Anfang habe ich auch gesagt, Zapman ist richtig krank. Aber so mit der Zeit. Weiß nicht.
Highland Ravens versus the Jade Dragons now, even with a little bit more AoE on their side with Odysseus bow pickup for Vaporish Coast, have been struggling to spread the damage evenly in the team fight. Haven't quite got enough single target that they can
Hola,
just stop
Aleista.
Hurrywin on his block. But
¿Cómo
haven't got enough
estás?
AoE to stop everyone around Hurrywin either.
Ja, ich auch nicht mal.
Highland Ravens. Not much that the Jade Dragons do to try and stop this one. And now that means a runic bomb in pocket. As long as somebody goes over and picks that one up. It was Hurrywin who has it for himself. Now over to tier 2 tower, the last permanent structure still standing for the Dragons, but
still standing, huh?
He's over on the left side defending against
I fixed that. Ich glaube, das sagt der Loki.
to where it's bought his team a bit of time. But the Ravens and Zapman specifically are doing so much damage to these towers. Again, he only took a few
Morgan.
seconds.
Oh my
Darnus
god.
just tries to make the hero play himself. Dive to the back line. Zapman is just going to get bullied out by the Dragons. So Scream. Lasbro's going to chase them. The 1v1 will go down with Coast coming out.
Was passiert hier?
And now it's Nika zoning away too. Venenu low, but Haddix takes out Darnus on the wild. 3 versus 2 to the pack. The alternate timeline is good, but how much can it buy for Venenu? He gets stunned out of his jump, and Mike punishes him for it. Hurrywin places the runic bomb for safety, but there's nowhere left for him to go. Haddix can't fight against all 4. It's the kid who knocks him down.
Minions already in the Titan room. J-Mac, Hurry, not able to make his way back to base. Can the Jade Dragons end from this
Wanderkette zu Leviathans. Stimmt, ich spiele ja auch noch heute, aber ich werde wahrscheinlich schlafen müssen danach. Also nach diesem Set. Der Push-Code ist so krass. Ja, also Damage ist nicht schlecht. Hat einfach so das Dreifache.
Just go for this right side Phoenix. Still 10 seconds on Zap. 15 for Scream. I think
Nee, die werden nicht beenden können. EFG, ja. Nein, ist nicht GG. Aber okay, der Arme, der wurde einfach 3 Mann gedived. Und seine Positioning war jetzt nicht schlecht. Weil doch. Er wurde doch. Nein. Am Ende war er ganz hinten. Ach, keine Ahnung. Er wurde gepickt. Ich glaube, er wurde da vorne gepickt, als sie da vor dem Phoenix standen. Durch Morgan 2, 1 und 3 Combo.
Highland Ravens pick up in jungle. Fire Giant's about to respawn, and all Phoenix is back up. Now for the Jade Dragons. Still one more fire wave in left to deal with. The Jade Dragons, do you even let this one go? It's enhanced Fire Giant. You've got all 5 standing. If you lose one Phoenix in trade, not the end of the world. I think the smart call by the Dragons.
Okay, man.
But you need to make sure there's at least one person dealing with that left side wave.
Nobody there for now. The Jade Dragons need to
This is Emote, ne?
Even gets there in time, J-Mac. Might just be that he shows himself on map and loses the bird. And that's the case. Just too slow to get there. Meanwhile, Fire's low.
Down to 10% health. Mike's gonna try and steal it. Can't do so.
Die haben den schon wieder.
Ravens get the Fire Giant. It's Haddix in the backline. Trying to zone away the damage deals. Benika is gonna do just the same in the Highland Ravens backline. Remember, now there's no timeline available to the Ravens mid laner. So the Ravens, they'll get
Chasen die EFG-Leute.
and they're gonna bail out as quick as they
Nicht, dass das nach hinten losgeht.
Walks too far forward. Eats poke from both Ben and Zapman.
Ja, die können nur wegchasen, aber killen nicht.
Titan never allowed to regenerate as that left side Phoenix goes down. EFG gonna simplify the siege.
Boah, der Titan ist schon noch angehittet.
Dragons struggle on base defense with just compositions. It can't be poke. It's got to be that all-in that we saw on right. If that's the case, can you all-in a split engagement? If the Highland Ravens are concerned about that true 5-on-5, why play it? 4-1 split, have
Wieso hat
play the center of the
aber
map, trust that he's
Zapman kein Deathbringer?
It's not exactly the most favorable
Das ist doch so ein wichtiges Item.
with Serrated Edge, Lifesteal, and Fire Giant Resustain. You don't need to win the fight, you just have to be there and force someone to respond to you.
Ist der Pro, nicht ich.
Very good spot
Weiß
here.
bestimmt, was macht.
I'm watching the Jade Dragons closely. Playing pretty far outside the base, but haven't pushed out those left side waves. Could be, we've seen it before. Maybe a group up, try and catch the Ravens slipping in the jungle.
The Dragons are really concerned about the Sobek, a wheelish combo. Not only beads on every single member of the Jade Dragons, but even 3 different sets of that Magi's Blessing afforded to the mid 3v3 of Lasbra, Dardes, and PVM. 3 players who, not only in their own relic department, but with their build, are just making sure to try and negate what Scream, what Hurrywin can do and buy themselves that extra level of safety.
Yeah, so keep your eyes on them. I wonder, though, what's going to be the tipping point, J-Mac? What is it exactly that the Highland Ravens can do completely confirm a siege? With no runic bombs in pocket as it stands, you don't exactly
Stimmt, die haben keine Bombe.
immediately burst down a bird.
Ja, lass mal zurück.
Great job here pushing through mid, so no minion waves to play with there either for the Highland Ravens. Right back to the
Aber links kommt ohne Fire Minion.
instead. 5 on 5 on right.
Die könnten den Titan schon gut Damage machen, aber nee, Lasbara muss dahin.
Walked up in the middle of everybody's stealth. Put Zapman at half HP.
Jetzt müssen die diven eigentlich, die sind zu viert. Ja, machen die jetzt auch.
Everyone's gonna try and get it done. Pull onto Nika. 40% of his health gone in the blink of an eye, but Zapman can't get any damage on the bird. Instead, it's all damage over towards Haddix instead. He's got the teleport to come back.
Komm, mach ein paar Attacks auf den Phoenix. Hier.
They had a great one on the bird, but now just giving it up. Ultimate from Coast gets some good damage. Lasbra just take around the backside. Gets the ultimate, but doesn't get enough damage in response. And it's the Highland Ravens who will back away.
Nein, der hat die Autodex nicht getroffen.
Why is Zapman so far back by himself? That's 2 now for the Jade Dragons. It's Scream, Ven, and Hurry all on the run, but I don't think they can escape. Venenu is going to try and stop Dardes.
Boah, Morrigan spielt so gut.
He'll jump away, but Mike is going to chase him.
Oh, Mike!
Down. Excellent. Gets the kill. Scream got out of the jungle.
Da kam der Atlas angerannt. Das ist GG. Oh mein Gott, wir haben das trotzdem verloren. Ich habe auch noch gesagt, mit EFG zu verlieren ist echt schwierig. Aber wenn Zapman stirbt, stürzt das alles halt ein.
We're gonna see at least defense on the top side for Lasbra and 4 commit for the Jade Dragons on the push. Hurrywin in the lurk in the waters, gets some damage, but he's not gonna get enough. Dardes stuns him out, and the Jade Dragons will take game
Unfassbar.
Talk about a wild back and forth battle. Sieges go one way or the other. Either team approaches a bird. It seems like it just doesn't work, and eventually the game goes long enough. The Jade Dragons find such a clean team fight. 44 minutes.
Man weiß nie. Hallo Nebelmeer.
And just make the comeback win.
I mean, how many times
Hallo Nebelmeer.
the Ravens go 5, 6, 7,000 gold
Wie
down,
geht's dir?
step up to the Jade Dragons and win a fight handedly, but on then that inverse is how many times we see them step up to a Phoenix and it just goes so horribly for them.
I couldn't
Das hast du jetzt nicht gerechnet.
between these 2 teams, but the ability to knock down a bird and survive seems to be a foreign
Mir geht's sehr gut, Mia. Heute wurde
Walk up, kill a Phoenix. All right, cool.
Smite 2 angekündigt.
Zapman is the one person who's sitting so far back, had his relics, had ultimate, gets caught on the middle of all
How
of it.
is he there alone?
And I don't know
Wie ein
why
Pro
Zapman is
angefühlt.
so far up by himself on the Danza.
He must have gone in with the initiation. My eyes got lost in the color explosion that was that.
Jeder
team
flamet
fight,
im
but
Chat
he must have
ihn.
followed up on Haddix's ultimate, and Haddix says, well, I'm a tank, and I'm going to walk away because we are getting stomped in this engagement. And Zapman, once you ult in, you're stuck in.
I mean, maybe it was once he saw Lasbra blink in between like 4 people, he said, I guess I'm going to go away from Lasbra. I don't want to die to Scorching Blink, but maybe not quite the call that he was able to make there. It's the Jade Dragons who come out on top in game
Oh je, oh
number
je.
1.
Aber schön, dass es dir gut geht, Mia.
With game number 2.
So, währenddessen... Oh, Moment. Ja, ich vermisse alle 3 auch. Auch wenn Mifflin sich anstrengt. Ich glaube, Mifflin geht noch mit Casting. Aber ich vermisse das OG-Caster-Team.
I think this
Doch,
year,
Mifflin
coming
geht
back
noch.
from Leviathans, he wanted to do
Finde
some
ich.
stuff a little bit differently than what he was able to do.
Sein
on the
Casting
Leviathans
Skills
last
sind
year.
nicht schlecht.
Just like play what he wanted to play, and then I think with having Scream on the team, funny enough, I think it kind of opened up what he can play. He's been playing a lot of different things than he's used to playing. It just kind of made him really comfortable.
So, wir gucken jetzt
on
wieder.
different things and kind of gave him, I think, a good confidence boost on some of the stuff that he hasn't played before.
Kurz wieder. Mal 2 Reveal Trailer. Beide verlieren Teamfights mit FG-Buff und habe ich auch noch nie gesehen. Nee, sieht man auch nicht so alle Tage. Ich muss, glaube ich, einen anderen Browser nehmen. 5 Streams hintereinander neben mir. Boah. Das ist echt cool. 5 Streams hintereinander. Hier, guck mal. Wir haben Smite 2. Dass ich das so sagen kann. Gestern haben wir das noch spekuliert, aber jetzt ist es real. Komm, wir gucken uns das mal an.
Woke up this morning, feeling reborn, and it's like a new dawn. The misery's off, the energy's on, and I'm feeling strong. Yeah, something's evolving. If I'm being honest, nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I can't explain it. Feeling like something inside me. Like nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling infinite. I feel invincible. I surpass my potential. Ain't no resisting it. Only surrender. Return my trials into tempest. Out from disparity into the clarity. Elevating at a mock speed. I see no winning, becoming unlimited. Good luck trying to stop me. Cause I'm feeling godly.
Nee, Mali. Das ist definitiv schöner. Wie meinst du delayed? Ich finde das nicht delayed. Aber einige haben auch neue Fähigkeiten. Hier, guck mal.
What's too worthy, you ask? This isn't just a slightly larger than normal season. It's not a balanced pass that we're calling a sequel. Smite 2 is the next generation.
Boah, allein die Bellona-Ult sieht so gut
This isn't
aus.
just a slightly larger than normal season. It's not a balanced pass that we're calling a sequel. Smite 2 is the next generation of cross-platform third-person MOBA. This is a true sequel to Smite, fully modernized and rebuilt from the ground up in Unreal Engine 5.
Aber ich weiß,
That's a
bei
two-generation
mir sieht alles normal
over
aus.
Smite's Unreal 3, which first released back in 2006. We've got a lot to talk about today, so let's get started.
Smite 2 has all the things you already love about Smite, and so much more. It's got the depth of strategy and tactics that you can only find in a 3-lane MOBA. Competition is core to our DNA.
Das sieht auch anders
Smite
aus.
2 is a competitive game that rewards your time and your skill. But unlike those other MOBAs, Smite 2 has amazing third-person combat.
Oh,
Whether
das
you're
sieht
coming
so
from
gut
MOBAs,
aus.
shooters, action games, or MMOs, you'll feel instantly at home. And of
Ja,
course,
an Hurs
Smite
Ult,
2
also
feels
ist
great on
nochmal
other MOBAs,
schön an,
and rest assured
haben sie
that
wahrscheinlich auch
all
an
the things
Damage
you already
geändert.
love about Smite, and so much more. It's got the depth of strategy and tactics that you can only find in a 3-lane MOBA.
Das hier, Tom. Speer ins Gesicht, Alter.
Only find in a 3-lane MOBA. Competition is core to our DNA, and rest assured that Smite 2 is a competitive game that rewards your time and your skill.
Hier, es gibt wohl jetzt diese Portale hier, rechts und links, wo man sich teleportieren kann. Aber im Großen und Ganzen sieht das noch ähnlich aus, wie wir das jetzt haben. Hier mit mehreren kleinen Steinen im Dschungel. Der FG, die Goldfurie. Ja.
But unlike those other MOBAs, Smite 2 has amazing third-person combat. Whether you're coming from MOBAs, shooters, action games, or MMOs, you'll feel instantly at home. And of course, Smite 2 feels great on keyboard and mouse or on controller.
Naturally, Smite 2 has a diverse roster of gods representing mythological pantheons from around the world, all updated.
Guck mal, was sie auch noch geändert haben, ist auch cool.
Some, like Loki, stay true to the god you love in Smite 1. They just look a lot better. Others, like Anubis, have incredible new animations and godly effects, flexing the power of UE5. Some are reimagined with new abilities.
Guck mal.
That's right, Ymir's wall now knocks up enemies.
Hier wird einfach Knock-up seine Wand.
Imagined with new abilities. That's right, Ymir's wall now knocks up
Boah, das sieht so heftig aus, die Ymir-Effekte. Und er kann jetzt jumpen.
Wall now knocks up enemies, and he can use it to rocket jump, at least as much as a Frost Giant can jump. And some have an all-new look that stays true to their Smite 1 legacy while updating it for a new era. Here's an early look at Smite 2's Neath, who feels much more mythologically appropriate than before.
And of course, Smite 2 has all new gods. Introducing Hecate, whose flowing robes
Ja, die haben
and
schon
otherworldly
jetzt
effects.
oft gesehen.
All new gods coming to Smite 2 before launch. But we can't give everything away just yet.
Smite 2 is more than just
Ah, der
Smite.
Winterschlaf-Typ.
Smite 2 is our chance to go back, take all the learnings from 10 years of making Smite into one of the most successful multiplayer games of all time, and do it all strictly better. Not just better in some ways and worse in others, but undeniably better.
There are improvements you'll see straight away. Smite 2 leverages things like dynamic lighting, using physically based rendering, cloth simulation, higher polygon counts, and a whole slew of other features that we weren't able to take advantage of in Smite. Our goal has been to enhance the visuals in all areas while preserving the feel of Smite that our players love. We've made improvements to things like animation, effects,
Ja, das sieht schon
environment
echt
art,
gut aus.
but we're just as proud of the hundreds of little touches. We focused on things that you'll appreciate even if you don't consciously notice them. Smite 2 should just feel better.
For example, something as simple as a jump animation has had a major overhaul, allowing for a smoother flow while adding context and impact. Ability effects are all new, taking full advantage of Niagara. Watch how Anhur's pillar dissolves into sand, how Chalk's rain wets the ground, and how Ymir's wall freezes the nearby environment. These effects will increase your immersion in the world and your sense of godly power. We looked at every god and made subtle changes to stay true to the god, whether it's a visual balance pass, an overall fresh coat of paint, or minor proportional changes so Chalk doesn't have a dab on anymore. No matter how big or small, is being considered to create an improved experience.
Smite 2 is also strictly better technically than Smite, in pretty much every way imaginable.
Mit
Our new
PC.
Valkyrie backend supports millions of
Nein, nein, ich glaube nicht, dass das so
Smite 1
viel.
players know that our old monolithic matchmaking core had a tendency of dying long before we had that many players. Smite 2
Abziehen
will have an all-new custom matchmaking system, which is specifically designed to tackle the unique challenges of matchmaking for a MOBA.
Hat das Spiel schon
And
angefangen?
Ranked will be reimagined with a
Yeah.
brand new system that aims to bring the competition to more players than ever, while creating a true uncapped battle for the #1 spot in the world.
Smite 1's UI runs on Flash. Yes, that Flash, which has long kept us from creating a modern UI with polish and
So sieht das neue Charakterauswahl aus.
performance that's finally possible in Smite 2.
And Smite 2 is a next-gen native title, taking full advantage of modern hardware. Smite 2 will support full crossplay across PC, Steam Deck, Xbox Series X and S, and PlayStation 5.
Smite 2 is a game where fighting feels strictly better than ever.
Aber nirgendwo
You can feel
Nintendo
more like a
Switch.
god with
Haben
additional
die Nintendo
impact
Switch
on
erwähnt?
Smite 2 is a game where fighting feels strictly better than ever, so you can feel more like a god with additional impact on every hit.
Oof.
Weapon movements leave trails, making attacks more visible. Upper and lower body animations are more in sync, positioning
ich
your
glaube auch,
character
es ist
within
schwach.
the action. Specific animations and effects have been retuned to add more impact than before. CC status
stimmt,
and
Xbox
immunity are
One
now
auch nicht
clearly
mehr.
communicated on nameplates, so it's easier to read the flow of combat. And work has been done on the UI and user experience to make sure you truly feel when you're hitting your enemies and being hit.
And perhaps most importantly, it's a game with strictly better tactical and strategic depth than Smite 1. We've completely overhauled the idea of items and relics in Smite 2 to open the doors for more creativity
Das ist auch
and
interessant.
experimentation in every game you play.
Es gibt keine
First
Relic-Slots
up, relics
mehr.
are gone, at least as you know them.
So, das ist das neue UI unten. Jetzt Abilities. 2. Und noch was anderes.
Now every god has 2 buttons by default. Purification beads to immune crowd control, and a warding slot used specifically for
Ich glaube, jeder hat jetzt hat jeder Beats automatisch.
And perhaps most importantly, it's a
Also,
game with
das, was
strictly
er
better
sagt.
tactical and strategic depth than Smite 1. We've completely overhauled the idea of items and relics in Smite 2 to open the doors for more creativity, expression, and experimentation in every game you play. First up, relics are gone, at least as you know them. Now every god has 2 buttons by default, purification beads to immune crowd control, and a warding slot used specifically for your choice of vision control options.
Und Wards.
What about the other former relic options and items? Well, now your entire 6-slot item inventory can potentially have an activated effect, triggered by a...
Ach, guck mal, du kannst... Einige Items haben so eine aktive Fähigkeit, wo du dann einen Knopf drückst und dann was aktivierst.
If you want blink, buy a blinking amulet. And don't worry, if you don't want to think about using any extra buttons in combat, you can still build items that are focused on stats and passives instead. The choice is yours in this new system.
The item store is now easier to navigate, with an entirely new way to build items. Want a cooldown item?
Das ist auch sehr gut, finde ich.
Don't want to have...
Es gibt kein Magical und Physical Götter mehr, sondern es ist jetzt nach Intelligenz und Kraft oder Stärke. Hallo Digi. Willkommen zu Smite 2 Stream. Und aus diesem Bogen kannst du jetzt alles an Attack Speed machen. Oh. Digi. Dankeschön. Für den 5. Monat. Dankeschön, Dankeschön, Mann. Wie geht's dir? Bist du auch hyped? Hyped. Bist du auch hyped für Ich bin müde. Machen wir ganz schnell weiter. Vielen Dank nochmal für den Prime Sub. Achso, oh. Ich gehe nur ein bisschen Rundown. Ich zeige jetzt auch nicht so viel. Was sich größtenteils ändert. Also die Götter haben jetzt nicht mehr Magical und Physical Power, sondern Intelligenz und Kraft. Und einige Fähigkeiten der Götter benutzen Kraft und einige Fähigkeiten benutzen Intelligenz. Und aus diesem Bogen kann man jetzt alle Attack Speeds bauen. Also es kommt nicht immer so verschiedene Trees.
Gods are no longer just magical or physical. Each god will now have 2 different sources of power, strength and intelligence. Different abilities within each god's kit will scale differently, and all
also jede Fähigkeit skaliert mit verschiedenen Attributen.
Face Punch Ymir with crit is back.
Also Ymir Crit is back in business.
Hunters that used to do it all like Kurnanos now will need to build int.
Hier, der Ymir hat keine HP mehr. Kurnanos ultet den, aber hat keine Intelligenz gebaut. Hier unten ist 0.
In order to increase damage on certain abilities, like his polymorph. And new
einfach nur CC, kein Damage.
Hybrid utility options let Chalk build int to buff his healing.
And there's even more
Und mit Chalk muss Mann, was ist denn heute los? Damit Chalk sich besser heilt, muss man Intelligenz kaufen oder bauen.
And there's even more new in Smite 2 to reward you for tactically
Das ist richtig geil.
Ambush your enemies from new stealth zones and make clutch rotations through portals connecting outer lanes.
Relativ
Battle against the far
Ja, das kann man schon gut machen und spektakulär und Bubble auch. Ja, her damit. Ja, ist okay, ist okay.
fully equipped with new abilities and new tactical approaches.
Vielen Dank nochmal, Digi, für den 5. Monat mit Prime.
Earn game-changing buffs as you defeat the Gold Fury, culminating in the Ancient Fury, a new game-ending.
Ja, na gut, wir gucken jetzt unser Spiel weiter. Vielen Dank nochmal, dass ihr hier seid, Leute. Das ist echt nice. Und Smite 2 wird komplett durchgesuchtet, das sage ich euch. Oh, es sind Picks und Buns. Let's go.
Right? I mean, they had a lot of pressure on both sides. They got plenty of VFDs. If they just clean up that sieging a little bit, they could go back to what's been working.
Dankeschön, Dankeschön. Nee, das ist jetzt echt nicht nur so gesagt.
Unfortunately, they're banning it themselves. It just leaves the Dragon this easy opportunity to just throw away ban the Maman and only have to give up the Baba.
The question is, for me, was game 1 close enough in a game that got lost on just a bad siege, Hazer, that you maybe either team feel comfortable just running back what you just played? Is that maybe why we're seeing some similarities? You're thinking execution diff in game 1?
I could see it a little bit, but the thing you have to keep in mind is that it took the Jade Dragons throwing for the Ravens to get into this game in the first place. The Dragons controlled the early game, controlled the mid game, had the game won, and now we see that switch.
Ich gucke nur noch diese Runde, danach muss ich schlafen. Ich habe morgen Frühdienst. Dann,
Now remember, Vapor's Coast in the pregame interview said Zap,
müsst ihr gucken, wo ihr verbleibt.
your tier 1 tower, and then immediately into game 1, Coast finds a kill over in
3-mal is enough. Send in home, Coast. Okay.
and a great start. What I'm getting at in game number 1, does the Heimdall
Er ist schon älter geworden. Ich weiß noch, wo er noch ein kleiner Furzknoten war.
I think
Beste Unterhaltung, wenn man im kranken Bett liegt. Ach, macht doch hier nichts, außer ein bisschen rumzulabern und ein bisschen an Infos zu geben. Ich probiere einfach jetzt wieder ein bisschen mehr auf Social Media aktiv zu sein. Ich habe zum Beispiel heute wieder ein Smite-Video auf TikTok hochgeladen.
I think the biggest part about this Heimdall is to try to stop the Morgan from getting locked in. It is
Aphrodite.
one of the first counters for the Morgan to play into, and actually with that, the Jade Dragons had to flip over from that Morgan to this Aphrodite, but I mean, Aphrodite is something they're just as comfortable with.
Absolutely, I love this Afro pick, especially as it's a god who you can pair with somebody who's feeling hot and just stick to them and let them dive, let them an extra Aegis.
Hä, ich habe doch jetzt nichts gesagt.
Mike's going to go back to what we've seen him do before in this Afro and just stick to Coast. He's going to allow Coast to play extra aggressive to get more done. He just dropped 50k in the last game with an Atlas.
Einfach so ein lustiges Smite-Video. Einfach so lustige Plays, gute Plays werde ich auf TikTok hochladen. Um da ein bisschen aufzubauen. Ich möchte dieses Jahr echt gut durchstarten mit allem. Und morgen so ein Infovideo will ich dich auch hochladen. Die 2 großen Änderungen, die wir bei Smite Thriller gesehen haben. Einmal das mit Intelligenz und Kraft und dass Items aus allem gebaut werden kann. Oder was heißt allem? Ein Attack Speed Item kann zu allem Attack Speed Items gebaut werden. Einfach auf YouTube hochladen, mal gucken, wie das ankommt. Warum nicht?
How do you want to be diving this Hachiman and whatever mid laner comes out for the Dragons?
And before we even get to Scream's pick, I'm curious what Laz is going to kind of go for now, because if you look at the Jade Dragons comp, where's the engage? Aphrodite, Osiris, not really going to be doing anything on that front. Maybe Laz has to kind of forego his pick for something like that Hunbots just to get the fight started, because if they don't have that, last game they had Mike on the Atlas to just blink in and start fights. They don't have this Hunbots. What are the Dragons going to do to start these fights?
Laz had his chase down in game number 1. And again, we've seen in these final 4, this is when the picks take a bit of a breather. So you rip through the first 6 picks in this game. Zapman getting some love from the crowd. Oh no, the Coast, oh, we've seen these two. Well, the Jade Dragons fan happy with how game number 1 went. Nice suspenders, by the way. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see what happens with my wardrobe. Lancelot locked in for the Jade Dragons. First time we'll get to see Lance here, Hazer.
I do like this. A little bit of AoE here. Good secondary frontline, I would say. Lance, a strong god at diving, can get in there, can be the engager for this team, and can allow Afro to stay further back, and he can dive in with his Osiris. It's also a pick that I like for Laspra. He's probably maybe the 2nd best Lance in the league after Captain Twig, been looking really strong on that pick this year. And one other thing that I wanted to take a note of.
Schon cool.
I don't know if these teams have been scrimming each other.
Aber Lancelot freue ich mich. Zeus bannen? Warum bannt man Zeus? Wegen den ultra viel Schaden? Ich glaube schon. So, auf der Solo-Lane sehen wir nichts anderes außer Osiris, Bellona und Sam Wukong.
Specific, huh?
It must be, because it's not from Qualies, it's not from before. It's been maybe a year since we've actually seen Hebo or Zeus, so they kind of do come out of nowhere. The Ravens with these last 2 picks, something that's sticking out to me is, what is Scream really going to play here? The only thing that really sticks out to me that I think he could actually look really strong on is that Nausea. Something that he can waste a bunch of time, allow his team to kind of ramp up in these fights. Because last game, the Awilix had some really big pop-up opportunities, but for the most part, Scream didn't have any hyper carry potential, and Nausea not really a one-shot character, but I think Nausea hyper carries through the potential to just waste a bunch of time, get a bunch of relics, and then just execute the person that he does get the beats down on.
Warum ist Polarbeermarkt wieder so ein bisschen aufgeschwollen? Hat der nicht Ultra-Training gemacht? Das sieht jetzt, hat er ein bisschen vernachlässigt oder was ist da los? Oh. Ja! Zerder!
Hazer, Surtur for the jungle of the Highland Ravens. Saw it a little bit earlier
Okay,
in the
jetzt.
year. Mid-season,
Wait, warte mal, ist das ein Surtur Jungle?
Still a surprise though here at Worlds.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen him in the jungle a little bit, particularly from Scream and a little bit from Sino, and it has looked powerful. A lot of damage out of this
13, das ist ein Surtur Jungle.
that he likes to build as well.
Okay.
Buffed Bobby. What's the name of that one? The auto attack
Arc
one?
Druids.
Arc Druids.
Ja,
that's the one.
krass.
Really, really powerful on Surtur. Got a buff recently. Lets his in-hand damage really do a lot to the backline. Wow.
Ist das jetzt Muskelman Polar Biomark oder hat er das ein bisschen vernachlässigt? Wenn das vernachlässigt hat, ein bisschen schade, ey. Das sah echt gut aus bei dem. Aber no homo.
A lot of safety and just a lot of damage also with this Merlin locked in. Scream's going to be put into a position where either he's going to have to build a little bit more damage, I think, or he's going to have to find a lot of anti-heal opportunity because through that, so much safety on the backside of the Dragons.
I mean, this worries me just like you were talking about for the damage because I automatically, you pick Merlin, you think of it as a little bit unsafe perhaps. You don't have that huge dash, and Hachi, of course, can run away on the horse, but they've both been playing so aggressive. Vaporish Coast will ult in, and if either of them are left unchecked, that's really what the Afros are going to do. They're going to dive one person, and maybe you kill the Merlin and Coast goes crazy. Maybe you kill the Hachimen and Merlin gets to go crazy, right? I mean, it's a double-edged sword for how you're looking to dive the Jade Dragon's backline.
Yeah, curiosity reigns supreme for me up here on the desk. Inbound, I actually want to come to you as a former competitor. A 45-minute game like that at Worlds does not go your way when you're in a relatively commanding position. You have a chance to siege, maybe grab a Phoenix. What is the mental reset that's required for the Highland
Game 2
Ravens
is
after
about to
dropping a
begin,
game
Leute.
like Game 1?
I mean, I think that's the value of the veteranship on this team. Zatman's brought in for his potential to win these Worlds, and if there's anyone that's going to be able to give you that mental reset that, oh, I was 0-10, it doesn't matter, let's go to the next one, Zatman's going to be able to do that. It's the same thing with Scream. Scream is really good at that also. He's able to just kind of mentally reset, go into that next game, and that is kind of a strength of this Ravens, I think. They have that veteran leadership, and they have that potential to just lose game 1,
Vom Team kommen,
want to, and then go into that game 2.
würde ich sagen,
Wonder if, the Surtur, is that a mental reset type of pick? But really,
ein bisschen
Caesar, I'm
Ravens.
wondering if this Heimdall that we talked
Ich finde
about
Ravens
earlier in
Team
the
kommt
draft
ein
is
bisschen
a
besser als
mental
das
reset
von
type of pick for Zatman. Was not a great
Dragon.
KDA in game number 1. Heimdall maybe a bit safer to get into a power position in game 2.
I feel like this is a go back to comfort for Zap. He did his spicy pick. He did his thing. He was
Meine
like, "Damn,
persönliche
this is my
Meinung.
pick I prepared going in. Doesn't come off for him, and he's like, okay, I'll go back to basics. I'll go back to what I know works. But one problem I have with it is I feel like there's a lot of single target. This Afro counters it out fairly well, and I think that's going to be a real problem for the Ravens going into this one.
All 2-0 quarterfinals last year. Do we get our first 3-game set? We'll go down to our casters to find out.
That's right, it's the Jade Dragons trying to make their way to the semifinals with a one-game advantage now against the Ravens. But it always happens with Zatman. If you go back to old reliable, open up the case, pull out, say, what can the Heimdall do to see if he can bring it back some victory?
And I think the Heimdall is just a smart decision again to keep Dardes off of that the more again. That pick absolutely blows the doors open in game number 1. So not only a favorite for Zatman, but a smart denial away from the Jade Dragons. That said, it's not the most interesting thing that we see on the Highland Ravens. It's got to be that Surtur pick. The Fire
100%.
Giant Unleashed, now playable in Smite. That is a god that I'm very, very much so a massive fan of, especially through levels 6 through 12.
Zatman auf
He really does get
Heim.
a lot of that damage stacking up. You can play him hyper aggressive. His burst is relatively good. Easily confirmable single target, but easily confirmable CC. Makes it just so easy for you to roll through just about any given lane. But that comes with a flip side, a double-edged sword, as we heard on the desk. Your late game, not so great. If you're not stacking up your passive, if you're not playing well with a lead, if you have to go towards slightly defensive items, all of a sudden what was 100 to 0 becomes like 100 to 80.
That's why we kind of been seeing almost that flip where you build super damage or lot of damage right out the gate, and then you start kind of becoming that, I guess, third tank in this case.
Turtle Jungle, Alter.
So I wonder where Scream will go with this
Mit Barbayaga zusammen. Das könnte einfach mein Team sein.
First, where they started scrapping over on their side. Last game, it was wave number 1 that we had saw a kill for Vaporish Coast up against Zatman. Might not see that same exact level, but
Hurrywin instead is the one starting to fall a bit low in duo.
And duo lane fights for the Highland Ravens just not exactly favorable at any point here, unless they actually kill someone. Otherwise, it's, all right, I'll back up, I'll clear the wave, and I'll resustain all the while. Coast doesn't care. If you continue to hit Flux like this, he'll just play around his HP, he'll play around Mike, and so long as Mike has mana, Coast has HP.
And Mike should have plenty of mana to spare, not just from being the support, but also having that meditation available to him. So more health, more mana available.
Ist alles verloren.
The side of the Jade
An Sanity. Du hast vorhin noch geprallt, dass du so viel Sanity hast und jetzt.
And then it got like really quiet for a while, where we saw maybe a little tussle in one lane, maybe not tussle. It wasn't a whole lot of team fighting after that first blooded hit for the Dragons, and it felt like a lot of the lead they could have garnered kind of got a bit squandered.
And they lost out the Jade Dragons. That is a neutral farm by just speed of clear from Scream. That Wheelish outpacing the Nemesis on the other side. This time around, speed of clear probably leaning a little bit more so towards Lasbra. That's not to say that Sutter doesn't have the ability to clear out these camps. He certainly does.
Ich wollte schon sagen, kann kein Tier 2 kaufen noch. Das Turtle ist so gebackt für das Backcamp jetzt rechts.
Simply what he decides to max out. I believe we're probably looking at about 1 point each ability from here. So we'll get eyes on that before too long. Not exactly a hyper-aggressive first item pick in this Surtur. I'd call him a 2-item power spike style pick, and we'll, with that second item, get a pretty good idea of what Scream's trying to go for.
Looks like typical Jotuns kind of start out, and then from there, does he go into more damage, or do you go into the defense? I think that's the question we're waiting for.
No, Gamble all geht nicht bei Kick.
And at the moment, I think we're trying to get the answer to your question previously. Is what did he go? He's going to wait and see. Do I need that extra big burst damage immediately? Can I get a little bit more of that gradual? He blinks in, up against Lasbra, gets the beads from the Lancelot. And Lasbra will be fine for now. Nika playing as the gatekeeper to the pack line. Throws out that tether, stuns out both Scream and Haddix.
Is the one. So it's the 1 max there for Scream. That's a lot of additional burst, makes it that much easier to stack up the passive, make sure you get additional damage from that first ability. Of course, finish off any sort of target, be it a god or a camp, as long as they are taking the dot damage from his first ability does more damage later, and that continues to stack up just about infinitely. No one's hitting the cap on that one. Generally, we see about 60 to 70 stacks towards the latest portions of the game. But Scream, for now, okay position to continue just playing passively on map. Until Lasbra starts to throw around his weight a little bit, you don't really expect Scream to be the one getting things started. If anything, you can leverage the global or semi-global from Surtur to follow Lasbra around the map.
Just kind of the story of these two teams in general, or maybe more specifically a couple of players on these teams, goes all the way back. We'll have to hold that thought for the moment. Zapman jumps into the Bifrost just in time, gets away from Lasbra.
Eine Sekunde später, es wäre ein Crossblood auf Zapman zum zweiten Mal.
For Venatu to find success against Mike's teams.
Yeah, it was on the Bolts, now on the Ravens. Been stopped by the Jade Dragons the majority of major events we've had so far this year, trying to break that curse at the World Championship. I think Ven is in an interesting position here in that he is just about the majority of the late game team fight potential for the Highland Ravens. Massive damage output, the most consistent damage outputter they've got, as well as essentially another pseudo frontliner can join up with this bruiser style build. We see Prophetic on Baba Yaga just about every time this god is locked in. 3 stacks from her passive means you don't really have to concern yourself with actually making contact with both physical and magical gods, just simplifying your entire game, and then allows you to, with HP shielding on Home Sweet Home, just WM1. And any Smite pro will tell you, that's exactly what you want to do.
Lasbra, no beats, has to use the ultimate.
Guter Schaden von Baba Yaga, aber.
Dismounts him for a moment, but Laz, quick on the trigger, able to get down to the Grand Joust in time, gets away from both Scream and Venatu. So those beads still down for 30 more seconds.
Kerze, du liebst diese Kerze, ne? Also wirklich, so Minute, Raven holst du dir die Kerzen immer. In derselben Minute, wo es aufgeht, angezündet wird.
He doesn't really have anything forcing him any further down the map. Even then, and the desk highlights it very well, threat on beads from the Highland Ravens isn't exactly high. You've got a lot of single target CC once more. Hurry, Scream, and Haddix. I'm considering in that department. Zapman with the ultimate, but if Heimdall is using his ultimate aggressively, he's probably already won the fight. Otherwise, we're going to see that, for the most part, just used as a CC immunity or dash out.
Einmal gestellt. Kann ich mir vorstellen, Moki.
Don't see too often.
Ja,
Almost
ja.
feels like it's a comfort pick for one player.
Aber Moki, ich habe gar nicht.
Merlin. Usually we
Ich
see
weiß nicht, ob ich dir gefragt habe oder nicht, aber ich hoffe, dir geht's besser als die
What is
letzten
it about the
Tage.
Merlin on this composition that maybe kind of sees good for Dardas? You know, what is it about this guy that really sticks out to him as to going towards it?
It's a relatively safe pick. Flicker just really, really fast dash for him. Maybe it's the AoE damage potential. You can keep back the Highland Ravens. A lot of them are not going to exactly be sneaky with how the fight's going to go down. Scream's going to walk at you. Hurrywin's going to walk at you. Even Ven is going to walk at you. So walk through AoE persistent damage from Merlin, a little bit harder.
Ika uses the Lord of the Afterlife. Scream barely gets up into the Comet in time. He'll crash right back down with Venenu over in mid. Quick collapse by the Jade Dragons, but not quite enough damage yet to take down the Surge. Still base
Sehr
defense
gut.
stats, enough to keep him alive.
Wärmefläche ist OP, muss genervt werden.
Another 5 minutes and that might just be a death on the jungler.
But given another 5 minutes, and I think we might be looking at a very tanky jungler here, as Scream does elect to go down a more defensive path in that second spot. Really considering his options.
Du kommst jetzt in den Bidis her.
Druidstone tree. That'll help out a little
Raven,
bit.
dankeschön.
It well. Doesn't exactly sacrifice too
Wie die
much of the
50
damage.
Bidis.
Maddox versus Nika. Well,
Mit
pretty
einem
much just go
Kleeblättchen.
like this until somebody else shows up to ruin the party. Panther stats a little bit over on the side of the solo lane. It really feels like we're getting kind of sent
Sind
back
von
4 or
Moki.
5 years in the past with this solo
Dann
lane
danke schön,
matchup here.
Moki.
Cyrus Bologna, not something we've seen in quite some time. You know, usually maybe one pops up. Now it's Scream and Hurrywin stepping up.
Dankeschön. Vielen, vielen Dank an euch beiden. Einfach. Morgen schicke ich die Pakete raus, by the way, ne?
J-Mac, but Scream's already starting to hit pretty hard. And it's difficult at this portion of the game to deal with the little fire imp.
Dann sollte der Schlüsselanhänger nächste Woche ankommen.
They're gonna die to inconsequential, accidental damage. Darter's gonna throw out a vortex and all of a sudden every
Kein Kill gefallen in der 8. Minute. Einfach Dank an euch beide, Mann.
HP just trying to get it off of him.
Ihr beiden, ey. Ehrlich.
Purple buff on its way. We'll just kind of wait really for the big team fight to break out. A little bit of poke action between the two mid laners, but nothing that's going to take either one out just yet.
Dankeschön für die 100 Biddies.
Usually can get away from this Baba Yaga unless he's in melee.
Von wem ist das jetzt? Auch einfach Dankeschön an euch beide.
So, Ven's been doing a good job though, trying to put some sort of pressure out on the Dart.
Dankeschön, Raven.
Force
Ehrlich.
rotation, keep Lazarus involved towards the center of the map, restrict his ability to get active on these side lanes. Side lane matchup for the most part.
Mann, ey.
Even. We've seen the solo lane boxing match, wet noodle fight, whatever you want to call it. I call it padding stats, as solo laners so often do.
Man cancelt immer die 1. Die Autotext mit der 1 von einem. Ne?
Just wants to fight, and he's got the resustain from PBM to do
Ist
it.
das die 3? Ich glaube, das ist die 3 von Heim.
Got resustain himself with sickening strike, and
Dankeschön nochmal.
maybe the safest hunter in Smite, so when do we
Bedeutet mir echt viel.
They'd love to be able to fight.
Oh, Vaporishko sieht diesmal nicht gut aus. Beats ist draußen. Aber Afro ab. Afro ist ulttechnisch am Start. Und hat die keinen Grund gesehen zu ulten.
With Scream waiting around the corner,
Nicht
one
gut.
miss position is all the Highland Ravens need to find their opening.
So you do burn the beads off Vaporish Coast, but worth noting, Mike is beads for Vaporish Coast, so do it again. On top of the CC immunity available to Coast himself in Ultimate. A very safe lane here for the Jade Dragons. It's not even as if Scream's going to have the easiest time chasing out Hachi, so any interaction I think we see in the dual lane for the most part is just going to reflect on the dual lane matchup. Now without beads and Zapman's left alone.
Oh, Zapman könnte jetzt nicht zum 4. Mal hintereinander Champion werden, wenn die das jetzt hier verlieren. Weil dann sind die draußen. Oh, alter Baba Yaga Schaden, oh mein Gott!
Lazarus keeps taking that much damage. It's not going to be a fun time for the Jade Dragons at all, but as this game starts getting a little bit later, because
Wieso farmen die Midliner so krass? Er ist Level 13. Jetzt ist es ja Level 13 geworden, aber oh mein Gott, farmen die Midlaner gut. Ich glaube, die holen von überall etwas an EP. Krass.
Otherwise, both sides are going to have significant difficulty in initiating fights. Nika can create a lot of space, but his CC's largely conditional and takes a good long while to channel up. PBM, single target, Lazra, massive cripple field, doesn't exactly lock anyone down, it just prevents them from running further away. So I could see a late game where it comes down to poke battles between Ven and Dardes, or maybe ADCs trading a little bit of auto attacks back and forth. Likely we see something like an Odysseus bow again, just to spread some damage evenly through the fight. The advantage I see for the Jade Dragons in late game, though, is that sustain. PBM just simplifies so much of the team fight. It's not, well, if I walk up, they'll do 500 damage to me and I can return 500. I'll walk up, we'll trade 500. You can heal me for the 500 while I wait for my cooldown to come back.
Nature Boy.
We're nearing the spawn of
Letztens hat jemand wieder gewonnen.
45
Exo.
seconds till that one pans out.
Was aber nicht, ich glaube, das war ein Mephisto.
Mike spots him out, but not much the two can do. It's just for that Chester camp over anything, and the shield buff to the way of the Highland Ravens. Asper shows up to the left side just to make sure Highland Ravens don't try anything sneaky. And 11 minutes into the game, we're dead even, or double digits in gold, single digit in experience separating the two teams.
There's just not much that can really happen this early on. Both teams struggling to find targets.
Ja, aber Ult ist noch ab, oder? Oh, schöne kommen.
Just only got his beads up now, and on landing, Zatman's got a lot of damage.
Oh.
It's the Highland Ravens on the board first. Zatman returning the favor.
And talk about how narrow the margins are.
Vaporos hatte nicht mal Ult. Oh. Okay. Wo war seine Ult hin? Okay.
4 Ravens grouped up, only 3 Dragons in response. No, make that all 5. Haddock's even over here. This could mean that the Highland Ravens could be opting to go just towards the Gold Fury. Haddox and Venenu will stand nearby while the other 3 go towards
Jetzt
Gold
direkt
Fury.
danach Gold oder was?
Even steal this one away. Jumps up onto the horse. Gallops him and gets stunned off the horse. Now he's been dismounted, uses his beads. And Mike has to dash away. The Highland Ravens get the Gold Fury for themselves.
Oh, die bauen die Führung
Haddox
auf.
half HP and Venenu on the run. Nika and Mike are just gonna chase him, but he gets stunned out of the dash. Venenu's got nowhere to go. It's Dardes with 1, and Haddox on a quarter HP, able to get some bailout from Hurrywin, but Lasbra, he is on
Okay, ein
the
Kill,
hunt, sees the blink,
aber dafür Gold
backs away.
bekommen.
Can Tabby even get out?
Ein Tod und dafür ein Gold
Can he just get
bekommen.
the
Das
back
ist
in time? I don't think the Jade Dragons realize how far back
okay.
he was.
No eyes on Zatman, so a good escape. 1 for Gold Fury trade.
Oh, aber Tier 1 Tower geht in der Mitte auch blöten.
Favor the Jade Dragons with this Tier 1 tower in mid. Opening with a map.
Also, sie haben diese Goldfurie quasi wieder nichte gemacht, ja. Temporär.
Credit to the Highland Ravens, though. Great screen from Scream. Just says, all right, well, if the only threat of steal is Lazarus setting out a spectral horse, what if I...
Okay. Das ist von mir? Nee.
Last minute damage to take down Hurrywin, an unfortunate minion blocking the path of the support for the Highland Ravens. But he's fine for the time.
Okay, das war der Stream. Ich mach mal kurz einmal hier Neustart.
And a beacon to the Ravens, but that kill, that tier 1 tower, at least gold-wise, puts us net even for the Jade Dragons and experience favoring them.
Scream pretty far forward here. Does a ton of damage to Mike and has none returned. Resustain available as Hurry. Back to the scene of the crime.
Alles gut.
Join the team fight. I don't really think the Highland Ravens want to force too much here. Jade Dragons can just kite around the engagement. Instead, I think it's really more so about just preventing that Pyromancer, and the Ravens do a good job of it. Haven't exactly seen proactive play from Scream insofar as ganks, though. I want to see how that ultimate's going to play when he's not just using it to escape.
Wir machen Pyro.
Dardes is always there. Just pull Pyro, drop
Okay, die haben es nur
60-70% with one ability rotation, and someone for the Ravens is
Oh,
going
ich muss schlafen gehen nach der Runde, egal ob wer gewinnt oder nicht.
Dragons realized they didn't have enough
Ich muss mich danach verabschieden.
They caught Venenu on that ward just below the pit. Backed away for the time being, so no pyro to be had for the Jade.
Oh, Druid's Fury für Surtur. Das spielen aber viele, wenn die Surtur spielen, das ist das Item dann im gepickt wird. Interessant. Und kein Bombast leider. Jeder spielt Jungle, Eye of the Jungle. Schade.
He farms up all the while until that rotation comes through. Puts him maybe about a 1 tier.
Oh, it's about 1-in-1.
That tier happens to be a tier 3, so finds a good deal more value from his item.
Oh, okay.
Azra nearly spots out Zatman on that teleport. Could have been an opportunity to get aggressive.
I'm just not so certain the Jade Dragons without Nika can create the space to look at that Pyromancer. And we've seen both
Man hat die Lane verloren.
hovering Pyromancer for what
Sein
feels
Tower
like
ist
2 or
weg.
3 minutes now. Just, is anyone nearby? If yes, reset. If no, we'll commit a little bit more to it. But the Ravens have had the answer each time. Get Nika out of lane, play with his lead, and all of a sudden Ven can't just walk up and heat check you as easily.
You have that staff of Mir to now finish up for Dardas as well, so extra bit of damage versus defense for Venenu, but now it's the Ravens stepping up to Pyro for
Easy. Hallo, herzlich willkommen zum Stream. Schön, dass du einschaltest. Ich bin müde. Ich bin sehr müde. Aber ich muss diese Runde noch zu Ende gucken. Wie geht's dir? Oh, oh. Oh mein Gott, das war knapp.
Able to escape, but those are narrow margins.
Send all the Highland Ravens packing.
Ist das der FG-Call? Das ist der FG-Call.
Fire Giant now down to 40% removed from it. The Highland Ravens walk forward. Hurry wins low,
wieder ab.
dives on top of 2 with Zapman and Ben. They can't heal back up. And it's only one. Haddix is by himself. He's got an Eagles rally out of the team fight. And Nika pulled back.
Ich bin hyped.
Right to the hands of Venenu. Scream fully
Ihr seid echt alle krank, ne? Sehr viele Leute hier in der Community sind gerade krank. Leute, ich sag das nicht aus Spaß. Bitte passt mehr auf euch auf. Trinkt viel Wasser, macht keinen Schabernack. Aber hey, was will man machen? Vielleicht lag es ja auch an Tokio. Und ja, Smite 2 ist angekündigt worden und ich bin ultra hyped. Du warst in Japan schon krank. Du warst in Japan krank. Okay, das war aber schlecht. Oh, schöne Auto-Attack-Cancels von Surtur. Nee, ich glaube auch nicht. Aber hoffentlich besser in den nächsten Tagen. Wünsche ich dir auf jeden Fall viel Gesundheit. Wird schon. Danke, danke. Kein Problem, gerne. Immer wieder. Bin gespannt. Ich auch.
A lot of the CC, the inconsequential CC of the Jade Dragons. Jade Dragons right back.
Nee, muss schon alles neu kaufen.
Fire Giant pulled once more.
Fire Giant started up. Highland Ravens starting to slowly collapse back in. Haddix is the first one in the pit while Venenu just pops
Baba Yagas Schaden ist so gut. Der FG ist aber auch gleich down.
To the fight himself. Hurrywin dives in along with them. There's no ultimate left for Mike, but they're not going to commit to the kill to him.
Oh, die falten so durcheinander. Hurrywin wird schon nicht wieder sterben. Dafür aber Polar Beer Mike, oh Mann.
One for one, but Scream is going for more. He wants Stardust, he wants Coast to get the relics from both of them. But can Scream even get to the back for the kill? Yes, he can. Double kill and 1-4.
Leute, let's go.
But it's Lasbra and Nika trying to chase down Venenu. Can they get enough damage to kill this Baba Yaga? Zapman's still down for a while, but Venenu doesn't need the help. The Dragons will not continue their
Wow, was war das für ein Fight? Da ging er komplett durcheinander.
Lasbra and Nika leave the back to their own devices. Dardes, PBM, Vaporage Coast on the retreat the entire time as the Han Ravens take a split engagement in the jungle, but win out cleanly. It's the defensive capacity of this Ravens draft that gives them that opportunity. Good luck chasing out Zapman. He's just got too much in the tank. Teleport away, CC immunity. Both relics were available, I believe. And now all of a sudden, the Jade Dragons overcommit, stick around too long, and Lazarus done it himself this time.
Scream's just gonna run him down. Hurrywin right behind, but they can't close the gap just yet. Scream's blink not back up yet. Used it just to start that fight out.
Ich auch, und zwar mit 7 E-Mail-Adressen.
Lasbra away, beats down for 150 plus. On Lasbra. Scream got a heat check earlier and says, I'm more than capable of 1v1ing this guy.
Nein, Spaß, es waren nur 6.
Just way too tanky, not enough damage. I mean, you could go for the poke battle, and then Serrated Edge for Lasbra can help out a bit on resustain if you're allowed to go hit a jungle camp, but I don't think Scream's gonna let you walk away from him for free. Jade Dragons, they're keeping up this pressure though. The Highland Ravens have had answers each time. Answer this time from Zap is
So macht er nicht weiter. Achso, er musste.
Rotate through and take it up for him. But on the other side, it's Pyromancer for the Jade Dragons.
No crit this time from Zapman, so can't solo the Fury on his own this early in the game. We'll get some backup.
Team ist eine Glückszahl. Ja, für viele. Und Für mich auch. Für mich hat 7 schon einige Male Glück gebracht.
Barely 1,000 gold separating the teams. XP nearly dead even. At 20 minutes of the game, this is as close of a game as we can get.
I mean, it's just a repeat of game 1, right? Feels like it's going to come down to sieges and maybe mistakes there. It's neither side really finding the advantage in neutral territory engagements. You'd think jungle fights would go a little bit better for the Jade Dragons. That's one of Merlin's just bread and butter engagements. It's just, okay, well, the jungle corridor is tight and all my abilities
Nächster Tier 1 weg, der letzte Tier 1 oder auch nicht. Warum macht er nicht weiter? Hol doch den Tier 1. Ja, also easy, ich bin sehr, sehr hyped.
Now we wait, maybe just for the next objective to spawn back up before we see these teams group up once more. That man taking a 1v1 under the tier 1 tower and not only winning the 1v1,
die Auto-Attacks sitzen so krank.
all the while up against Lasbra. Not going for crit for either of these hunters
Ja,
last time. Zapman was
Unreal Engine 5 ist schon ziemlich strong.
objectives, but once it came down to the team fight, we really didn't get to see a whole lot out of Zapman, especially on some of these sieges.
Yeah, we'll see a little bit more now. Kinsai's finished up. As that man's only able to hit the front line of the Jade Dragons, he'll at least hit them hard now. XC, Dom, and Kins. Good luck. No amount of defense is going to make you immune to the damage from Zapman here. So
Dann könntest du vielleicht easy Probleme haben. Ich muss auch meinen Laptop verzichten, weil eigentlich mein Laptop ist eigentlich strong. Das ist ein Gaming-Laptop. Aber ich glaube, wenn das nicht funktioniert mit Smite 2, hole ich mir einfach mit meinen Sparten eine NASA-PC-Rakete. Boah, der Schaden von Baba Yaga ist so gut. Dann wirst du, glaube ich, Schwierigkeiten haben mit Unreal Engine 5.
In these really high stakes situations for teams.
And neither side just has a clear answer to the Fire Giant question, which is who can pull it and how do we secure it? Runic Bomb matched on both
Wenn Hogwarts bei dem Magic war, meine Grafikkarte auch nicht nur. Bin auch kein PC-Profi, aber ich meine, Unreal Engine 5 zieht schon viel.
Are you seeing what Scream is doing to maximize stacks? Kills one minion with his first ability, throws his little Surtur minion at him, and then he picks it up to throw it away to get another stack. That's how much this guy has been min-maxing how many stacks he's able to get on that first ability.
And that's the only way to keep Surtur involved in late game team fights. You need that passive stacked up, otherwise your first ability is doing nothing. It just does not have enough damage on the base stats itself. So love what we've seen so far.
Kann man, zeig mal, wie viele Stacks der hat. Hier mal in sein Ingame UI. In sein POV. Aber ich glaube, das kann man, glaube ich, von hier aus nicht sehen. Hehe, POV. Nein, wir bleiben family friendly. Psst.
A double potion, maybe that Witchfire magic thrown in at the same time. Highland Ravens get some ward coverage down around the Fire Giant pit. Maybe some much needed vision against the Jade Dragons. We've seen that they're a team where if you give them an inch, they'll pull that Fire Giant.
Ja, es tut mir leid, Nature Boy.
Beg anybody to show up, say,
Ich habe nichts gesagt.
the objective if you're not here. Highland Ravens at Pyromancer, pull down to half. Pluck on Nika is good, but Zapman stunned in the back line.
Ich meine, diese random, oder was heißt random, wahrscheinlich abgesprochene Objective Calls. Aber es artet wieder jetzt ein Teamfight aus. Overgos Ult. Oh, schöner Schaden, aber Harvin, wieso schmilzt Harvin immer so krass weg in den Teamfight?
They're the ones who got to back away now. Slept on facet of Aphrodite's game is how much defense she shares. Whoever's mic is kissed to, just going to be a little bit tankier. So, the Hunter Ravens have to be really choosy with their targets. Late game team fight goes slightly south. Only support dropped 20 seconds on respawn. Jade
Oh,
Dragons,
Nika ist wieder.
fourth time.
Zatman's got a 1v1 Nika, and this isn't a fight he wants to take. He gets some help from Venenu, stun onto Nika, and
Oh, guter Schaden auf Nika.
middle of 3 gets a big bludgeon, but it's not going to be enough to take down Nika. It's now the Jade Dragons on the run. They had 5 going in this fight, and they might just lose a couple of them. Coast,
Oh mein Gott, die 1 hat ne. Oh! Die 3 von Baba ja gerade gefinisht. Das sind echt gute Teamfights. Ich komme zwar nicht ganz hinterher, aber das sind gute Teamfights.
Coast really wanted to connect with Scream, but it would have taken 3-4 auto attacks from that. Doesn't have crit, so can't just get lucky, and so Scream baits him out of position, and Ben says, well, I know your relics aren't up, buddy. Knocks him down.
Serverprozessor, sowas habe ich noch nie gehört.
So now it's 20 seconds without ADC, and the Highland Ravens in the driver's seat looking towards
Serverprozessor? Was ist das denn? Also, wie gesagt, ich bin kein PC-Profi, aber das habe ich noch nie gehört.
For the most part, just see Baba Yagas go for poke in situations like this. Fire.
Ja.
HP's not moving.
No crit available.
Ja, ich glaube, ich muss mit meinem Sparten, wenn es so weit sein sollte, mal was ordentliches kaufen.
Trying to get inside of the pit. Lasbra looping around because Venenu's starting to fall low. That's a juicy target for Lasbra. He goes to the back.
Kriegt den FG. Es ist Ravens.
Ravens get the fire giant, and Lasbra's got nothing left in the tank. He used everything to get to the fight and nothing to save for it. And with it, the Highland Ravens
Nika gegen 4.
forward. It's Haddix finding a big Eagles rally to
Nee,
Haddix.
Nika ist ja gerade woanders gewesen.
Not doing a lot of damage. Connects with Ben on the ultimate there. And you think, okay, clean win.
Jo, Las, was geht? Hast du Smite 2 gesehen?
Afterwards as well. Lasbra no mana to take that engagement whatsoever. As this next item is picked up for Lasbra, a little bit more percent pen. You could deal with some of the defense stacked up by Ven, by Prophetic Cloak, but all of a sudden it's the Highland Ravens with the first.
Was für Smite 2? Ja, Smite 2 ist draußen. Oder der Trailer dazu.
Plenty of towers to collect. Only silver lining for the Jade Dragons, and it's a significant one. Merlin is maybe the best mage on base defense.
We saw it so many times through the regular season. Having a tough time sieging or defending sieges, pick Merlin, pick Marty, you're set.
Wir sind relativ tanky Surter auch, ne, mit Druid's Fury und Stone of Binding und jetzt auch noch Magical Defense. Krass. Ne, er hat das wieder verkauft, okay. Das erkläre ich morgen an einem anderen Video. Ich mache morgen ein Video dazu auf YouTube, das so einen kleinen Breakdown gibt. Aber ja, es wird ein ganz anderes Spiel sein. Die Skins kommen nicht zurück und du kriegst Gems. Die Anzahl an Gems, die du in Smite 1 ausgegeben hast, kommen als Legacy Gems. Und die kannst du teilweise nutzen, um Skins zu kaufen. Oder Irons. Das wird der Phoenix vielleicht... Oh. Pause.
We do have a bit of pause in the action. Actually, a bit of a delayed, Titan kind of marching out. Usually it's around that 25, 24-minute mark that we see that one out.
Venenu's deceit.
How much fighting has been around this fire giant, for how many team fights have broken out there, it has really just kind of been delaying until we see them now. Highland Ravens having that.
Das hört sich sehr falsch an.
Start their march up the right side.
It seems to me right side is exactly where the defense is going to lie for the Jade Dragons.
Wahrscheinlich, ja. Ich zeig dir mal kurz was anderes. Ich zeig dir mal den Trailer, Lass.
That's the savage right there. He's a bit of a savage. That's why he's allowed to walk.
Woke up this morning.
Shot. I think the Highland Ravens much better position.
The misery's off, the energy's on, and I'm feeling strong. Yeah.
Okay, Raven.
If I'm being honest, nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I can't explain it. Feeling like something inside me. Like nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling infinite. I feel invincible. I surpass my potential. Ain't no resisting it. Only surrender and turn my trials into temple.
Ja. Ich weiß, es geht weiter.
Enhanced Fire Giant. You can't just ignore the backdoor protections just yet.
Oh, not everybody's full slotted either, so it takes a little bit longer to chip away at these towers anyways. For both of these
Aber nein, ich habe nirgendwo reingespuckt.
1v1 against Laz under tower, and we can already see how that one's going. Scream favored for that. Highland Ravens do.
Ja, so ist es easy. Deswegen kommen auch keine Skins von Smite 1 auf Smite 2. Außer die Gems. Nein, da gibt es große Änderungen, die ich aber morgen in einem anderen Video erläutere. Es gibt kein Magic und Physical Götter mehr. Und jedes Item kann zu allem gebaut werden mit derselben Kategorie. Also es gibt große Änderungen, die ich sehr interessant finde. Ich mache morgen dazu ein Video. Aber es ist ja halt im Prinzip dasselbe Spiel, ne? MOBA halt. Ja. Ja, und manche haben so aktive Fähigkeit, so wie Relikte. Aua.
With Fire Giant fading away in just under 30 seconds, Jade Dragons didn't lose anything that would deter them from stepping up, and now that's an enhanced Fire Giant that can be fought on essentially even fronts. I say that.
Ja, mal gucken. Kann man so sagen. Ich kenne LoL nicht, aber einige haben das auch schon gesagt, dass das ähnlich jetzt wie LoL ist.
Significant advantage here over the Highland Ravens in itemization. Zatman in particular finishes up Odysseus bow and picks up a power pot, whereas Vapor's Coast just has the tier 1 bow. So
EFG fight.
Over to the Highland Ravens, a little bit additional power and just way more auto attacks. Oboe, the most attack speed that any item gives you in Smite. It's not exactly an expensive item though. If the Jade Dragons can delay just a moment or two for Coast to farm up and finish up that Odie, that'd be such a big boon to them.
Even with how little fighting that we've seen, you're gonna see just how much damage Dart has been putting out this game. 30,000, 33k to him. The next below him, 10,000 down on Venenu. Just the amount of times the Ravens have walked up into Dart as his damage starting to stack up, and with approaching 6th slot and having that alternate timeline, Dardas is one that you've got to keep your eyes on for the Highland Ravens, not one that you can just so freely walk into anymore.
Eigentlich könnten die FG starten, oder nicht? Sind 2 am Gold.
Why are the Jade Dragons struggling as much as they are?
Ne, Lasbra ist in der Mitte oben.
Out-damaged by Aphrodite, and I'm not seeing any damage items for PBM. This Lancelot has just been meeting up with Scream and then running away from Scream. Hasn't exactly gotten into the back line.
Ja, das stimmt. Lasbra hat nichts gemacht bis jetzt mit Lancelot.
The last time we saw Lasbra do damage to a god, it was Venenu, when he already had his prophetic cloak, and he didn't even kill the shield from that Baba Yaga ultimate, so just not quite there yet for Lasbra. Need to see a step up in the next big.
Ja, Lasbra muss jetzt mal was machen.
We've already seen from Scream going this full tanky kind of hybrid style of route for him. It's been working out really well for the Ravens. In fact, he's so confident, he's walking up and he's 2v1ing and still winning those 2v1s.
And what did Lasbra do? He just watched nearby, like, Nika, watch out, that guy hits really hard. I've got a lot of experience with it. Don't get too close. Someone has to get involved here from the Jade Dragons. Nika's doing his best to just stand in front of the damage and allow the space for Dardes to put up the 34,000 that we've seen already, to allow Vapor's Coast to shoot those shots from downtown. But I want to see Lasbra either go for a split push play. If you're not involved in the team fight, if you can't get things done, go do something in the PvE, or go for a deep flank and maybe get behind Zatman or get behind Ven. The difficulty of that is, though, Heimdall's got a lot of vision.
Ooh, Scream no beads.
Da muss er ulten.
Fortunate for him, no crit on the side of the enemy Hunter, so Scream will be able to go back to base, but losing out on that ultimate, that CC immunity on 2.
Und das war ohne Crits, die Auto-Attacks, und haben trotzdem reingescheppert wie sonst was.
Thought maybe he'd catch the slip on Coast, but now it's Coast doing the damage back to him, and the Dragons back to the Fire Giant this time. Still missing out on their one. The jungler of the Ravens not back yet, but the Jade Dragons still not willing to commit to the objective just yet.
And here's the thing.
Immer der EFG-Tanz, der ist immer so vorsichtig, dieser Tanz zwischen beiden Teams.
Fights for the Jade Dragons is very limited. No beads on Scream. Who's punishing him? Is it Nika with his stun? That takes a long time. Maybe a kiss from Mike, but then you got to deal with all the other people around Scream. It's really.
Ich werde langsam müde. Ich schlafe jetzt hier einfach on Stream. Und ihr könnt zugucken. Gute Nacht.
Even looking at it, who did it there? EI Jutsu from Vaporish Coast. Can you trust Coast to dash on Scream every time? I don't think so.
That's not ideal, man. Sending your hunter to use his only mobility to pull beads.
Oh, schöner Stun. Oh mein Gott.
Vaporish Coast gets one, and now Haddock's the next on the chopping block. Nika takes him down.
Oh Mann. Alles wegen nur einem Kuss.
3 versus 5 on defense. Manenu running back. Zapman 5, and it's an Aegis gone.
Auch wenn eure fremdgegangene Person sagt, jo, es war nur ein Kuss, guck mal, was so ein Kuss ausrichten kann. Okay, der war schlecht, sorry.
But the Highland Ravens have a lot of damage to play with. Ven in particular needs to be dealt with.
30 seconds on Scream. Phoenix is down. 5 versus 3. The Jade Dragons are walking.
Ich glaube, das war's.
But the damage from Venenu is starting to stack up. The Dragons have got to commit everything here. And if they do so, they'll send the Highland Ravens packing. But there's still just enough from the defense of the Highland Ravens to keep the Dragons back.
Vaporish Coast pushing down the center.
Hey, was ist das?
One button here. They've done it.
That's it. That's it. The Jade Dragons just have enough to be able to get in there. It seems the minions were just enough to hold things back. They've got the wave to help them out. The Jade Dragons take it.
Congratulations to the Jade Dragons. One misstep from Scream on the center of the map. One kiss from Mike opens up the entitlement. Haddix tries his best to peel, but all he does is
Okay, das war's mit Zapman.
And one set of minions to stand by and do the rest of the damage there, because everybody on the Jade Dragon's dead by the time we get back there, and it's just a few minions standing tall to say, we'll finish the job that you started for us.
What a wild end to that game. The Jade Dragons 2-0 continue their streak of putting the end to the Highland Ravens runs here at these events.
Now for the Jade Dragons, they're going to continue on to the semifinals. Their opponent, the Six Ferrymen to fight off against. We've seen this one back and forth so many times over the course of the regular season. We've seen this battle between those two teams. We can actually look back at the siege for the Jade Dragons. Apologies for what had happened through, but it is just Coast just literally standing his ground, just throwing auto after auto at the Titan. Everybody goes down, but there's just enough minions from the wave. Coast playing aggressive as per usual. Another EI Jutsu. We said, man, Coast, you're going to want to depend on this guy to
Ja, das war's, Mali.
It did. Multiple times. Gets beads, gets a kill on Scream, and now ends the game at the Titan.
That's on me. You'll never catch me doubting Coast again. He could be your initiator. He'll be your tower damage. He'll deal
Wer hat rasiert? Eigentlich nicht wirklich jemand.
In the PvE, the PvP.
Ja, ist okay, Frau, wir haben's verstanden da hinten.
And he pushes them through quarters.
You know why Zapman saying he reminds me a lot of him, because that's the exact style of play that Zapman used to pull.
Am Ende hat ein Kuss vom Polarbier Mike alles entschieden. Ich zeig das einmal kurz und danach geh ich schlafen.
Going from whatever team he is on and now to the J.
Better suited, just playing inside of their Phoenix. The unofficial damage is the best case. Buddy knocks him
so many times to the regular.
Ravens essentially just collecting power and just way more auto attacks.
Hier war der Knackpunkt.
It's not impressive.
Yago, he kind of hyped
nearby. That's to just. I want to see last band. The
back to base
is very people from Vaporish Coast. Can Coast
Na, hier. Ab hier.
I don't think so.
That's not ideal, man.
Polarbier mal küsst Surfer und danach fängt's an.
To pull beads, maybe it can work out. Scream gone. Vaporish Coast gets one, and now Haddock's the next on the chopping block. Nika takes him down.
Und danach gerundownt.
Step too far forward. It's now going to be 3 versus 5 on
Auf jeden Fall, Dankeschön, dass ihr da wart. Ich bin hyped auf Smite 2. Ja, läuft nicht. Ja, ist okay. Morgen wieder um die Uhrzeit wird gestreamt mit Patch Notes für Smite 1. Da gucken wir uns mal gemeinsam an, was im letzten Jahr für Smite 1 für mich auf mich zukommt. Danke, dass ihr da wart. Ich hoffe, wir sehen uns morgen auch nochmal. An die Lurker, Dankeschön für die Lurks. Ja, ich bin hyped. Auch wenn es nicht so danach aussieht, aber ich bin super müde. Nacht wegen auf Escaflown, aka Izzy. Ja, ich mach aus. Dankeschön fürs Dasein. Bleibt gesund. Macht keinen Schabernack. Und trinkt viel Wasser. Oder Tee. Tee ist auch gut. Bis morgen. Meine Szene ändert sich nicht. Hallo.